That's the hottest joint in the city right about now. I guess in the whole region of the United States. It's that underground shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like everybody's scared to come through with that. Cause you got so much, you know what I'm saying? Like rap music going down and you know, musical tones and notes. It's just a brother and you is like, you know what I'm saying? It's the true name of it is called Shame when you step through too. You know what I'm saying? It's got that straight up underground.
That is one of the most #1 underground artists of today. That is DJ Ak Oza with the H-Town. I know, right? Nice punch in the gut, first thing right off the bat. Okay, Bulletproof. That's one hell of a hill to die on. That is one hell of a hill to die on. How you doing, folks? Welcome to the News Underground. I am a boy called Abandoned Nihilism. Yay. Blase, welcome back in this motherfucker. Good to see you. Yeah, Joe Rogan. I mean, he is. What else can we say? He is in the business of defending pedophiles, isn't he? He really is. He doesn't want to admit it, but he is. We got so much fucking news, I don't even know where to fucking begin. Except I do know where to begin. We're beginning in Ukraine. Russia, Ukraine, of course. Russia, Ukraine, Trump. Thank you for your service, Joe. Nobody dies on this hill, but some kids wish they were dead. Jesus Christ, man. What the fuck? All right, let's get to it. Russia, welcome back. Ribbons, good to see you. So let's get this Ukraine update. We'll just switch it over to Ukraine. Probably should have had this set up. But, you know, we're a professional operation here. You know, the whole staff, we work hard. So here he is, bending the knee. Does this stupid-ass yank pull. Yank pull. Oh, wow. Wow. He's got his braces on.
Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Mr. President.
Yeah. Well, I don't kill civilians. What are you talking about? I've never done it. I've literally never killed a civilian. It's not like I instruct my military to specifically target civilian locations and bomb them mercilessly. I've never done that. That's the official story, and that's what it is, you know? Just like Mr. Trump here, I get to weave the reality that I wish. That's how tyrants work. If you don't like it, go to jail. Be disappeared. I'll ruin your life. On to the next one. Sleeps like a baby sending people to the fucking gulags. And Trump does as well, of course.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah, Ice King.
our negotiations have been held in a constructive atmosphere of mutual respect. We had very thorough negotiations. They were quite useful. We've
Shut
said
the
it multiple
fuck up.
times to consider
Shut the
all
fuck
legitimate
up. You should be
concerns of
swinging.
Russia and to
You should be
reinstate a
fucking
just
swinging, you
balance of
tyrant.
security in Europe and in the world on the whole. As I've said,
Free the
situation
Russian
in
fucking
Ukraine-
people, dude. Free the Russian people from this tyrant. And you know the only thing he's scared of, legitimately, is the Russian people. That's it. That's the only thing he's ever showed any kind of fealty to. Any kind of, you know, he maneuvers around. Very careful not to piss him off too much. It's the only entity that could actually defeat him. Prigozhin wasn't that close, y'all.
Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Naturally, the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally.
What is
we are
going on with
prepared
my
to work on
beard? I
that.
should have.
There's no deal until there's a deal. But we had an extremely productive meeting.
Shut
and
the fuck
many
up.
points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant. But we have a very good chance of getting there. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. We
She
didn't get
gets
there,
into
but we have a
sugar.
very good chance of getting there. We'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon.
Shut up.
Thank you very much.
Shut the hell up.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much.
I'll get a little heat on that one. Yeah, you'll get a little heat because he's a fucking war criminal, and so are you sycophant. You fucking fanboy. Trump pursues peace deal after leaving Alaska without ceasefire pact. He's not going to get shit, and he knows it. I don't know what he's even trying to do here. Putin has not budged since the beginning, right? The maximalist request, you give me everything. Trump thinks, and that's like Trump's whole effort is like, well, just take the Donbass and Crimea. Just take the Donbass and Crimea. Okay, come on. Give me something here. And Putin's like, nah. I give you nothing, and you're going to love it. You're going to give me everything. Piers Morgan and his fucking infinite wisdom here. Can you spot the problem? Piers Morgan over here. By the way, this is a guy that says, I'm not a conservative. I'm not a conservative. I don't lick conservative boots. I don't defend conservative values. I'm a centrist. I'm right down the line. Right? Here's an average tweet from Piers Morgan before he deleted it in embarrassment. As President Trump, Donald Trump, lands in Alaska, I wish him the very best of luck in trying to secure an end to the horrendous war in Ukraine. Because that's what he's trying to fucking do, huh, Piers? You fucking bootlicker. It's refreshing to see a U.S. president who generally prefers peace to war. How could you fucking say that about a guy threatening to invade Mexico, threatening to invade Greenland, talking about 51st state in Canada? You would have to be either a fucking moron, which Piers Morgan unfortunately isn't, or you would have to be a craven, paid propagandist who's intentionally spinning narrative for one side. You hack. You clearly conservative hack. Oh, I just have an open debate on my show. It isn't a freak show at all. It's a fucking freak show. If I was going to be on Piers Morgan's show, the only fucking topic I'd want to talk about is Piers Morgan. Oh, what about this and what about that? What about the fact that you're a paid hack propagandist? I'm just trying to get both sides. Yeah, both sides of the nutsack, you bootlicking bitch. Get the fuck off the TV, Piers. You do way more harm than good. And yeah, if you can't see, it's fucking Trump over here getting ready for the sloppy toppies. On to the next. This was hilarious. I don't know how to edit a photo, but I know what I felt watching the meeting in Alaska. So this person just does an extremely crude Photoshop. I don't know how to do this, but this is what I saw. Yeah, it's about correct. I got a couple new ones on the soundboard, y'all. We're gonna have some fun today. It came back all fucked up, dude. Nightmare, 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 nightmare. By Constitution, I didn't really need my liberty. Bye. Yeah, look at the beard. What the fuck is going? It's like all gray. I got shoots of gray. I haven't even hit 40 yet, man. Give me a fucking break. I got it coming out. It's coming out like pube hairs. I don't know, man. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I feel like I'm going through menopause. Okay, that's not right because that's really bad. It sucks. You got to give it to Trump, though. He did give Alaska to Russia. He didn't give Alaska to Russia. Yeah, well, yeah, congratulations. I'm the best deal maker ever. I'm the best deal maker. Now it's just like a beachfront condo deal, okay? I'm gonna give Russia Alaska, wholesale, whole thing, including the oil, and Putin has promised something really cool in the future. Art of the deal, okay, folks. So here's the tweet: pursuing peace. Laugh along with me. And this is just, okay. I need to make it smaller to make it larger. Okay. Pursuing peace. I mean, this is just literally the United States, Donald Trump doing Russian propaganda for Putin over here. Boy, Putin's a tiny one, isn't he? He's a small guy. Thank you, President. Thank you, President Trump. Adam Mockler over here. Cutie little Zoomer trying to be a MSNBC host. Putin is actively slaughtering civilians and children. He has invaded Ukraine multiple times. What a despicable post coming from the White House. This doesn't legitimize Putin. It delegitimizes us. That's, yeah, good words. I appreciate that. It's good stuff. Good job, Mockler. Jesus fucking Christ, the White House. A House Built on Lies by T. Vixen Sutton over there at Blue Sky. Pretty embarrassing shit. I mean, it really does just, it's just right, we're right here at the bottom. Or, you know, we're scraping. We've broken through the barrier. We're in the dirt now. We're in the bedrock. We're scraping. We're getting those new lows. You know, James Cameron is in his sub. It's going so low. He'll never come back. So here's what part of the problem oligarch Arnold Schwarzenegger has to say. Oh, it's too far for him now. He was so cool being a George Bush adjacent. I love George Bush fanboy when he was the governor. Look this guy up. Right? Conservative. I love Dick Cheney. I defend the Iraq War. I defend, the Patriot Act. He was down with all of it. No, it's too much, huh? Too much fascism for you, huh? Oh, yeah, that reminds me of my dad who was a stone cold fascist, and it's kind of embarrassing. No, so, I mean, props to Arnold Schwarzenegger. Don't clip that. Props to Arnold over here to, for saying these things, and he's been consistent for some time after leaving office. I think in shame, if I remember correctly. So good on you for sitting in your multi-million-dollar mansion. I'm going to clip that, please. I'm so busted. No, good for you, man. But once again, this is what I say to people who have time, who have money, and who have clout. You don't have an excuse, right? You don't have an excuse. Where's Arnold on the protest line? When's the last time Arnold's done some free publicity for a union? Huh? When's the last time this motherfucker's got in the street for Medicare? Right? What, you don't have time? You're jet setting around, probably still putting your, okay, we won't go there. Unions. Yeah, we don't need those. I love being basically enslaved to my tyrant manager, some pathetic, mediocre man obsessed with sports and refuses to engage in any kind of political activism whatsoever, cowardly putting his head in the sand, but all kinds of opinions about how we need to work. Actually, they're fine sometimes. Yeah, sure. Sure they are. Yeah, they only got us the 40-hour work week. They only bring us sanity and fairness to the workplace. Are there some corrupt ones? Absolutely. But have they been an essential tool at clawing back rights for the labor class? 100%. Yeah, the police union, though, right? That police union, yikes. Welcome back, Lenny. It's your boy from the south of Boston. Hashtag more Lenny in this motherfucker. Folks, if you're not clicking Lenny and you're not clicking follow, okay, we're going to have a hard time, all right? This is a stick up, okay? Click the button, and then you can leave. Physical violence will come your way. You're not leaving. You're now being held hostage inside this stream until you click follow on the Lenny. Sorry. That's the way she goes, boys. That's the way she goes sometimes. Throw a piss jug into the ditch. That's the way she goes. So anyway, back to Arnold. You're a multi-fucking millionaire. People love you for some fucking reason. I don't love you, right? I don't think celebrities are that great. Your movies are somewhat entertaining. Terminator's pretty cool, right? Good for you. You put on some makeup and you pretended to be a robot. Awesome. That doesn't make you, you don't deserve all that's been given to you, right? And you've earned a good chunk of it, but a lot of it has also been given to you as a celebrity, right? Once you worked hard to get to that celebrity echelon, and now And you got to sit. You didn't deserve to be in government. You're not qualified to do that. You were never qualified to do that. It was a bunch of jingoism and stupidity and slogans. It was a joke. It was a joke having you as governor. You didn't deserve to be there. Why? Because of Jingle All the Way, right? What? Because Stop or My Mama Will Shoot, or was that Stallone? I don't know who did that one. Right? What? For fucking Batman Forever? That's why you got to sit in the fucking chair? Right? So look, man, I like that you're speaking out against fascism after you've helped support it for who knows how long. Right? I like that you're now like, now that, you're outside of everything, you're saying something, but it's not enough. You got money, you got time, you got clout, you don't have an excuse. Get your rich ass in the fucking streets. And I'm serious. Find an organization you can support. I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger. I support this, that, this. Get behind it. Use your celebrity. Oh, well, it might ruin my chance at another Terminator 7. I won't get Terminator 17 and a half. I won't get it. Right? That's why they don't do it. That's why Taylor Swift doesn't speak out. Because they're cowards. So he's not as much of a coward as Taylor Swift. He's speaking out against this. He's Johnny come lately. He's never done a mea culpa for supporting the Conservative Party. He's never said sorry for I was wrong, right? Never done that. And I've never in my fucking life seen this motherfucker in the streets. Get the fuck out of my chat, you absolute piece of fucking trash. I am sick and tired of seeing your fucking chats. Bye. See ya. Get the fuck out of here. There's the fucking door. Double flush it. I don't know if you're trying to be funny. If you're trying to be funny, DM me and I'll unban you. Okay, you're trying to do some parody, but most people do that. They're not being ironic. Ew, socialism. Ew, activism. Okay, I don't know if you're trying to be ironic or not. Okay, I'm sorry. If so, DM me and I'll unban you. If you're being serious, then no, get the fucking flush. All right, so let's hear what this millionaire has to say about the problem that he helped create. What you got to say about it, Dr. Frankenstein?
I just saw your press conference with President Trump. I just saw your press conference with President Putin, and it was embarrassing. I mean, you stood there like a little wet noodle, like a little fanboy. I mean, I was asking myself, when are you going to ask him for an autograph or for a selfie or something like that? I mean, you literally sold out at this press conference our intelligence community, our justice system, and worst of all, our country. You're the president of the United States. You shouldn't do that.
Wow. So outside of taking 44 seconds out of your opulent, beautiful, completely privileged, and spectacular life, outside of taking 44-second pause out of your fucking amazing life, what the fuck are you going to do about it, you multi-millionaire? Huh? Hop on a private jet, smoke a stogie? What the fuck are you going to do about it? Outside doing a goddamn social media fucking video. 44 seconds? This is what we get from you? This is how much time you got? What the fuck you doing, man? Huh? What is he doing all day? Huh? What is he doing all day? Tell me. Outside of spending money and living lavishly. Okay? So you either come down in the stink and walk in these fucking streets, or honestly, it's a bit, I guess so. I guess this does have some value, right? So I was about to say, shut the fuck up. I mean, but honestly, I'm going to call your ass out. Some people will say, oh, isn't that great? Arnold Schwarzenegger, he's against fascism. Oh, isn't that great? It's not enough, dude. It's not enough, man. Especially coming from a guy. Look at you dripped in fucking gold back there, dude. Look at your fucking house. Look at your fucking house. How about you break off a little bit for the motherfuckers doing something out here, huh? Smoking stogie motherfucker, banging your goddamn fucking maid or whatever the fuck you got busted for. Dumbass.
And what's the matter with you? I mean, whatever happened to the strong words or to the strength of Ronald Reagan when he stood there at the
please
Berlin
don't tell
Wall.
me about strength,
and he
you
said,
pampered
Mr.
bitch.
Gorbachev, tear down this wall. What happened to all that?
Yeah, shake your fucking head, hit stop record, go to your 16 kitchens and make a massive sandwich and watch a movie, you loser. Extra points if it's a movie that you're in. Next. Here's what it looks like for Ukraine after Trump took office in terms of attacks. These red bars are attacks. He's doubled down, tripled down. Hasn't touched the brakes at all. Donald Trump is the knob slobbing has done nothing. The knob slobbing has done nothing. He's, it's unbelievable how, like, this opportunity, and it's unbelievable that Joe Biden understood. He had to have understood his opportunity to be like the guy that spanks Putin, right? It's not even about, like, just spanks Putin conventionally without any nukes. And just kind of does it on a discount, does it without even getting a single military individual from his military killed. Could have just put the, just opened up the floodgates on the weapons, got those F-16s in there immediately, turned up the fucking dial on the artillery shells, showed Putin, you're not going to be able to stop us with a donkey cart. You better come correct. Instead of dragging this out and here in this opportunity, this golden opportunity, he could, obviously the Republicans love bellicose, nationalistic language. He could have gone totally, Desert Storm on this in terms of optics, in terms of nationalism. Wasted opportunity, right? And all of his flattery and his stupidity, it's got him absolutely nothing. It's really something else. I mean, it's really something else. How terrible he is at this, like geopolitics. It's a zero. It's a negative. He'd flunk 101. The hell is this? Oh, thank God, it's just an empty one. I can keep moving. So just couple. I'm not going to show you every minute of every one of these insane interviews that he did this week after his meeting with Putin. But here's just some quips. Trump over here. Vladimir Putin said something. One of the most interesting things, he said, your election was rigged because you have mail-in voting. So now he's like, oh, America, this is what Putin said. Ooh, he said mail-in voting's bad. So, that's authoritative. If it's just, he's completely in his own universe, in his own dimension. You know what I mean? If anything, this is supposed to, okay, so then we should double down on mail-in voting then, right? Oh, no, because he's your buddy. He's your buddy. He's your buddy. He said mail-in voting every election. No country has mail-in voting. Lie. That's a complete fucking lie. It's impossible to have mail-in voting and have honest elections. Just brazen lies. That's the theme of today's stream. The USA section is just chock-a-block with brazen, bald-faced lies. No basis in reality. He said, you won that election by so much. So he's backing up his own lies with flattery that Putin gave him during a meeting that accomplished nothing. It's historic. It's historic. This used to be serious, and we're supposed to think that people aren't going to die. You know what I mean? These guys are in charge of everything. Okay, people are dying right now probably from their decisions. But I mean, this could be cataclysmic. As that genius historian Sarah, what's her name on YouTube there, that historian, she was like, she was saying, one of the main jobs of the State Department is to prevent cataclysms, right? That's kind of the whole big thing, is to, you know, make sure that we're avoiding the Cuban Missile Crisis, etc. Trump brags about how Putin flattered him to evade sanctions. So after blowing Vladimir Putin, he runs over to fucking Fat Hannity over here. Aren't you on Ozempic, Hannity? What are you like literally actually trying to look like Trump? Is that the thing? Does he think maybe he'll run for office and be the Trump replacement? Is that it? Is that what we're doing here? He looks like he did a fucking fusion with Newt Gingrich. Did the fucking fusion dance with Newt Gingrich. Sorry, Lenny, you don't understand that reference. Sorry, it's anime. It's the animes. Anyway, I'm just going to read the headline on this one. If you want to, watch the video or read the whole thing, it's right here. No problem. Trump over here. Vladimir, just a little while ago, I've never seen anybody do much so fast. He said your country is hot like a pistol. And a year ago, he thought it was dead. Putin is playing Donnie like a fiddle, according to Republicans Against Trump over here. Yeah, I mean, it's true, though. I mean, that's a true statement. Nobody has, I don't think ever since the founding of our government, have we ever had such massive radical change so quickly. I can't really think of another time than when we were putting this whole thing together, that so many things were happening at, in a span of months. Okay, this doesn't exist. This has been underfunded. This is now, this thing that was supposed to prevent poisoning Americans is now intentionally poisoning Americans. Oh, the health department is run by a literal crazy person who is cutting $500 billion or whatever the hell of mRNA research. Literally the wonder COVID vaccine drug that saved billions of lives. He's intentionally, making us less safe from deadly diseases. Oh, yeah. Also, ICE, of course, the literal, police force, overfunded than most countries' militaries, desperately trying to hire as many freaks as they possibly can, as many fucking racist freaks willing to put on a mask and harass people as they can. Yeah, we got that going on, too. And the only thing that they're missing is the brown fucking shirt. They certainly act like Nazis rolling up on in fucking Penske trucks, or just like the U-Hauls. They went Penske because they're like, oh, U-Hauls is too much on the nose, guys. Come on, dude. Like, I know we probably several of those people went on a U-Haul run wearing a mask, holding up a fucking Nazi symbol. How many stone cold Nazis are in ICE, right? The number should shock us. It wouldn't shock us, but it'd be nice to know the number. Megan Mobs over here, who gives Elon Musk $5 a fucking month. Uninformed American soldiers should not have been used to lay out a red carpet for one of our main adversaries. Full stop. Yeah, I agree. Look how fucking embarrassing this is. U.S. soldiers laying out the red carpet for Vladimir fucking Putin. Just. Who needs coffee, right? Who needs coffee in the morning, right? Russians are having a field day with this. I'm sure they are. I totally agree, Lenny. Yeah, I agree with Megan, even though she's loose with her money. I don't know. I feel like there's a better use of that $5 a month. You could try to scrape bird poop off of, the park benches with a $5 bill. That'd be a better use. What a shit show in Alaska. Yeah. Well, it's like, I think Ice King or who said in the chat, I was like, well, at least Trump didn't end up giving Alaska away to Putin. So another massive, embarrassing security breach. Anybody hear about this? Listen to this. Let me get some beats going here real quick. Get some good shit here. Ooh, this is going to be one of the songs I'm going to play at Halloween, guys. Listen to this. Hell yeah, you better get your ass over to San Francisco on Halloween. I'm going to be DJing the Halloween party, folks. It's going to be a lot of fun. I've decided the genre of music that I'm going to look for, that I'm putting together. The set that I'm putting together is all modern music instead of, because I went 80s before. Now I'm going modern music, modern dance music, a lot of house stuff. Yeah, HP Shouty. What did I drop? Oh. It's a button off my shitty fucking news coat. Yeah, folks, so get your ass over to San Francisco on Halloween in October, okay? Come on. I'd love to see you there. It'd be fun. So anyway, just check the volume here one sec. There we go. So, you hear about this? You hear about this? Documents with sensitive details about the meeting between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin were left behind on a public hotel printer. And what were the notes? What, you know, tickle his balls. He no teeth, no teeth. You know, no cheek. He doesn't like cheek. Don't use your hands. You know, what were the notes? How to handle Putin there? I know, Ice King, right? The signal leaks. Using a hotel printer, and then okay, it's one thing to be like, okay, I have 45 seconds to get this document in the hands of this guy before this thing, right? Like, you have no time. Okay, I'll use this hotel printer once. It's against OPSEC. No one will know about it. Okay. Printers, by the way, do have a cache. They do remember for a little while, store the document that they're printing, by the way, unless it's specifically designed to, you know, purge that information immediately. So, okay, maybe it's an emergency, but no, so that's one thing. Like, you squirt out a couple documents, no one's the wiser. You're good to go. But no, you're printing off of, you're in the fucking Radisson Hotel. You're in the fucking Hilton, in the shitty, dingy ass office area that they give everybody with a fucking Windows XP computer sitting there, grimy ass keyboard you wouldn't want to touch. Worse than a public library, some dingy ass HP fucking inkjet sitting over there. You're cranking off fucking meeting notes between two world leaders. Quality Inn. Pete Hegseth did it. It's just embarrassing. It's any one of these things that, you know, that has happened under Pete's Pete's leadership here would have been massive scandals, right? But it's moot. It's moot to even point that out anymore, right? But I guess it's just irresistible to point it out that, you know, any number of these, any one of them, would have been massive, year-long, career-ending scandals, as well they should. Yeah, we just covered that picture, Seneca Athena. We covered that earlier. Welcome back. It's good to see you. Motel 8 at least have a pool. Yuck, man. Yuck. I'm not getting in those hotel pools. Disgusting. Disgusting. I don't know. Unless my kid wants to get in, then I'll get in the fucking pool. Trump says it's really on Zelensky to reach a deal with Russia. I mean, fuck this guy, dude. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious? Oh, it's really up to Zelensky to find the guts to capitulate to Putin and give me this win. It's really up to Zelensky now. Cards are on his fucking table now. Ramada is okay. They're all okay. Okay. You know what's shitty though is that they've become de facto better than Airbnb. Like, the whole thing's come full circle. How are you going to tell me to clean the place up and then charge me a cleaning fee? Okay? Like, I'm going to clean up anyway. When I stay in a hotel, I clean up. right? Because I'm like embarrassed if I leave a mess. I don't know if you guys do that. I don't leave them. I'm super embarrassed to leave a mess. I actually clean up in the hotel room. Also because usually I'm smoking some ganja. I got to clean up the crime scene. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes when I'm not smoking ganja, I do it anyway. I'm over there sitting by the window. Got the window all the way open, the fans blasting. Hope I don't get busted. But no, this motherfucker over here, Trump says it's really on Zelensky to reach a deal with Russia. I mean, just it's last month it was like, oh, I don't really like Putin, killing Ukrainians 10 seconds after this deal. It's like kind of embarrassing for me. I don't really appreciate that, and right back to the bootlicking. Like he desperately doesn't want to let go, because Trump can never be wrong. It's impossible for him to be wrong. So it's like he has to keep bending the world around his preconceived notions. And this preconceived notion of Russia, he cemented in the 80s. He's frozen in time. We've shown other examples about how dude is stone cold frozen in time, good or ill, it's negatively affected him a million times. Doesn't matter. Absolutely stuck in 1982, right? Taking Quaaludes and banging Playboy models. President Trump said it's up to Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky to get a peace deal done with Russia after the U.S. president met with Russian President Vladimir Putin on Friday. Quote, it's a terrible war where both are losing a lot. Yeah, both are losing a lot, but there's one side losing a whole lot more. Over 1 million casualties, okay? That doesn't include death. That includes deaths and injuries, casualties specifically. I didn't know that until recently. It would be a great achievement for them. Forget about me, right? And it's just, that's the exact opposite. It would be a massive, massive failure. And like it would be Ukraine's darkest day, not a massive achievement. And the reason why they would be doing it is all about Donald Trump. So it's literally the exact opposite. Gaslighter, and he does it so naturally, like the honey tongue. He's got a honey tongue. Anyone ever heard that? That's an old expression. Trump said during an exclusive interview granted to Fox News host Sean Hannity after his summit with Putin. I love how he runs directly to Sean Hannity. That is actually fucking adorable here. I wish Sean Hannity nothing but the best. Welcome back, Blue Brother in this motherfucker. Fragwitz in this motherfucker. News Underground. Only the realists can stay. Only the realists can handle this shit. Boy, I don't know if I have enough time to get to the Gaza section. Okay, I might have to do the Gaza section on Sunday. But only the realists of the real are going to be able to stick around in the Gaza section when I play that shit. First two clips I have. Softball interview? Of course it was. Trump said that there are many points he and Putin agree on after meeting with the Russian leader, but added it's really up to President Zelensky to get it done. Whatever, dude. Whatever. I would say the European nations, they have to get involved a little bit. Oh, can this guy shut the fuck up? God damn. I absolutely hate Donald Trump, okay? Trump told Hannity, and if they'd like it, I'd be at the next meeting. They're going to set up a meeting now. Not that I want to be there, but I want to make sure it gets done, and we have pretty good shot at getting it done. And what is getting it done? Capitulate. That's the reason why he's not invited, because his only prescription is give up, and he's trying to transmogrify that into a show of strength and brilliance and strategic brilliance. You imagine you're playing Risk with somebody and they just like, I forfeit. Yo, woo, I forfeit, dog. Yeah, boy. Selfie, got him. This is how we win at Risk, right? No, you lost. Yeah, but I won in my heart. Yeah, boy. Oh, by the way, you're arrested. Did I mention I'm the president and I run the whole fucking everything, and you're arrested, by the way. You shouldn't have played Risk with me, buddy. You knew the risks. That's what I always say. That's what I always say. You know the risks when you play Risk with the king. It's did I say king? Whoopsie daisy. Whoops, I mean president. So this shot was just totally wild. You never get to see anything like this. So it looks like morning. I don't know, morning, maybe afternoon. It looks like the morning. You know, there's clearly a lot of moisture on the foliage, and you can see so clearly the cannon shot, you know, right above the grass, right? The you know, it, you know, blasting all the water aside as it's skimming the top of the grass and then hitting its target. You rarely get to see this, you know, you just rarely get to see something like this. So I thought I'd show it to y'all. I don't know if there's any audio here. Okay, it's got the stupid audio. Then he gets a second one in here. Ah, just nuts. Just nuts. You can just see all of that be disturbed as it's flying down the fucking field there. And then the end result, just absolutely devastating. Hitting these locations. We don't need the fucking sound effects. They got the simulated, you know, Battlefield 6 fucking ambient, you know, we don't need that shit. Come on. That's a 120 millimeter shell. Nasty. Nasty. Nasty shit right there. Both sides are losing a lot. Both sides, yeah. I'm so sick and tired. I'm so sick and tired of reality, of factual, objective reality, just having absolutely nothing to do with the debate about whatever we're talking about. Right? You know, Gaza, Palestine, right? ICE, you know, oh, the rapists and killers. You know, I'm just so sick and tired of just absurd lies. You know, having to be, and like, you know, is this like the fourth estate? Did they teach us this? You know, this whole like we need to both sides everything. Like, why do we do this internally as well? You know, outside of mainstream media, we kind of like, oh well, you know, I don't know why. This is child trafficking. Russia launches catalog of Ukrainian children for adoption, sorted by eye and hair color. Yeah, you heard that right. Yeah. Yeah. They're kidnapping children, and then they're putting them in a catalog and adopting them as, you know, as quickly as possible. And you can sort by eye and hair color because somehow that's important. By the way, props to Melania Trump. Apparently Melania Trump gave Vladimir Putin some kind of letter talking about these children that are being kidnapped. I don't know what the words said. I'm sure it was all soft language. But apparently she gave Vladimir Putin a letter mentioning these children. Netanyahu will be doing the same thing. I don't know. I think he's gonna Soylent Green Gaza. I think that's the plan. He's gonna dump people up in a goddamn backhoe, dump them into a C-130 or whatever the hell, one of those big ass planes, and they're just gonna drop them off in fucking Africa somewhere. So your boy Quick Double Tap over there hooked this up. BB gets a great example from these so-called world leaders. It's true. He's taking notes, right? Oh, that's not bad, but we'll hold on to that one for later. Yeah, that'd be a good one. Just for some reason, I picture Bibi Netanyahu talking like Anthony Soprano for some reason. Gabagool. That's a terrible impression. It's terrible. Here's the Gabagool. But no, your boy Quick Double Tap hooked this up over here. This is just ghoulish. You know, you got your boy Dennis over here. Your boy. Everyone's your boy, by the way. Okay, this is how we talk now. But no, this is really something else. I don't want to set it up and spoil it too much, but let's just say this wife of a dead Russian soldier is, I don't know, man. She's got a weird attitude about the whole thing. You know? She's coping in a very strange way, we'll say.
Okay, so then I first saw this video yesterday. Well, I wouldn't say that
He would
I was
pwn it. Yeah,
shocked
he kinda
because
would,
there is
yeah.
nothing which could surprise me in Russia any longer.
Where's
But
my cut,
it
baby?
is outstanding
my
video,
cut?
and you'll understand why. I'll put subtitles, so we're gonna watch this video with you, and you'll understand everything, like the downgrade of the Russian society because of the war, and how the part of the Russian society, some of the wives of the soldiers, really profit from what is happening, and they don't care what might happen to their husbands. It is just one of many examples, and we're gonna dig down to the rabbit hole in general today. So we're not gonna focus on this single
They
video.
love that.
We're gonna
The
tell
big
you
ones,
what
the big
really
Baba
is
Bushka
happening
one.
with those black videos. But let's start. Thanks for translation to Alexander
Harmless
from my
monkey,
Telegram
good to see
channel.
you.
And I could translate it myself. I know Russian, but I'll put his translation because it is, I would say, very much correct.
Он идет на СВО, короче, все, я оформляю детей на него. Мы
Oh,
такие вся счастливые.
whoa! Sorry, here. Just the moment we need to read text. How crazy was that? The moment we got to actually read something on screen here. All right, let's get the premium. I'm paying for the premium bit rate. All right, let's start this over. Try not to look at the mole, okay? Look at something else. Play a video game on your other screen. I know that's what you're doing anyway. Don't look at the mole.
Он идет на СВО, короче, все, я оформляю детей на него. Мы такие вся счастливая пара. Получаю единовременную выплату в виде там 5 миллионов.
Okay,
5
so
million?
not the guy receives 5 million rubles, but she got this money from her husband. That's what I understood based on, I know Russian, so I understand here.
Пупсикова.
What is that? What,
And she's
$5,000?
happy. Her husband is out there in Ukraine and she became the millionaire. Also, she mentioned that they got kids. I don't know whether those kids are from the previous
Okay, yeah, $1,500. Okay, like let's not be calling her a millionaire, Dennis. But what the fuck you smiling about, bitch? What the fuck? That's not a lot of money for a dead husband. Jesus Christ, ladies, are we worth more? Are your husbands worth more than $1,500? You walk up to a married couple in the grocery store, right? And you ask the wife, would you take this $1,500 or lose your husband? She takes the $1,500. The guy just shoots the husband right in the head. She's like, oh, well, guess I'll buy a new one. I don't know. How does that work, man?
marriage or what, but they may stay without care and father in general.
No, she gets it enhanced.
Ежемесячно получаю также
fat
выплату, короче, там
injections into the mole.
200-300 тысяч.
So 200,000 or 300,000 she receives monthly from the soldier, but it is the usual salary for the Russian soldier, and he sends everything to her. Maybe he wants to take care about the kids. Maybe it was the main reason for him to go to war. Maybe he couldn't find himself in peaceful Russian life. He decided to go and KA some of the people in Ukraine and earn some millions to make her and her kids happy.
Плюс, считайте, какой, блядь, вообще выхлоп.
No, she had the Flintstones one with the bird. It's a living. She gets to upgrade to a CD player, y'all.
Охуенный, да? Детский сад, нахуй, льготы.
What a fucking sweet deal.
Кто он, блядь?
Free
Школа,
fucking
льготы.
benefits.
Ежемесячно,
shit?
кто
What?
он, блядь?
Who gives a shit who he even is? Whoa, dude. So I've talked about this before, but I mean, you know, nobody does nihilism like Russians. No one even really approaches any society like the nihilism that we see in America is disgusting. But it's just a whole other level of brazen, open, cynical, sociopathic nihilism. From the Russian military to the Russian civilians. Who gives a shit who he even is? What is this, a life hack? Hey, ladies, get yourself married to some drunken asshole who's about to get sent to the front lines. Life hack. Life hack. Crazy, dog. Crazy. But you know, I've met some folks. I have a family member who when they were talking, when she was talking about her ex-husbands, it was like there was no emotion there. It was weird. It was really weird. So people cope with that shit in different ways, but this shit is sociopathic, man.
Школа, льготы. Ежемесячная выплата, как, блядь, жена военнослужащая. Как жена военнослужащая.
She's laughing even then she says that she is his wife. Like, it is funny for her. Wow, what a dystopian world is there in Russia?
Блядь, мы вообще заживем, нахуй, мы на моря поедем, дети. Ребята, блядь, как вы думаете, почему у меня, нахуй, дети разъезжают то по Абхазии, то, вот, блядь, еще у одной девочки там мы подкинули денег, вот в Анапу поедем.
Oh my God. So she takes care more about her personal joy, about money, rather than the life of her husband. She wants money, nothing more, nothing less. But at the very end of this video, guys, it's gonna be a knockout, like what she says.
So I want to make clear, though, this does not represent everyone in Russia. I don't want to generalize on that level. And I would say this isn't even like an Israeli situation where it's like, no, 60 to 70% of Israelis, they want Palestinians gone. I'm not comfortable saying 60 to 70% of Russians think like this woman, because I've seen those man on the street interviews before that YouTube channel was banned. We saw those interviews, and it was, you know, of course they were selectively editing, but I was really, the thing that really most surprised me most consistently was the amount of people who were like, I disagree with this. I don't think this is good. You know, war is bad. This is antagonistic. We don't need Ukraine. You know, they're brothers. What are we even doing? You know, so I'm not comfortable saying, you know, all of Russian society is like this, by the way.
А потом, короче, его там убьют.
I cannot explain this reaction. I mean, she's sick. Like, we're nothing.
What'd she say?
А потом, короче, его там...
Right. So she's kind of framing this like it's a life hack. Get hooked up with a guy, get him sent to the front lines. He gets zeroed out. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. You're in the fucking money, dude. Good to go. You're set. You're set for life, ladies.
Убьют.
Wow.
I cannot explain this reaction. I mean, she's sick, and it's not just her. There are many of those women who are looking to marry soldiers or just random men to brainwash them, to force them actually to go to the Russian army to earn those millions. It is the scheme which is working in Russia, and she is in the scheme, and it will not end on one husband. No, she'll get more.
Да, дом-то я не знаю, купим, нет. Потом, короче...
The video cuts here. It's 1 minute and 5 seconds. It's fully available on my Telegram channel with translation from Alexander. Wow. This was posted a few months ago in one of the Russian podcast studios of Tomsk, I guess. I'll put subtitles for you to understand.
Квартиру. Где мне брать деньги? Находишь сейчас мужчину, который служит на СВО. Он погибает, и ты получаешь 8 миллионов.
Yeah, so they're framing it as like a life hack.
Многие так делают. Очень много женщин к нам приходят вот с этими 8 миллионами, покупая какую-то там дешевенькую квартиру. И ищут опять нового? Не знаю, не спрашивала. Надо будет задать вопрос.
This is the scheme. It is working in Russia.
Man, it's fucking sick, dude. It's fucking disgusting. There has to be pushback. There has to be people like in the comment section in Russia that are like, no, this is gross. This is absolutely disgusting. Fucked up shit, though. I wouldn't be surprised to see similar stuff like this, though, in a Trump controlled America, you know, over decades. Last video here. Small news creator. Wanted to give them a shot. They look pretty interesting. I think this was put in the Discord. Thank you, by the way, to everybody who contributes to the Discord. So we only got 15K subscribers here, but Trump, Putin, and U.S. Deportations, anti-war Russians sent back to Russia. So this is really disgusting stuff. We're talking about Russians that escaped Russia. They didn't want to fight in Ukraine. They escaped to the United States. And now Trump is sending their ass back to Russia, and they're getting sent straight to the front lines. Horrific. Disgusting. You know? And it's like, no, like, because, you know, if Trump really cared about, you know, helping Ukraine, he would have, you know, put his fist through Elon Musk and Starlink and said, you're cutting off Russia immediately. What is this shit? What is this shit? You're going to sit here next to me in the White House and undermine my foreign policy? I'm sending billions of dollars to Ukraine to help them win this war. I'm sending billions of dollars to Ukraine. Meanwhile, you're behind my back, giving Russia a massive technological leg up. So he doesn't mean that shit. He's been firmly on Putin's side from the very beginning. The whole thing has been like, how do I do this? How do I weasel my way into a situation where I can look like an anti-war hero, that I can look like I ended the war without giving up, without capitulating? But I really want to capitulate. I really just want to help Putin. I really just want to help him out. That's been the whole goal the whole way, is how can I maneuver? And that's why Zelensky has been so clever, because he's done a very good job of, being very kind and generous to Trump, and, you know, talking him up and not denigrating him. And, you know, how easy it would have been for him to be like, this guy's a total slob. He doesn't know what he's doing. But he's, you know, Zelensky's been walking this tightrope very, very well. And Trump's in a rock and a hard place here. Anyway, we're not going to listen to the whole 13 minutes, but I thought we'd give this citizen creator an opportunity. Let's have a look.
Hi, I'm Ksenia Zhukova. As the announced Trump-Putin meeting in Alaska draws closer, I'm thinking not only about Ukraine, although that question remains at the heart of...
You know, Harmless Monkey, I used to be kind of skeptical about that, but I mean, I'm starting to come around to that argument that there's some compromise, right? The kid screaming in the back will end really soon. He's about to get a warm titty in his mouth, and he's going to be very happy. So don't worry.
Everything, but also about what their relationship might mean for anti-war Russians seeking political asylum in the United States. Imagine you live in Russia, you oppose the war, you oppose Putin's regime, and you take part in protests. One administrative case after another is opened against you. You are detained, then by luck released, until one day your name appears on the official list of so-called terrorists and extremists. You have no choice but to flee. You cross borders hoping to be safe. You apply for political asylum, let's say in the United States, but your request is denied. You spend months in detention and are finally deported back to Russia, where you are arrested the moment you land. You might think that it sounds like the plot of a dark, absurd film. Yet, this is the real story of Russian activist Leonid Milekhin, now back in Russia and facing vague terrorism charges. And his story is not unique. I will tell you more stories. A young former soldier who refused to fight in Ukraine, deserted, fled to the US, applied for asylum, and lost his case. Now he is awaiting deportation. One more story. A 20-year-old who joined an anti-war protest was detained, fined, expelled from college, fled first to Georgia, then to the US, only to be detained again without a lawyer. Twice, US authorities tried to deport him. Twice he resisted. You know, after the second attempt, he was placed.
So at least Joe Biden wasn't doing this kind of shit, right? At least Joe Biden wasn't doing this kind of shit. But he didn't do enough. He could have been the guy. That would have really helped him, just nips Russia in the bud, you know? Steps on the gas, maybe even puts boots on the ground, right? To reinforce the Ukrainian north while those Ukrainians are then sent to the front lines in the east. Could have been the guy, you know, could have been the guy. And he just pissed it all away. Just conventional status quo. The guy was on autopilot. Autopilot. Putin dictated in Alaska in private. No ceasefire, just put decision-making on Ukraine. Yeah, it's the same shit. Like we're, literally we went nowhere. It was a complete waste of time. Faff session. That's what it was. Fucking masturbation. All right, moving on to Ukraine to USA. And yep, you're looking at that. Isn't even all the tabs. That isn't even, I've literally reached the limit on groups. There's actually more tabs after this. Oh no, that is the last tab, a Zoran Mamdani tab. So no, these are all the tabs in US. It's the US section. Everybody. Wanted to see, get a quick update on the Cybertrucks and Tesla situation. Putin won. The problem is Trump doesn't realize he lost. I mean, he could still, even now, as I hate to say it, but he could turn this whole thing around, right? Just getting behind Ukraine, but he keeps trying to make it work. He keeps trying to make Putin work, make the whole capitulating to Putin thing work over and over and over again. Different angles. It's like, well, maybe we could just do it this way. Maybe we do that. Ooh, we'll embarrass Zelensky in the White House. Nothing's working. And it's always in the service of trying to make Putin's invasion acceptable and also making Trump look like a peacemaker by letting Putin win. It's always that angle. That's the only thing he's interested in. Hold on. Make sure I spelled this correctly. Yeah. I don't know why I'm so I just have the worst imposter syndrome. I just have the worst imposter syndrome in the world. Big props to you, boy, HP Shorty, by the way, for providing the beats we're listening to right now. Thank you so much. HP Shorty, Greatest Hits Volume 2. Make sure you cop it today. Go over to JD Goody. Was that a record store? Virgin Records. Make sure you go to Virgin Records. Go to Hollywood Video. Buy the CD. Buy the CD at Hollywood Video. Today. Whom are you impersonating? I'll alert them. Impostering. I'll alert them. Bill Hicks, R.M. Brown, Kyle Kulinski, and Vosh. Those are the people that I'm directly ripping off. He would. The problem is his admiration for autocratic dictators. Indeed. So yeah, let's get a catch up. Let's get caught up here with what's happening with your boys over there, Tesla land, Cybertruck land. Cybertruck apparently not doing so great, but I'll work on it. Please do work on it. Okay, if there's one individual we need to bring back from the dead immediately, it's Bill Hicks. So please get on top of that, please. All right. Even in AI form, Bill Hicks would tear it up. big fess up. Respect, mate. We're, all of us in the political underground are trying to rip off Bill Hicks. Let's all admit it, okay? He's my motherfucking, some people, some lefties have Mao or Stalin up on the wall. No, I got Hicks on the wall. Okay, we got Hicks on the wall. Little bit of mushrooms, right? In honor, in effigy. So, Cybertruck apparently not doing so great. I couldn't imagine why. It's such a great vehicle. You've heard me talk about it constantly. I'm a big fan. I don't shit on this vehicle with every inch and ounce of strength that I possibly have and point out every single flaw. I've never in my life ever said that this will go down in history as one of the top 10 worst vehicles ever made in history. I've never said that, and I'll never say that. So let's go ahead and get a quick update from a happy Cybertruck owner on how things are going. Let's check this out. Yep. And right in the fucking face, you fucking idiot, you fucking moron, you absolute fucking loser. How about one more fucking time? Give me that one more motherfucking time. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Can we slow this down? How do we do this? Loop, show all controls. How do we... Show all controls. Come on. How do we do this? Slow this down. Okay, hold on. I need to slow this down. Hold on. Here we go. Oh, no. Playback speed. Here we go. Slow it way down. 0.05. There we go, daddy. One more time. How are we doing with that Cybertruck? We bought it. Why? Because he's a Cybertruck owner. That's why. Because we own a Cybertruck. End and beginning. Here we go. Right. I mean, metal right in the face. Right in the fucking face there. There we go. Awesome job. There's your Cybertruck update, folks. There you go. Cybertruck update. Things are going great. All right. Post that on social media. Like, you know, the first thing that I would do is delete that video. Right. Bro, give me that camera. We're not, that doesn't exist. That didn't happen. I was beat up by a black person. All right. What's up with the shiner on the face? What'd you do? What'd you do? Try to put a fucking sledgehammer on an exercise ball and smash yourself in the face with it? Never. Never. Yeah, so things are going pretty great. So I just wanted to show you, you know, I'm clearly in the minority here when I say self-driving isn't ready. Cameras and AI are never going to be enough. You need LiDAR or similar sensors so that the vehicle can understand what is and isn't in 3D space, because obviously the human eye can be tricked, right? So why do we think some camera and some algorithm could possibly be tricked, right? Obviously cameras are not enough. We need LiDAR sensors on these vehicles, right? I'm obviously in the minority. I mean, sure, there are qualified people who have made successful businesses like Waymo, who specialize specifically in autonomous vehicles, who have said you need LiDAR. LiDAR is the right way to go. It's the safe way to go. You know, they've said those kind of things. Uh-oh. Oh, sorry. Elon Musk is giving me a call. 1 second. Yeah. Hold on. Elon, baby, what's going on? Hey, we're just talking about your amazing vehicles here. Yeah, I'm actually, you know, you watching the stream? That's great. No, check it out. No, hold on. I'm going to actually show people how effective your self-driving technology is. So just stay on the line, okay? Just watch this video with everybody. And you could see, I mean, we have a happy customer, you know, Tesla customer, right? Because all your customers are happy, right, Elon? Yeah, I mean, it's just woke nonsense. So anyway, happy customer here, showing off full self-driving. It's the wave of the future, and no, we don't need LiDAR, right? Right, Elon? Yeah, LiDAR is for losers. Yeah, that's what he just said. All right.
At the end of the day, you don't need mapping. You don't need to know where you are at a centimeter level.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, real quick. No, I don't have my sister's phone number, Elon Musk. I'm sorry, you can't. I don't actually have that information. Sorry.
You just need really good AI. You just need really good intelligence.
Right.
And
just cameras.
You saw like all the extra sensors, all the extra hardware, all the extra cost to get the Waymo to run.
Whoops.
And
whoops. Yeah, you're killing people, Elon. You're literally using human beings as guinea pigs, Elon Musk. He's laughing about it. He thinks it's actually really funny. Yeah, no, human guinea pigs. Yeah, I know. You convinced millions of people to risk their lives to test your software, right? To make you a trillionaire. Isn't that hilarious? That's some funny stuff. I know. Anyway, I'll let you go, Elon. He says he's got group sex with like 6 people in his harem or something. He's got to impregnate 400 more people. Anyway, Elon, love talking to you, buddy. Love the Cybertruck. No, I don't want one. You got a lot of, how many? You got a couple extra. I don't want one. You're so kind. He's such a kind guy. No, I don't want one. Please, I had to send back the other one. Okay, I don't want one. Thank you. Anyway, bye-bye. Okay, bye-bye. Yep, you're a fascist. Bye. So there you go over there.
We can do pretty well without any of that.
Yeah, just tried to kill us. Yeah, did you notice how I had to save our lives from going into oncoming traffic? One more time, folks. This is technology. It works. We're not beta testers for Elon Musk's shitty product. And honestly, it's shitty. This is not going to the robotaxi thing failing. Okay, Cybertrucks failing. All right, the new Tesla model failing. It's just a revamp of the old shit. Promises. Okay, the boring tunnel in Las Vegas failing.
Hardware, all the extra cost to get the Waymo to run.
Whoa!
And,
whoa! Just casually driving into oncoming traffic there. No biggie, no biggie. Yeah, I got to pay for this, right? I pay extra for this honor to do this, right? Okay, right. Okay, right. So do you get a free penis tattoo? Is that extra? Or does that come with the package? You just get a big. Could you penis in text, or can you just get a drawing of a penis? You get both. You can pick one, right? You go for the full Monty. Get two big dicks on the cheek and then penis across the forehead. Do you do that as well? Is that part of the package? You got to pay for the privilege. You got to pay for this. Okay, this is extra money. This right here.
Hardware, all the extra cost to get the Waymo to run.
Fuck, whoops, whoopsies. Anyway, I love the taste of Elon's penis. Sieg Heil, right? Everyone's doing it. All right, so there we go. That's Tesla. Real quick, I wanted to show you a video of this is happening. Self-driving is happening. Tesla is not going to do it. Tesla is not going to be the company on the forefront of this. They've actually already been defeated, and it's only, the fact that Tesla is a meme stock now that the company is still seen as, something, that it isn't. But there are Waymo and there are other companies like this one here doing fully autonomous taxi services, and this, this is in San Francisco. I can see the Muni right there. This is the end of cabbing as a profession. It really is, and that's just a stone cold fact. And we, as a society, we can choose to do what we've always done, which is, well, too bad, so sad, you're kind of fucked. Good luck, retrain. If you're lucky, maybe we'll vote for a training program, to get you out of the coal mine, teach you how to, make a website or something. But in the next 5 to 10 years, it's going to be a rarity. Like the only reason you're going to see human cab drivers is if they're in a very small, isolated, poor, rural area, and it's strictly out of necessity, but they don't have enough money for this kind of technology. That's really the only place that you're going to be seeing human cab drivers. Everywhere else is going to be stuff like this. And this is fucking crazy. This is truly fucking crazy. So this is a company called ZOXOX or something, ZOX.
I actually started saying, hey, how's your day going to the driver?
There's no driver. There's no driver's seat. There's no driver's seat. It's just a pod, just a pod with seats on the back and either side.
We've arrived.
Potrero, I used to hang out in Potrero, yo. I love San Francisco. So there it is. So it's gonna take about 0.5 seconds for these to turn into disgusting crack dens. I guarantee it. If homeless people are allowed to be in these things, and it's just like the speakers blaring, "Please get out of the cab! Please get out of the cab!" They're gonna be in there smoking up, dude. What are you talking about? But besides the homeless turning these into portable crack dens. There's a guy selling Trump flags by my running trail. I was going to ask him, where are the Russian flags? You should. You're tubing. It's like, I know it takes a lot of balls to confront these people, but you shame them. Shame them. I got your back. I got your back. So how does this work when the car has to decide to kill 3 adults or 1 child in a hypothetical situation? I don't. No one's asking those questions, Blase. No one's asking those questions. Fire speed powered by Musk. Gaga goo goo. That's woke. Take him out. Grok's over here. Sieg Heil, Sieg Heil, Sieg Heil as it's fucking blasting into children. I am Mecha Hitler. I am Mecha Hitler. So wanted to show another amazing video from your boy Guard the Leaf over here. This guy up and comer over here. We got a comer. We got a comer.
I'm gonna come.
We got a comer over here. Guard the Leaf. He's been really, I mean, it's great. What I love about Guard the Leave is that he's been following the reduction of business because of the 51st state stuff. He's been following it purely out of spite, and you can hear it. He's the nicest Canadian. He loves his mother, right? Showing pictures from his mom in the background. This one's from a different guy, Rod L. But nicest guy in the world, nicest Canadian in the world, but not elbows up when it comes to 51st state. And he has been absolutely dedicating his life to cataloging how American businesses are now suffering because of lack of tourism. And he does these really great in-depth media analysis. And he's like, they're not even mentioning, you know, because they're talking to all these businesses and they're like, oh, it's COVID. It must be, I don't know. It's because of something else. It's because of this. It's because of that. Never, news isn't mentioning, people aren't mentioning, it's lack of Canadians, right? I would say, okay, he has highlighted at least one video where they do get into the lack of foreign visitors, but I would say it's only 1 out of 5 of these local news stories actually mentions Canadians and Europeans being like, I want nothing to do with this country. I don't want to visit it. We were going to visit Las Vegas. We were going to visit California. We're going to visit Miami. No, I'm going to go to Edinburgh. I don't know. I'm going to go to Ontario. There's a lot, Canadians right now are definitely encouraging each other to visit different parts of Canada. That's absolutely what I would love to do. I'm in a sticky situation right now with moving and whatnot. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. It looks like I am moving it back to California though. The one good thing about that is that I will immediately be joining protests, and I hope to see you there. For any viewers that are in California, that are in San Francisco Bay Area, San Jose Bay Area, I will be finally getting back in the streets where I belong, where I've been telling everybody else to get to. So I can't wait to do that. I have gone to a few protests here in Canada, but things are really crazy, right? I do have a legitimate excuse, but still, there's no excuse, right? So that will be one good thing, though, is that I will be able to rejoin the activists and protests in the streets and get out there on a regular basis. I hope to see you there. Hey, Harmless Monkey, as a European, hey, look what Keir Starmer is up to. I don't know if you live in the UK, right? I don't know what part of Europe you're living in. But, this neoliberalism, this failure of neoliberalism to stop fascism, that's happening across the fucking world. Look at France. Those people are fighting tooth and nail, and they're about to get a full-blown right-winger in there.
The summer swing never happened for us either.
I don't know if it's the hurricane, the economy, a mix of the two, but we've definitely been, everybody around here.
Promoting a movie. Are you a movie star, Harmless Monkey? Are you a movie star? Are you Seth Rogen? Look, I'm sorry about the letters, okay? It was a weird time in my life, okay? People were making a lot of comparisons. I thought we were related, okay? I'm sorry you had to go to a scientist who just had to, and have a cop deliver this information to me, specifically saying we're not related. There's no genetic relation. I'm sorry, Seth Rogen, okay? Look, I'm sorry, all right? I'll stop knocking on your door on Thanksgiving and generally being a menace to your family. I'll stop impersonating you and saying we're related when I go to parties. Okay, I'll stop. Harmless Monkey, what movie are you promoting? I'm curious. I want to know what the movie is.
That I spoke to has been down about 30% this year.
Hurricanes and the economy. Okay, if that's what you want to believe. But maybe it has to do something with your president.
Jump on now.
And probably the guy that you might have voted for. That big summer swing of tourists that you were counting on in Florida, it never happened. I've been saying this since the start of my channel that the U.S., and especially Florida, was in for a rough summer.
Spite.
And now, Florida tourism businesses are finally feeling it. I'm not going to sit here and gloat, but I saw it coming. Are these Florida businesses really that clueless? Maybe so, especially when the governor is this guy.
We continue to set tourism records. 2024 saw more than 142 million visitors come to the state of Florida. This includes 3.3 million visitors from Canada. That's not much of a boycott in my book.
Shut the
Maybe
fuck
they wanted
up.
to get a glimpse of what a Stanley Cup winning hockey team actually looks like.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm going to say it again because some of you seem to enjoy it when I did last time. What an arrogant prick.
Get on.
Florida is...
Get on. Hold on. I want to see this movie. Here we go. UK comedy drama. I want to see this. Let's see it.
You knobhead! Don't call me a knobhead. I didn't see your dog. I didn't kill it. She did.
Yeah, you all go to prison. You all go to prison.
Shut up!
None of us here is going to prison.
Whoa.
It occurred to me last night, the dog. What did you do with it?
I'm sorting it. To be clear, though, my doing it is by no means an admission of guilt or anything like that.
No, absolutely not.
And what about that girl?
She's okay, I think.
Actually, they're certainly nice, but it's still just amateur stuff. They have no value, no art market value, at least.
That's exactly why I want to exhibit them. You know, put them in,
Context?
No, frames.
Frames.
Got it?
No.
Okay.
Catherine, when I say I last saw my paintings on this table yesterday, I mean it, okay? They must have been stolen.
Do you want to close up? Actually, no, let's keep it open.
Oh, dangerous
I went to prison
women.
for a bit. Not for anything nasty, just some money laundering.
How did you get involved?
My husband. I still sometimes miss him. No, not him.
Yeah, this is the movie that Harmless Monkey is promoting. It looks pretty good. I like it.
The team, the time, the camaraderie. It was good fun while it lasted, and I miss that sometimes.
Ah. Oh. I mean, I love the song, but I'll get DMCA'd if I hear it here. Wait, I think I've seen her before. Annette Badland. I've seen her in a lot of things. She's a big actress. Joseph Marcel. I've seen him in a bunch of things. I've seen that guy before. So no, that's really great.
Look particularly dangerous.
So this is cool. This is like kind of hearkening back to, remember that '90s flick with the three women? It had Queen Latifah in it. I can't remember the name of it. Was it Getting Up or something like that? They were like bank robbers. They had to rob a bank or something. You know, good stuff.
The summer swing never.
All right, so let's finish up this video here. Sorry for the deviation, but when someone says that they're promoting a movie, I had to see the trailer. Look cool. Make sure you check it out. Support Harmless Monkey's movie, y'all.
Rough ride, and the snowbird season hasn't even started yet. Today.
So anyway, okay, that was really kind of the big chunk of the video that I wanted to show. Anyway, make sure you support Guard the Leaf, folks. Make sure you're liking and subscribing. He's covering the downfall of, well, there was actually, did he get into, yeah, no, there was a clip here. Hold on. No, he shows a clip that I wanted to show. Hold on. I'm cutting a little too early. Oh, of course, Harmless Monkey. It looked cool. There is a clip that I wanted to show here.
Cover story and the summer travel slowdown. For weeks, we've been telling you about how major tourist destinations like New York City and Las Vegas are reporting significant drop-offs in visitors. And tourists and businesses here say they're seeing the same thing.
The summer swing never happened for us either.
I don't know if it's the hurricane, the economy, a mix of the two, but we've definitely been, everybody around here that I spoke to.
The hurricane, the economy, the mix of the two. Maybe it's the 51st state shit. Maybe it's the repulsive, repugnant slime bag oozing bile every time he opens up his fucking gob. Right? No, can't be. Must be the weather.
It's been down about 30% this year.
So tonight, we are following through on businesses along Johns Pass Boardwalk who are hoping for a busy summer travel season after they suffered costly repairs following...
Yo, fire your barber, homie. Fire that dude.
Hurricane Helene. According to Visit Tampa Bay, tourism numbers have been on par with recent years. However, ABC Action News reporter Blake Phillips is listening to those business owners who say that has not been the case for them.
Did you catch that? Tourism Tampa Bay claims that things are on par with recent years. But the business owners you're about to hear from, they're saying something very different about what's really happening to their bottom line. This is why I don't listen to anything that any tourism executive or government official says about their state of tourism. I'd rather hear it from the people on the ground.
Yeah.
The business owners, the housekeeping
No, they're lying. They're straight up fudging the numbers right now. They're trying to avoid panic.
Staff, the restaurant servers. the ones who see the reality every single day.
Because if they come out and say the reality, investment starts drying up. It starts to become a self-fulfilling prophecy.
So keep that in mind. The next time you hear someone in an official
Blue Brother.
capacity
Yeah.
trying to spin their numbers.
What? He's just Hitler?
So it
What's
is a
the
ghost
deal?
town.
For many along John's
What?
Pass,
He's
business
just
has been
gonna
falling
kidnap
short.
you?
It's the slowest year we've had since 2020.
Following Hurricane Helene, the damage kept businesses closed in some cases for over 2 months, and then for some, even longer.
And that's why I say we were blessed, because we were closed 10 weeks, which is a lot, right? And it hurt us a lot. But in comparison to some people, it's not, because some people, like I said, are still not working and they're still out of jobs.
Harmless Monkey, you're way out of pocket, dude. Ice King of Space is not anti-gay. You got it. You're misreading something, okay? All right, you're way out of pocket here, Mr. Harmless over here with the fucking claws out. Meow, meow, Harmless Monkey. Jeez, no wonder you got a cat as your avatar over here. Jeez.
ABC Action News spoke with several different businesses along John's Pass back along the 4th of July holiday week. And even then, they were hoping for a big summer boost to help cover the lost revenue and repair costs.
But this year, since the hurricane, it's been really bad, so it's really hard to tell.
Now, 1 month later, they tell me that just didn't happen.
Spring break really never happened for us. And then the summer swing never happened for us either.
So that's interesting that spring break didn't happen, because that would be mostly locals, wouldn't it?
The kids locally just went back to school, I guess, this past week, and now it is just dead.
I'd really like to know how many of your customers this time last year were international tourists.
Yeah, that would be interesting data. Anyway, folks, make sure you're checking out Guard the Leaf. I gave you the link in the chat. Support him, like and subscribe. I think he's an up-and-comer. I think he's doing really well. I hope to see more of him. Moving on to our next story here, a Democratic Party with any... so this is Kevin M. Cruz on Blue Sky, not Twitter, so you can have a blue check. I'll let you be. A Democratic Party with any spirit would stage a press conference every single day to present Donald Trump with one sarcastic award after another. The Dennis Hassert Award for enabling pedophilia. Yay, thank you. Thank you. Wait, no, that's Boss Baby. Wait, nope, that's the wrong one too. Never mind. The Richard Nixon Memorial Trophy for lawlessness. The Blue Ribbon for setting a record federal deficit. So very funny stuff, but I've said this before as well. Where are the Democrats? How come there isn't a designated Democrat who every single day gets in front of the camera and says, okay, well, let me just go over all the various lies that Donald Trump has said, all the various mistruths. Okay, we're done with the lies. Now let's cover the things that he's destroyed, the things that he's dismantled, the things that he's taken away from you, the things that he's cut. Every single day, there should be a designated Democrat doing just that. I'm fucking stick up my butt from the Democratic Party, and here I'm just going to objectively list off all the crimes that Donald Trump is committing. Here's all the overreach, the authoritarian overreach. Silence. It really is. Just, because they're just like, they think it's going to be another Joe Biden situation where stay quiet, rake in as much money as you can, fundraise, and let the American people choose, that you don't have to make any promises. They're just going to choose you over Donald Trump because he's so terrible. And it's like, they think it's easy pickings. If Donald Trump wasn't actively trying to destroy the electoral system, they might be correct. They might be able to just coast their way into a victory. But yeah, this person was speaking in reference to what Donald Trump said. More Kennedy Center absurdity. Makes himself the head of this thing. And now wants to give himself another accolade. Trump, since 1978, the Kennedy Center honors have been amongst the most prestigious awards. I wanted one, never able to get one. I would have taken it. I waited and waited and waited, and I said, to hell with it, I'll become chairman. I will give myself an honor. Next year, we'll honor Trump, okay? It would be really funny if this man wasn't so incredibly dangerous, right? It would be actually really hilarious and late night TV and Mad TV and SNL. They could have a lot of fun with this. But the guy, you know, it reminds me of when he was asked, you know, who do you think should be the Pope? And he goes, me. I should be the Pope. So I'm really honestly curious if this guy is going to start calling him, at some point, he's going to start calling himself king. Change the title of the president to king. I know it's like, well, that's on the nose. That's gauche. That's gaudy. That's Trump. Right? We got to gold plate everything. And president, that's not very gold plated. That's pedestrian. Right? That's just something, you could be president of your, you know, cookie club. President of your book club, right? You can't be king of your book club. Okay. So we gotta gold plate this title. I don't know about saying I feel confident that they've had meetings about that, but rattling around somewhere in this fucking dome, he's thinking about it. We should just change it to king. I want to be a king. I want to be king of America before I die. So Chuck Grassley over here getting a little taste of his own medicine. Chuck Grassley is a proud right-wing fascist. And here he is, you know, innocent tweet for his granddaughter who happens to be black. He's, you know, Chuck Grassley here, very proud of my granddaughter-in-law, Tishay, a new American citizen after growing up in Ethiopia. Yeah, too bad, huh? So what do we think Chuck Grassley's constituents had to say about this? Congrats. Hey, that's great. Wow, what an honor. She looks like a hardworking American citizen. You think that's what Chuck Grassley's constituency had to say about this? Let's see. If she grew up in Ethiopia, how is she a citizen here? Huh? Hey, what? Well, she can't be American. She was born in Ethiopia. That's impossible. Wait, I thought MAGA was racist, homophobic Nazis. Gotcha, liberal. Why is she in our country? Seriously. What is conservatism conserving? Oh my God, she's not white. What are we conserving again? And then Mr. White, I mean, this like literally from fucking Stormfront. If Senator Grassley is a true conservative, what the fuck is he really conserving? This is my problem with so-called conservatives. They never conserve anything. They certainly haven't conserved our country, haven't conserved taxes, most definitely haven't conserved what? Oh, she's black. Oh my God. So there you go. Here's another meme. Welcome to Texas. We're very conservative here. You know, this is like, it's so ironic to me because this is beautiful. This is a beautiful thing. You know, cultures mixing. Right? And they see it as, oh, you're dumb. You're a dumb whitey for doing this. And of course they make the Mexican woman, you know, ugly and dwarfish, right? Note the teeth. Mexican women are beautiful. Okay, if these fucking virgins have ever, you know, touched a tit in their life, they would know Mexican women are beautiful. So anyway, we, you know, it's they will be the snake that catches the tail because they're going after gay marriage, and they're also, you know, starting to have a conversation about interracial marriage. And literally one of the Supreme Court justices says interracial marriage. So they're going to have to do interracial marriage unless you're a millionaire or something. I'm switching to Kick. It doesn't eat up my bit rate like Twitch. You show them, Simply Steve. As a German, I want to get the green card in the U.S. so you don't need more Ethiopians. Oh, that's disgusting. All right. Just go ahead and look at that. We got a lump of shit just kind of hanging around in the chat, guys. What do we do with lumps of shit? Do we pick up the lump of shit and have a conversation with this piece of shit in your hand? What do we do with shit when we see shit in the chat? There we go. See, that's the proper sanitary thing to do with feces, right? Bye-bye. Moving over to ICE. It's disgusting. It's hilarious. It's absurd. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of money. It's not scaring anybody. It's not scaring anybody, you know. But what it is very dangerous, because what Donald Trump is trying to build is, of course, the justification to do this in San Francisco, to do this in LA, to do this in Maine. They look like clowns, way overdressed. They look afraid. They look like cowards. They look exactly like who they are, right? These poser Meal Team 6 conservative pretend badasses who think, you know, they're all Arnold Schwarzenegger in their mind. They think they're the heroes of all these stories. You know, they think that they that they're protectors. And it's beyond ironic, because these so-called protectors, these so-called patriots, are actively dismantling the nation, actively, destroying the separation of military and policing. That's there to protect American people. You know, that's there to protect our liberty, to protect our freedom. I guess fascism has to be absurd, right? It has to be absurd. It has to be farcical, because that's the only way fascism can exist, as just, contradictory. It's inherently contradictory, right? We want purity, and we want stronger citizens. We want a stronger society. So let's make us actively weaker by removing incredibly talented, hardworking people from our society arbitrarily, because they have more melanin in their fucking skin. It's contradictory. Fascists said they want a strong country, and then they make it anemic. Fill it with a bunch of fucking doughboys and crispy brand new military gear that they've never, that they've only worn out to go tackle somebody at the Home Depot in. How does that feel, tackling somebody with fucking, magazines and shit in your fucking in your tack vest, right? And you're tackling some 19-year-old at a Home Depot. That's got to feel great. So yeah, here's the public response to this clear intimidation. Yeah, blasé. That's troubling. That's troubling. So checkpoints. Checking for what? What? Brown skin? What are you checking for? Checkpoint was a, quote, routine operation. What specific criteria? Show me your papers. Show me your papers. That's it. Show me your papers. And they're all cool with it, right? Because we got, I've talked about this quite some time. These institutions were already infested with right-wing conservatives who have been dying for this opportunity. Of course, there's people in the institution fighting back. Apparently, there's a lot of grumbling in the military institutions that are having to do this. They don't really want to do this. They're half-assing it. But the police, oh, they love this. Oh, police, federalize me, daddy. The police absolutely have been chomping at the bit. Why? Because the last, 5 decades longer, the police union has been turning local policing into a military unit. They openly brag about military-style policing. So, no surprise here. They absolutely love this, man. Hurt me, daddy. So they're betting on apathy and fatigue, and they're correct. Like, look at the meager crowds that are already gathering here. Not enough people, really. Maybe 100 people or so making noise. People making noise out their windows, but eventually it'll just like, look what happened in L.A. Right? They were there. They just continued to be there, and people just like, okay, excuse me, officer, I'm going to go get milk from the grocery store. Shame. So we got more footage here. citizens standing up for themselves. So this is great, but I don't, you know, I mean, I hate to be cynical about it, but I don't want to be caught off guard. I don't want to be surprised by the apathy of your average American citizen, right? Because it's very real. Oh, got another one. Wow, great job, guys. Oh, you got him. Wow. Wow. We don't have to answer any questions. We're allowed to do this. This is good. This is liberty. This is America. Don't talk back or we'll arrest you. We'll deport you. I was born and raised here. We'll deport you anyway. Off to El Salvador to get raped. So if it was up to Tom Hooman and if it was up to Donald Trump, this man would be kidnapped, taken directly to the airport. No paperwork, no processing, in the clothes he was kidnapped in, put on a plane, and several hours later dumped into a country that maybe he hasn't been in over a decade, depending on the situation for the person, right? That's how they want to do it. No court, no deliberation, no transparency, no documentation. Kidnap, deport, end of problem. They just see it, oh, gone, problem solved. That's the system that they want to set up.
Bad people.
Yeah, it looks like cringe airsoft cosplayers. Yeah.
Shame on you. You think this country loves you so much?
Yeah, so they should absolutely be ashamed of themselves. Are they? Yeah, come on. Come on, we're talking about conservatives here. Shame is the first thing to go, okay? Shame is the first thing in the dumpster, okay? You know, shame, and then and then greed and avarice and corruption is the second thing. But shame? Oh, man. You know, you're more likely to teach a pig ballet than to teach a conservative shame. So here we go, kidnapping another person. Oh no, now we're just open intimidation. Oh look, we can't have any documentation. So, you know, some coward who gets a hard pee at the thought of being able to crack some skulls, you know, without any kind of recourse. Sorry. I've been dying to use this. Yeah, I'm a tough guy. Oh, tough guy. Yep, I'm tough guy. Yes, sir. That's what tough guys look like, right there. That's what they look like. They don't look like toddlers with full diapers. You know, they don't look like pudgy little cowards. No, not at all. No, they look badass. The badass glasses, and I got my baton. I'm gonna beat you up. I'm gonna beat you up. You better watch out. You don't have a right to film. You don't have a right to film. More here. DC police and federal agents have now begun using checkpoints. Just more checkpoint footage. And it's literally just them twiddling their thumbs, you know. And we're, you know, it's still kind of early days, but we're already seeing farms go kaputski. We're seeing produce rotting on the vine. You know, if you're an undocumented person, you're not showing up to work. You know, you're doing only the bare minimum to survive. You're peeking your head out only to survive. And they're starting to, like, you know, work together. Of course, they're already very close, that community, you know, immigrants and whatnot. But they're now like, they're doing a motherfucking, you know, underground railroad kind of support network. I wouldn't be surprised to hear if that's what they're setting up for each other, because that's what's going to be necessary here with Vosh, is that cops should have rigged the cameras surrounding them with some sort of rig live streaming 24/7. Yeah, I mean, you should be able to push a button and take a piss break, because I don't want to see you taking a shit. Okay, like maybe you push the button and request it, and then the office clicks the button on the camera, right? So you can't just turn off your camera at any time you want. Oh, I'm taking a piss break. Mag dump somebody, right? Okay, because I don't want to, look, no one wants to be recorded taking a shit, okay? But that's it, dude. That's it. That camera should be going 24/7 otherwise. That's a different streaming service. They're milking the overtime? Sure, I mean, they got, what do they got to, they're being told to go hard. It's weird because these institutions are basically being told to, start fights, intimidate, be scary, frighten people, and like Trump will get you back if you go too far. Trump's got your back. So they're like, really? Do we just get to abuse people? What are we doing here? I thought we were trained to stop a foreign invasion. What the fuck is going? Now I'm part of an invasion. So here we go. More harassment, more checkpoints, and boy, the business downtown, I'm sure that's going to skyrocket with this kind of shit going on, right? All the small businesses downtown. I'm sure a grand majority, they're out here for the nightlife. They're out here for the bars, to go to restaurants and things like that. Oh, how fun is that? Yeah, I had to get your papers checked by a legitimate fascist on your way to get some fucking lobster bisque. It's like, nah, I think we're just gonna cook a pizza tonight, honey. I don't really want to get patted down by a 20-year-old who was just trained on how to do law enforcement 20 seconds ago. So you heard right, folks. You heard right. Trump is ready to invade U.S. ally if it doesn't cave to his demands. They're talking about Mexico. Yeah, you heard right. Yeah. Drop plans. This pussy doesn't have them in it. He doesn't. Order the military to fucking invade Mexico? Fuck off. It's bluffing. It's bluster. Drop plans. It's easy, right? Just get your fucking subordinates to do it. It's easy to ask for. It's easy to boast about. He needs distractions. This pussy isn't lining up troops on the Texas border and invading Mexico. Never happening. He doesn't have it in him, even now. But sure, yeah, he asked his goons to whip something up. Why not? Right? Add another distraction to the pile. And he's such a dumbass. He thinks this is going to help with Scheinbaum. This is supposed to help his negotiations, his trade negotiations with that country. I mean, you did hear they were threatening to invade you. Yeah, we heard you, Donald. Yeah, we're still going to do retaliatory tariffs. Oh, well, that's too bad. Yeah, okay. I'll see you when you're lining up troops on the border, bud. We'll do it. I mean, talk about it. It'd be Vietnam 2.0 in there. It'd be fucking Vietnam 2.0, dude. The guerrilla warfare would be bananas. Okay, you'd have to nuke the whole place just to succeed militarily. It'd be a fucking massive quagmire. So many tankies on Twitch is disgusting. Look, if you want to be a 17-year-old and you want to talk about Mao and Stalin and shit, okay, I'll give you a break. You're hitting 30 and you're still, worshiping these characters. You got no excuse, man. Grow up. Epstein files out? Yeah, they're out. Yeah. More footage of ICE here. I should have had this all clumped together. Sorry, I'm not a professional. But here we go. They're standing around. Take a break, lay off the Hassan. I have a Hassan clip in here somewhere. Trying to make Los Angeles a safer place, huh? Yeah, looks like it. Bunch of scary ass motherfuckers ready to kidnap, dude. Ready to snatch. Wearing gloves, they got zip ties. Ready to drag your ass off to a fucking dungeon. Just trying to make things more safe. Just trying to make everyone calm down. Everyone needs to calm down a little bit. I'll fucking arrest you if you don't calm down. These fucking Elmer Fudd motherfuckers. Dressed head to fucking toe, dude. They must be boiling in these fucking costumes. Holy shit.
Los Angeles is sacred place since we won't have politicians.
360, set up a perimeter before these wokesters change our sex. Hurry up, they're gonna turn us trans. I don't want to suck dick, I don't want to do that. You get away from me. I hate penis. This outfit clearly says I hate penis. I can't make it more clear. I don't think about penis in the car. I don't think about penis in the shower. I don't think about penis at all. You do, you wokester pervert. I bet you have a penis. Let me see your penis. I didn't say that. I'm just checking your gender. Operation Litterbox. You'll never change my gender. Yeah, they look unkempt. They look like me. I put on a fucking mask, start fucking pushing you around. Let me see the penis. Come on. Hey, femboy. No, get that femboy. You come here. Come here, you sexy little thing. Yep, up the skirt. Let's see it. That's a femboy penis right there. I hate looking at that. That makes me disgusting. That makes me disgusted. I hate looking at that femboy penis. Let me see one more time. Okay. Yeah, okay. I hate that. Yep. Nothing I hate more than looking at femboy penis. You're free to go, you sexy little thing. I clean up better than them after a 3-day mushroom trip session. Just wake up in a fucking gutter. At least I'm not ice. Like they putting in it. No, they're not putting any effort. No. In hiding it, you mean hiding their super gayness? Yeah. Or no, you're talking about their unkept nature. You're not talking about my hilarious femboy jokes. All right, moving on to the next story here. West Virginia National Guard to deploy D.C. to support Trump's federal takeover. So, you know, showing allegiance. They're down for this shit, right? You're making a decision. You're like, I'm down for the fascism. Okay, this is a dictatorship, right? I'm picking a side. And, you know, that's what we're seeing every day. So this guy's picked a side. Going to send troops, support the fascist takeover, right? You know, we're going to see this. We're going to see more and more of this. You know, Texas, Kentucky, sending in the fucking troops into California, right? Sending in a bunch of good old boys. We talked about this way back when we talked about this. Like, it's like we had a conversation. It kind of sounds like they want to, you know, send in good old boy death squads into liberal cities, right? And that's you know, and under the color of law, a quick little deputization and watch a couple training videos. Here's your mask. Here's your gloves. Hop in the Penske truck. We're gonna go harass some gay people in San Francisco, right? Oh yeah, woo! We got free dip in the truck, boys. So, and here's the thing that really frightens me. You know, we're talking about, you know, neoliberal getting back in, and let's fantasize for 1 second that somehow Donald Trump allows for a open and fair election to happen, and then somehow magically a peaceful transition of power happens, right? Let's just fantasize. I'm worried that none of these guys are going to see any jail time. We got to look forward, not back, like Barack Obama said. I don't know why I did the Trump thing. I guess they're all Trump to me now. Right? No prosecutions of George Bush, right? We're not going to look at that stuff. We're just going to look forward, not going to look backwards. And it's like these guys got to go to jail for treason. For treason. Oh, that's too much. Let's not go that far, says Nancy Pelosi, says Merrick Garland, says Joe Biden. Let's not go that far. No, let's go that far. These people need to see jail time. They're traitors to the Union. They're seditious. This is treason. Okay? And like no legal harassment whatsoever, huh? Nothing. Yeah, we're just going to let them skate because that's what Nancy Pelosi wants, right? But don't even bother fantasizing about a Gavin Newsom or a Pete Buttigieg getting in charge. Because do we sitting here honestly think after January 6th, after the Supreme Court made Donald Trump a fucking king, we think honest democratic elections are just going to happen, huh? And they're going to respect the results if they do. moving on. He's calling people filth. He's straight up calling people filth. Scrape away the filth. So this is just one of his truths. Put out another truth. That's what they call these. Truths. But he's like, the White House is in charge. The military and our great police will liberate this city, scrape away the filth, and make it safe, clean, habitable, and beautiful once more. The filth. Talking about American citizens. You know, down on your luck, some guy who got a divorce and he's got cancer and he can't afford his treatments, and now he's out in the fucking streets. That guy's filth? Why? Because he drinks a beer to get through the fucking day? Ironically, the biggest piece of filth is the one speaking, right? Donald J. Trump. So this is interesting what's happening in D.C. with the mayor. Before I play the video, I'll just give you a quick timeline. I'll keep it real short. But the basic gist is that her strategy initially was basically saying, well, the law is actually very clear. The executive order, like the law that Donald Trump, is not an executive order, but the law that Donald Trump initiated is very, very clear. You know, they get to take over policing for this city. Boom, you know, bada bing, bada boom. So that was kind of her initial response. She did like a speech, right? A statement. The day later, the next fucking day, she's already pushing back and calling to citizens and fellow politicians to push back against this. There's a question of legality. Who's actually in charge of the DC police? You know, who has jurisdiction? There's been some push and pull on that. I have more news about that coming up. Maybe this CNN video will cover it. But basically that's the timeline of things, where she came out and she said, well, basically there's not much I could do. That's the law as written. I hand over control over to the president. That's just how things go. And then the next day it was not like, you know, raise your fist and join people in the street, because that's too much for a neoliberal. But it was a more defiant tone of, okay, this is an overreach, this is authoritarianism, et cetera, et cetera. All of it is meaningless though, because, you know, because she's not going to do what's necessary, you know, to really put up any kind of resistance here. It's pretty clear to me. Honestly, though, there's not much she can do, you know, in terms of legal. You know, if she does resist, and effectively, she would have to be doing so illegally. I think she should do that because this is unprecedented times and we need to act unprecedented. And of course, I'm not talking about violence. I'm just saying, like, occupy your own office, you know, something like that. You and your staff, you know, just literally like, we're not leaving, like, and we're running the police, you know, you and the police chief, you know, do some kind of thing, right? So they're not doing any of that. Oh, and by the way, bit of a non sequitur here, kind of. But the rumors is that the Democrats in Texas are going to return to Texas to give them a quorum. So far they haven't. But apparently there's grumblings. That's like, you know, they, of course, and I told you last week, you know, they have to go 70 days or 90 days or something. They're not, you know, and they're not even going to get to 30. They're not even going to get to fucking 30 or 40 days before they pack it in. Oh, I got to see my family. No, come on. Shouldn't you be protecting the country, the democracy for your fucking family and your kids? Whoa. So we'll see. They're bitching and moaning. They're trying to hint and lay out the groundwork to say, well, we had no choice. We had to come back in Texas. And if you don't know what we're talking about, look it up. It's about denying a quorum to the Texas fascists who are trying to gerrymander Texas and give the Republicans 5 more seats and remove 3 or 4 seats from the Democrats, like literally just removing them from the House of Representatives, right? By redistricting their state. Did they really? I didn't see that. Did they come back? No. They're already back? Okay, no. Video, Texas House fails to reach quorum in redistricting fight. That was 1 day ago. Texas legislature's second special session begins as quorum-breaking Democrat Please click the thing. Please work. Come on. Planned return. No! You know, I've said it before, I say it again. If we want to save democracy, we have to remove the neoliberal cancer from leftism. Okay? We have to eradicate these neoliberals politically. Okay? Put down your fucking Luigis. Your little Luigi statues that every leftist has now. We just carry around our Luigi statues, you know. Pray to Luigi. So they're planning a return. And what is going to happen? The second that they return, new special session, new vote, bing, bang, boom, done. It's going to happen within minutes. Minutes. And these fucking these wet noodles are going to get in front of the camera and do this. Huh? Can we give us more money? Can you donate to us? I sent you an email for $5. Remember Bernie? If it wasn't so like anti-democratic and dangerous and anti-constitutional, I'd be cheering this on, right? Because the neoliberal establishment deserves this. They deserve to be eradicated politically. You know, they deserve this existential battle. They don't represent us. They don't represent people. They can't do politics. They suck at this. All they know how to do is fundraise. They've been doing it for 30 years straight. They don't know how to do anything else. But Nancy Pelosi their way through their career, making gobs of money. Anyway, back to ICE. I don't know if I have any more stuff about Texas, but there's your Texas update. I need to go get a fan or I'm going to pass out from heat stroke. I'll be right back.
There are new images of President Trump's police takeover rolling out in the nation's capital. FBI and DEA agents, some wearing masks, bulletproof vests, seen patrolling the streets of Washington, D.C.'s Georgetown neighborhood. And that Trump move is coming all really into clearer focus. Just as it is becoming into clearer focus, it's also raising new questions of which city is next. So first to D.C., the National Guard were seen at the Washington Monument. As well, we've also seen law enforcement personnel with the Department of Homeland Security and the U.S. Marshal Service taking part in traffic stops. And U.S. border...
I might need an extra couple minutes to go have like a crying break. I need to go cry in a fucking corner about these Republicans coming back. You can't hang out in somebody's house. Can't you literally sit in a basement, drink Mountain Dew, and play fucking Xbox? Can you fucking do anything? Read a book? Hang out somewhere? You have to come back. You have to come back and give these utter scumbags the ability to destroy our democracy. Why? Because Gavin Newsom's going to save you? Oh, we're going to redistrict anyway? Man! Yeah, you'd like to see that, wouldn't you, Dari? You sick fuck.
Agents on patrol at D.C.'s Union Station, the major hub for train travel there.
I'm going to go
this
birth
part
my
of the
child.
president's
I'll be right
crime
back.
crackdown, he says, in that city, a city he's tried to portray as being overrun by criminals, despite, again, the statistics and what the math and numbers say, which is the city has seen a 26% drop in violent crime from this time last year. With hundreds of federal law enforcement now on the streets of D.C., the FBI says 23 arrests were made overnight. And according to the FBI director, FBI agents were involved in nearly half of those arrests. CNN's Elena Treen is at the White House for us this morning, and a very different day it is this morning. What are you hearing today?
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, Kate, we have now really seen this ramped up presence of federal law enforcement in the streets and really at these high trafficked tourist spots. That is what we're hearing from our conversations with people here at the White House, where they want these federal law enforcement agents to be focused. So you mentioned we saw the National Guard. We actually saw 5 armored personal carriers near the Washington Monument on Tuesday evening. This comes after the National Guard had came in on Tuesday. But then, of course, we showed those images of people in the streets in Georgetown and all of these areas that we know where there's a lot of traffic, not necessarily, though, the areas we know where crime is the highest, places like Anacostia and others. And we've heard some criticism of that approach. So we're going to have to see really how this all continues over the next 30 days, because that is another key question, of course, is how long are we actually going to see this, and how effective is this going to be, this entire federal takeover? We know that the president has until mid-September. After that point, the White House has said that they are going to reevaluate what this process looks like. And of course, after that as well, he would need congressional approval to move forward. But a key thing that they're going to be analyzing as well throughout.
Yeah, it really doesn't get any more clear. And you're from Germany, if I remember correctly. So, you know, like they still teach German school children about how this is a clear sign of authoritarianism, right? They don't really teach American children that anymore. Thanks, Texas.
That time period, again, is how successful is this? Because the key question is whether or not this is actually going to end up being a model for some of these other cities we know that the president has mentioned, places like Baltimore, where we did hear the governor of Maryland say that he believes that this move is not necessarily, it's dangerous and it could lead to problems, but also cities like Los Angeles, Chicago, all of that's still unclear as we watch how this ends up playing out over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, not mincing words on what he thinks about it, also having served himself. D.C.'s mayor, she has been watched very closely on how this is rolled out. She's in a different position than other mayors are, given D.C.'s status. A lot of talk about how diplomatic and careful she had been in talking about this move by the president and the administration. Seems to be shifting a bit, though.
I think that's exactly right. She's been treading very carefully. She's been very careful with her rhetoric. We've really seen that over the last week. I mean, when the president first announced that he had plans to do some of this, or even just wanting to bring in some federal law enforcement in the first place, it took her 5 days initially before she actually spoke out about it. And then even after he had made this announcement on Monday, saying that he was going to be using the D.C. Home Rule Act to really have this takeover with federal agents, she still tried to argue that perhaps, it might be good to see people in the streets, while also noting that this move was unprecedented. But then yesterday, she did change her tone a bit. Listen to what she said.
We all need to do what we can in our space, in our lane, to protect our city and get to the other side of this guy and make sure
What does that even mean? Wishy-washy bullshit. Not get in the streets, not resist fascism, not this is clear authoritarianism, these people are wasting taxpayer dollars and taxpayer time. We got to get to the other side of this guy. Huh? What, in fundraising? What are you talking about? What? More strongly worded letters? What other side of this guy? Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll get right on it. Yeah. Well, I'll see you there. I'll be there in an hour. I'll meet you there on the other side of that guy. You don't even have the balls to say Trump. This isn't leadership, right? This is another autopilot status quo. It's my turn. I shook the right hands and I glad-handed with the right people in the party. So they gave me a chance. It was my turn. I don't know how much that's true of Bowser, because usually mayors of color have a harder time, doing the autopilot thing. But this isn't fighting. Get on the other side. We have to what? We need to do what we can in our space. What? I guess that means do what you're comfortable doing. Stick your neck out as far as you're comfortable. But that's a pussy way of even saying that. Get on the other side of this guy and make sure we elect a Democratic House. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Vote fascism out, guys. That's the solution. Just vote fascism out. That'll work. Right. And when it's too late, right? When it's too late, she'll get in front of a camera and a microphone and say, oh, yeah, it was clearly fascism. Oh, it was clearly authoritarian. Clearly. right? Once the stakes are no longer stakes, and it's safe to say it, she'll get in front of a camera, right? Maybe Joy-Ann Reid's stupid fucking podcast. Like, oh, I had no choice to be a coward. I had to be a coward. Yep. Tried to get on the other side of that guy and wasn't able to. And fucking now my party is destroyed and democracy is, eradicated and a, fascistic government is firmly in place. Oh, I'm going to be arrested in 5 minutes for even saying this to you, Joy. People, the people that are remaining that are still in seats of power, that have any opportunity to resist Trump, are failing amazingly. I mean, just falling like dominoes to this child, to this toddler with a wet nappy. Just falling like dominoes. Get on the other side of this guy. Someone please fucking tell me what that means. I mean, just wild guesses. I can't come up with anything more stupid than that.
Elect the Democratic House so that we have a backstop to this authoritarian push.
Shut up.
So you heard her saying have a backstop to this authoritarian push, which she's arguing that the president has been doing here, and also saying that they need to have a change in Congress to make sure that this could potentially be prevented in the future. All to say, very different language than we've heard in recent days, Kate.
A market shift, that's for sure. All right, Elena, great to see you. Thank you for starting us off. Joining me now.
Okay. Yeah, no, we're not doing... What the fuck is this guy wearing? We're not doing this. Moving on. So this is what this fella had to say, talking about Texas, perfectly timed. Here's what a citizen of Texas had to say about Greg Abbott. Text here says, a Texas voter torched Trump and Greg Abbott during their redistricting redistricting hearing, and it was brutal. She was a child and fought all her might in Germany in 1940. Talking about Sophia Magdalena Scholl. Was it Patton? Who was the general that said, no, come to the concentration camp and film everything because there's going to be scumbags one day who deny that any of this happened. And here we are, man, like right in the thick of it. It's stupider. In certain ways, it's smarter and higher tech, obviously, with the social media technology and whatnot. But in a lot of ways, it's a much stupider version of the fascistic movements we saw in the 40s, right? 30s and 40s. Was it Ike? Yeah, it was Ike. It wasn't Patton. All right, but let's hear what the citizen has to say about the redistricting happening in Texas.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I want to start out by saying this.
Oh, you know it's going to be good.
He was caught cheating on video on the golf course.
Yeah.
He cheated on his
I
taxes.
showed the video.
He cheated on his business loans.
Yeah.
He cheated on his wives. He cheated on the business contractors that he stiffed through 40 years of business.
Yep.
And he tried to cheat in the 2020 election.
That's correct.
Now he's trying to cheat and win this 2026 midterm election because he knows he can't win. He has ordered Governor Greg Abbott to obey his command and cheat on a Texas redistricting scam to gerrymander 5 new, grossly and illegally drawn House districts.
Nailed it.
We're here because Texas is the first state under assault. If Texas House Republicans bow down to Trump like Abbott did, the other red states will follow. And if they do that, then America will be under assault. To me, House Republicans, in this case, are like a bunch of buzzards on the fence, waiting to swoop down on a dying carcass of democracy and feed on that. America is a democratic republic, and it's being dismantled daily by Donald Trump. Every single House Republican is under assault by Trump and Abbott. They are telling you that your integrity, your honor, and your duty is for sale. Mm-hmm. And he is the buyer. And if you obey, you will be rewarded by not being primaried.
Yeah.
And if you stand up to him and say no, you will be punished in primaries.
I mean, ironically, this is sorry, this is kind of how it's supposed to work, where the leader of the party whips the rest of the party into shape, right? FDR did it famously and made America a much better country because of it. We're just so used to the neoliberals having no control and the conservatives having pretty strict hierarchical control, right? That it's you know, we don't really even know how politics should work anymore, right?
And it's that diabolical, it's that simple. In other words, and I don't say this lightly.
Here we go.
In other words, he's asking each of you to be one, pardon this word, I mean it in a philosophical way, not a sexual way, but he's asking every one of the Republican representatives in this room to be one of his prostitutes. And I believe that.
I mean this in a philosophical way. So it's really great to see, you know, there's going to be millions of Americans who disagree with what Trump's doing. Trump is aware of it. The Project 2025 is aware that citizens like this exist. They're aware that these people are armed as well. They're Donald Trump and MAGA and Project 2025. They're the reason, you know, why they're putting Pete Hegseth and all these other people in charge of, you know, the FBI and all these other things is because they assume that they're going to have to use these things against the American public. You know, they're well aware of how unpopular they already are. You know, maybe Donald Trump is engaging in full-blown delusion, but the people around him are, they can see the numbers. So what I'm getting at is that they're gambling, they're betting on never, you know, having control over the elections, you know, having control over everything, and if and putting in place a system where if you speak up, your life is ruined and you get hauled away, just like in Russia. That's what they're gambling on. That's what they're betting on, you know, because if democracy prevails in any way, they're getting trounced in the midterms. Nuclear, like, you know, what we saw with Keir Starmer in the Labour Party just recently, just completely annihilating the Tories, people just having absolutely had enough. That's going really well, by the way. Wow. You're knocking it out of the park, Keir. Moving on, Trump's takeover of Washington, D.C. is hilariously ineffective, so this just gets into some of the data here. The first night of Donald Trump's takeover of the nation's capital is in the books, as Trump would have us believe. He has begun to, quote-unquote, liberate Washington, D.C. from a crime surge that actually does not exist. Troops have started clearing the streets of what he describes as a scourge of violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged-out maniacs, and homeless people. You know, it's interesting because these things do exist in these cities, but not, you know, he's picturing it like a Hollywood movie, and it's more tragic and pathetic and sad than it is like a Hollywood movie. It's not like a Charles Bronson movie. You know, you got roving maniacs with switchblades. It's really a bunch of like starving people hooked on drugs, like interrupting you and your buddies outside of a bar, or stealing your cell phone or something, you know, from your hands when you're talking on it on the bus, you know. He would have you think it's like the beginning of RoboCop 2. You know that movie RoboCop 2 where like the fucking Little League baseball, like the coach and the Little League baseball team, they just after the game they go rob an electronics store. Pete and JD love to be in the shadow of Trump's blissful ignorance until all has gone tits up and they think they can enroll their plans. Yeah, no, they're, especially JD Vance, they're gambling, right? They're like, well, you know, even if this all goes tits up, I'll never see a day in jail for being an open fascist, because look who our opposition is. You know, Hakeem Jeffries and the rest of these weaklings, they'll never put me in jail. So this is kind of guilt-free. I roll the dice. I either become king of the world's most powerful nation, or I just become a podcaster, you know, who goes on Joe Rogan every year or whatever, right? Either way, I have a full career. I make lots of money. I get to be on TV still. I get to be a celebrity, you know, because J.D. Vance, there's like 1% of J.D. Vance that's actually worried about being arrested. And why should he worry? Do we think Gavin Newsom is going to arrest J.D. Vance for his crimes, for supporting a fascist dictatorship? No. Night One's results are, to an extent, in as part of the president's massive law enforcement surge. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters Tuesday, last night, approximately 850 officers and agents were surged across the city. They made a total of 23 arrests. Whoa! What a roving hellhole. How many of these were randos smoking a joint? Because I don't know if I have the footage queued up, but there's footage of these dickheads. You know, some dudes just smoking some reefer on their porch, right? Like every motherfucker does. They're all like, oh yeah, Donald Trump just says we're gonna clean up the streets. So you can't be doing that. I thought I smelled some reefer. Oh yeah, give me your ID? Let me see your ID. Papers, please. So, wow, 850 officers and 23 arrests. Wow, get them. Wow. For some perspective, according to Police Scorecard, the D.C. police between 2013 and 2023 made roughly 58.7 arrests on average each day. So, I mean, ironically, because, like, people just don't want to, you know, they're being intimidated to stay inside. So they're making less arrests than when people were more free. That isn't a good thing. That isn't, and that's not sustainable either, by the way. This is all temporary, right? People being afraid of, you know, committing crimes around the cops, right? They're just unsure what, you know, are these guys going to shoot me? You know what I mean? Like, people are just unsure what's actually going to happen here. But once everything settles in and these totally incompetent, like, I don't want to be here guys have to what respond to a grocery store or a drug store or a liquor store getting robbed or something? No. The holes will be shown, the weaknesses will be apparent, and criminals will start taking advantage of it immediately. No doubt about it. It's because the way that you fix crime is actually not with more police. You actually fix crime by fixing poverty, by fixing education, by making the city more livable, right? Creating more opportunities for folks. Believe it or not, life isn't a Charles Bronson movie, and people don't participate in criminal behavior because they're really stoked on crime, and they're just like, yeah, my mama used to tell me when she was giving me my cornflakes, she used to tell me, son, evil is good. Do crime. Go outside and rob somebody. Go and mug somebody because doing crime is good. Now, racist will say, oh, yeah, that's how it works in the hood. Look, I got footage of some cracked out mother being a terrible mother. See, this is everybody in the hood. This is everybody in Black America. We know that that's not true, right? Boy, this guy is so eager. It's kind of disgusting how he eagerly licks the boots. So here he is, The Benny Show, self-professed. I believe this is the guy who has, at one time, his Twitter was labeled like proud theocratic fascist or something like that. Benny Johnson here. But this is what he had to say. DC, entire neighborhoods probably need to be emptied, need to be bulldozed. So do a Gaza. Do a Gaza. Gaza's been such a wild success. It's been such a great thing. We should do it here in America because some homeless people, let's bulldoze residential homes. So, I mean, obviously he's being hyperbolic, et cetera, and this would normally be comedic and absurd, but who listens to this guy? Like, you know, the head of the FBI loves this guy. I don't know if Donald Trump is a daily watcher, but he's definitely like nodding his head when he's watching clips. You know, when some assistant or aide hands him the grandpa iPad, no offense, but it hands him the fucking iPad, says, "Look, sir, this guy's popular. He gets lots of views and he loves you. Look, he's saying nice things about you. That's good." Blah, 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 chomping down on another fucking cheeseburger. Blah, 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 blah. I like this guy's a stand-up guy. Blah, 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 blah. He wears, you know what I like about this guy? He wears a suit. So, I mean, he literally just, we're at the stage. No offense to the grandpas who use their iPad. I'm a grandpa who uses their iPad. I'm not a grandpa yet, maybe one day, but I use my iPad. No offense. But you know what I mean. Like, here you go, Mr. Trump. Here you go. I found a clip that you'll like to watch. Oh, you'll think this is funny. Blah, 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 blah. Give me another Diet Coke. Where's my my Diet Coke button doesn't work anymore. I spilled Diet Coke on my Diet Coke button and now it's stuck. Oh, you're so, yeah, okay. I'll get it fixed right away, sir. Okay. Oh, here's your iPad. So this guy, I mean, we're in the full-blown lie stage of whatever this horrific situation is. We're in the full-blown, just no connection whatsoever to reality. So here's what he had to say. Half the people here, talking about D.C., half the people here, maybe all the people here, most of you live in D.C. You are petrified to get out. If you are liberal, you're going to have to change. You Democrats, you're going to have to change your ways. All right? So you're scared. You believe me. Right? My intimidation has worked. My lies have worked, and you're scared. You're petrified. Just, you know, this is the reality. Let me, plug right into your brain. You're scared. You're petrified. First I was afraid. I'm not going to do it. I'm sorry. I was petrified. And so this is really, really fascinating, talking about the conjuring of lies. So listen to this report, leading report, right-wing propaganda outlet. Breaking, 275 plus illegal aliens have been kicked off Social Security benefits per the President of the United States. Big win. We got him. Get the scum off our fucking Medicare. Yeah, Social Security is only for lily white, awesome Americans. So Malene Diargio, who does not give Elon Musk $5 a month, thank you, Malene. Undocumented immigrants do not receive Social Security benefits. Trump is lying again. And I've never seen this before. I said this in the Discord. I've never seen a lie go completely full circle before, right? Because he's been lying about this consistently, from the very, very beginning. Yeah, leading report. Yeah, leading you right off a cliff. But I can see why. I've never seen a lie go completely full circle here, because thinking about this, he's been lying about this since he's been going down the escalator, right? They're on our benefits. They're taking away your taxpayers' money. He's been lying about this from the very beginning, right? And it's always been untrue, right? So he lied about it when he was winning, lied about it when he was losing, lied about it when he was winning again. Now he's sitting in the chair and he's making it true. And not only is he making it true, he's fixing the problem that's never existed. And Fox News and it'll probably be reported as truth, right? Because they won't report it as truth. They'll just say, well, it was a fact that the President of the United States said this. We're not going to give you any context. We're not going to point out that illegal immigrants weren't on Social Security to begin with. But we will say factually, the President of the United States did say this. We're not going to tell you it's a factual or infactual statement. We're just going to say, oh, well, the President said this. Fair and balanced, TM. So we're up to 70 U.S. citizens being deported. U.S. citizens deported, right? How does that work? U.S. citizens deported. GAO confirms ICE deported U.S. citizens due to systemic failures, and the agency still doesn't know how many more it's wrongly targeting. I don't know. Let's just see, what does Peter Thiel, what kind of update did Peter Thiel send to Palantir? That's how many mistakes these people are going to make. Oh, I don't know. I push the illegal immigrant button, and then usually pictures come up on the screen, and then I send people in Penske trucks and U-Haul trucks to go get the bad guys. I don't know. I just pushed a button. Illegal. 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 A recent report from the Government Accountability Office, GAO, I expect this to be destroyed soon. I'm surprised this even still exists, confirms what immigrant advocates have long warned: ICE has deported American citizens. Do your own fucking Googling, okay? If you want to make a dishonest, bad actor, right-wing, contrarian point in the chat, can you at least do your own fucking research? Right? Get a couple Tucker Carlson articles, couple Daily Beast articles maybe to back up your shitty fucking beliefs. But now I got to do that shit for you. Hey, can you look up some information that's contrary to what you're saying, please? It's not fucking true. Okay? They don't get Social Security if you're not a citizen. Okay? It's never been fucking true, dude. Let's reevaluate the algorithm. Let's fucking annihilate the algorithm, huh? I'm quickly losing the memories, but I do remember a time before the algorithm. And it was better. It was better. Maybe I'm just becoming an old man, but it was better. Between 2015 and 2020, ICE deported at least 70 people who were U.S. citizens. Whoa, so this is like what? This is like Joe Biden era shit. Holy shit, Joe Biden. And if for all the right-wing bad actors that are like laughing and clapping right now, I'm a strong critic of Joe Biden and the Democratic Party's immigration stance. Because what did we see Joe Biden do during his administration? Just happily go along with the Heritage Fund immigration plan, right? Just like we see with Keir Starmer over here, trying to please the reformers, right? Trying to beat them on right-wing rhetoric when it comes to immigration. Same thing with the Democrats. Well, we'll finish the wall. Oh, we'll imprison children. We'll do it, right? Who was the importer in chief? Barack fucking Obama. So here we have this doesn't even touch. This isn't even Donald Trump. This is how bad things are. So I can't wait to find information about how many Donald Trump has been throwing away. That's immigration under neoliberalism. 70 U.S. citizens being deported. How's life in the new Nazi Germany? Fucking do yourself an Elon salute, buddy. Every morning I wake up, do an Elon salute, kiss my Trump poster, okay? And then exclusively look at beach blonde white women with cosmetic surgery on my phone. I just scroll endlessly. One blonde woman after another. After another, after another, after another. Lip filler, cheek tuck, nose surgery, eyebrow surgery. Keep going, keep scrolling. I just scroll and scroll and scroll. Wait, what? Over to the next story. Rep. Trey Downing on Trump's takeover of D.C. So once again, talking about you're making a decision. You're rolling a dice. You're saying, okay, I'm betting that this fascist dictatorship will not be defeated by democracy, and that I'm going to be on, from their perspective, the right side of history, because from their perspective, the winners are on the right side of history. Whoever wins, doesn't matter morality, democracy, liberty. Don't make me laugh, right? So this is another one. He's saying, I pledge allegiance to Trump. I'm not an American. I'm a MAGA. But he says here, hopefully this is a harbinger in what we see in these liberally run cities across the country. We need to send in the troops, which is exactly what we're doing. Right. Yeah. And of course, all under this auspice that liberals aren't running their cities as well as they could. And we've seen how that, like, look at the crime rates. It's way higher in right wing areas. Way, way higher. The crime is way higher in these right wing states than left wing. Yeah, it's gross. You know, the homeless people in San Francisco and LA. It's super gross. And, you know, depressing and sad. But, you know, the idea that, you know, the Republicans will come in and do it any better, absolutely not. They're going to make it way, way, way worse. Way worse. You ever heard about the La Music Festival in 2025? Why does the La Music Festival sound so familiar? Was there some mass shooting or something at this La Music Festival? Why does that sound so familiar? Grab my crotch without consent when I wake up. You're into that, Gaius. Do you think in the future Twitch is not by save you can get deported if you're curious that Trump on social media? Not quite sure what you said there. I'll bet the troops would love to invade Mexico. Yeah, I bet they'd fucking love it. Yeah. Yeah. Vietnam 2.0. Hey, what the hell are we doing here? La Music Festival is code word for ICE protest because all the major social media started censoring it recently. Really? I'm not on Twitter. I left that Nazi hellhole website. I don't use Twitter anymore. I really only use Reddit and YouTube. That's kind of the two things that I use mostly. La Music Fest. So I didn't know that. All social media. I mean, it's heavily censored on Reddit. I can tell you that. Half the stuff I queue up in the Discord, I click on it. It's like, been deleted, gone, moderator said no, right? Very newsworthy stuff. Like, there's no good reason to be banning this stuff, you know? Stupid autocorrect. Sorry, Nova Rider. I couldn't quite read what you're saying. So it's already happened. Like, you know, by the time this 4-year, you know, when we get to the 4 years and we're having this debate about, okay, are we even going to have an election? Because there will be a debate about whether we're even going to have an election. And if we do have an election, how honest is that election going to be? So that'll be the debate at the end of this 4 years. Do you think in the future Twitch is not by save you can get deported or arrested for ICE workers? So I think you're trying to say, am I worried about Trump looking at Twitch people and arresting them for being against Trump? Yes, I am worried about that. And I do believe once they finish, it's going to be tiered, right? So they're going to go after CNN and MSNBC, and Facebook is doing some pretty heavy censoring and whatnot. So they're going to get the big fish first, right? And try to censor those and establish censorship regimes. CBS already has a ombudsman, which is literally basically a Trump censor, to literally be in the newsroom. Oh, that you're not being fair to Trump. That story didn't have enough good stuff about Trump in it. You got to put more good stuff about Trump. And CBS is like, oh yes, please do whatever we want. Why? Because of fucking millions of dollars are at stake in this merger. So whatever, money over literally anything. That's how these people operate. I got mine. If getting mine means leaving democracy in a slag heap, well, I still got mine. So I guess that's the end of history. But the end of history was I got mine. So awesome for me. I was banned on Twitch like 5 times on my 6th account. Wow, Star Troopian, yeah. I mean, as you can see in the Reddit here, I was banned. I keep saying like some of the like most innocuous shit and getting like 5-6 day bans for, you know. Like I pointed out, like, hey, we used to kill fascists in World War II. Nope, get the hell out of here. That didn't happen. We gave them hugs and kisses. All right, on to the next story. Concerns over LA economy as labor force shrinks due to immigration raids. So, you know, what I was getting at with that long diatribe is that, you know, by the end of this 4-year experiment, the economy is going to be in complete fucking tatters. It's going to be chaos, madness. Unemployment is going to be crazy. It's going to be a full-blown disaster. So that's what we have to look forward to in a couple of years. It's already starting to happen. Okay, the psychopaths on the market are still making lots of money, but it's already we're already starting to see the whole thing starting to crumble, and it's only a matter of time before this catches up to the bond market. And once it legitimately solidly hits the bond market and it just doesn't magically come back and the damage is done, and like some country or some big bondholder legitimately dumps enough to make that market nervous enough permanently, that's going to be stagflation level shit. And we're probably gonna be dealing with years of a Trump stagflation economy, with him fiddling the numbers on tariffs, still trying to make tariffs work while the bond market's fucking cratering. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, because of his rich oligarch friends fucking, you know, saying we're gonna bust out Luigi on your ass.
Number one.
I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of Trump's 4 years, he's completely rescinded his entire tariff policy, right? Maybe a few token tariffs here and there to make the big guy feel good, right? Oh, don't worry, sir. We're still tariffing Botswana by 99%. Yeah, take that. But we did have to lift all the other tariffs so that we could avoid complete economic collapse and the removal of the dollar as the reserve currency. So, yeah, I know. Bummer on that one. It's because of wokeism. It's not your fault. It's a really, really good policy, sir. Trust me. Everyone really loves it. They thought it was really great. But, yeah, we had to lift all the tariffs except for, I don't know, Easter Island. Fuck those statues, man. Those statues don't know what's going on. They try to export statue stuff. They can't. 99% tariff. Take that, Easter Island. Blah-dow. That's what you get. All the residents of Easter Island sweating their ass off. You showed them, Trump. You can see that history is being rewritten. They're trying. I mean, right now it's comical, right? Because they got too many plates in the air. But God help us all if they somehow succeed in this fascist takeover and they have enough time to refocus on redoing history. God help us all. You know, we've already seen them do crazy things like a conservative version of Wikipedia and stuff like that. So, I mean, it's going to get weird, dude. Really, really weird. You know, like, oh, nobody can watch Ninja Turtles anymore. It's too woke. That kind of crazy shit. Trying to do that Penguin Island didn't go well at all. Those penguins, though, it went really, really well, okay? Because those penguins were put in their place. And what did we see immediately? Those penguins were like, please, no more tariffs. It's really hurting our penguin stuff, okay? We want to participate in global trade too, all right? So that was actually really a smart strategy, you know, broken clock over here with Donald Trump. Because fuck them penguins, am I right? That's what I always say. Fuck, oh yeah, you wearing a suit everywhere. Who are you trying to impress? Who are you trying to impress, huh? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you look like Donald Duck out there, you fucking freaks, waddling around. Fucking penguins, am I right? Right? Nuke the penguins, dude. Nuke them motherfuckers. That's what I always say. Fuck this shit. Nuke the penguins, bitch. Fuck them. Fuck the penguins, dude. Okay. Tariffs are hurting the economy. Why do you have 220 terabytes of hard drive space? No reason. Mind your business. It has not. It's not to fill it up with videos of people murdering penguins. Certainly not.
Los Angeles officials say they are considering all legal options following this week's controversial immigration raid dubbed Operation Trojan Horse. Federal agents seen jumping out of this Penske rental truck outside of a Home Depot.
This is what tough guys
it was
do.
A surprise.
Run them down to the Home Depot parking lot. We had to come in stealth. They didn't see us coming. Yeah, we got them. And by the way, the best part of this footage is the guy who just hired a gringo. I'm sorry, I'm not a gringo. Sorry, that's a white guy. But a guy that just hired a day laborer. This day laborer is getting tackled, and this gringo, I think, is emptying his truck. You know, he's like getting the paint that he bought at Home Depot, and he's like, well, okay. He's like standing there like, oh, I guess I'm going to paint my own den today. I was going to be able to pay this guy pennies on the dollar, but I guess I'm doing it myself. Thanks, Trump. Thanks a lot.
Eyes for day laborers who are out looking for work.
No, they didn't get to that
part of the film. More than a dozen arrested. These ICE crackdowns come with California already experiencing a building boom and a tight labor market.
Do we like the glasses? I kind of love the fucking glasses. It's kind of bold. The glasses are a bold statement. I'm down for the glasses. What's your opinion? I'm curious what the chat thinks about the opinions around the glasses. Please let me know. This is now a fashion stream. We're doing that now. Just politics. Fuck this.
Market. In tonight's Weekend Journal, CBS's Joy Benedict reports that dynamic threatens to deepen workforce shortages and drive up costs.
Those are dubs. Get them, ICE, get them. I can't believe these people are still building. This is unacceptable. ICE needs to get over there immediately and arrest them. Okay? Check their papers. Okay, we already checked their papers. Check them again. Check them again until this man is on an airplane being sent to a country he's never been to. That's the American way.
Sound heard in many neighborhoods.
Oh my, look at the hat. Look at the hat. ICE, where are you? Where is ICE when you need them? Can you see this? The white people don't wear these hats. This makes me so incredibly uncomfortable. Can someone give Tucker Carlson a call, please? I'm sure he would have something important to say about this.
As construction is big business in California, but on some job sites...
Jesus, look at that. One guy. You got one guy. This is supposed to be a house. When is he going to finish this? 2035?
Pool of workers is looking a little small.
Yeah, no, start trooping 100%. That is logic to them, 1-to-1. That is logic. Oh, a brown person in my country? That's not allowed. Huge. That's a huge house. Yeah.
Manuel Florido is working this site in Ontario. Although he's documented, he says many of his co-workers are not. He says they're not showing up to work. Across the street and 2 stories up, this worker says they have a fifth of the people on this job as they usually do. He admits he's scared of recent raids. But he goes on to say he is more afraid of not being able to support his family.
Okay, so let's not blur his face out. Let's just go ahead. Okay, great job. I mean, great. Who is this? Who's doing this? Who's totally fucking this guy over? CBS. Wow, no fucking kidding. Wow, CBS over here. How many hours went by before ICE was rolling up on this dude after this was broadcast on TV? Okay, now I guarantee you this guy was scooped up. I guarantee it, dude. Oh yeah, there you go. Just doing our work for us. Thanks, CBS. Can't even fucking blur his face out. CBS over here. Great job. Yeah, it's added to the list. Been slated. Exactly.
Any small disruption in the labor markets could be very impactful to construction in California.
Fucking CBS,
Tim Kalahara is the executive director of the UCLA Ziman Center for Real Estate. He says California has the highest percentage of immigrant construction workers in the nation.
In California, 41% of construction workers are immigrants. Undoubtedly, some of those workers are undocumented.
He says Los Angeles is already facing a labor shortage in an industry faced with rebuilding 16,000 structures that burned during the recent fires. So any loss of workers will hurt.
We have a shortage of labor, and there could be some supply chain disruptions and cost of building materials going up with tariffs. So it's really a double whammy.
And here at the Pomona Day Labor Center, they say they're seeing something else, wage theft, after some contractors are now refusing to pay, even after the job is finished.
The employer then, after the job is done, instead of paying them like the agreement was made verbally, they don't pay them. And then when the jornalero, the day labor...
Okay, hold on. What do we think about these glasses, huh? I mean, we got to give him a break. He's a man of the people. Okay, he's not a millionaire news guy. I don't know about these, dude. Okay, but he's a man of the people, and he deserves a break. But watch the video. Oh, man, facial recognition, frightening. And ICE is actually, there's a software company developing a piece of software for ICE, and soon they're just going to be, everybody's going to be filmed China style, Russia style, put in, database. Okay, we have a dissident, create a big white list of, or black list of dissidents. Okay, here are the people that show up, right, to protests, arrest them, harass them, audit them, inform their employer that the government doesn't like them, right? And if you want to be friendly with the government, you might want to fire this person, right? That kind of shit. Intimidation of all different levels. That's the point of it.
Is to recuperate their wages. The employer threatens them with calling ICE.
All affecting the delicate balance of building. As experts are fearful for the future of the state's economy if immigration issues continue to saw apart its workforce. Joy Benedict, CBS News.
You know, I'm not a guy saw man. I'm not a guy who uses a saw. I don't want to judge other dudes. Is this how to do it? I mean, I guess you can't. I guess there's no choice. He's trying to do a circle. He doesn't have a circular saw, right? You can't really bend the saw to that angle. So I guess you kind of have to. You kind of have to do it, right? If you don't have the right equipment, you got to make do, right? It's
CBS
fine.
News, Los Angeles.
Who cares? Who
Josh
cares?
reckons they're going to bring in 3.
It's only a house you'd pay $5-10 million for. No, you know what? I don't care. It's like the amount that the contractors are paying that guy. They're lucky he's even there, right? They're probably paying him pennies on the dollar, so they're lucky he's even there with his fucking handsaw. You get a jigsaw. That's the kind of yeah, a jigsaw. Probably doesn't have it though, because they just have the tools that they have, you know. Human. So this fascist over here. You know, just letting the cat out of the bag. Yeah. President's the king. President has ultimate authority to do anything he wants. Yeah, that's right. President can do whatever he wants.
Nation on earth.
Is enough for that, or do you think it would need to be
President Trump doesn't have a limitation on his authority to make this country safe.
There's no limitation.
There's no limitation on that.
There's no limitation on his authority. Thank you so much. Yeah, I like fascism. Thank you. Bye. We're fooling everybody. Not really, buddy. This guy's giving me big Goring. I'm getting big Goring fucking vibes. You don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, this motherfucker, this piece of shit. No, this why is the most handsome photo used? What the fuck, Wikipedia? What? That is not how people remember Goring when he was fucking 19. That is not okay. What the fuck, Wikipedia? No, this is Goring. This fucking fat piece of crap. This is Goring, the effeminate teetotaler over here. The first thing you see is like him looking as good as he can look. Goddamn right-wing internet. But anyway, look at Tom Hooman and look at Goring over here. He looks like a Goring but he got dropped on his head, right? No offense to the kids that got dropped on their head, of course. And yeah, we're gonna do a little Mom Domney at the end. You know we're gonna talk about the template. So anyway, yeah, Trump has ultimate authority. Yeah, that's what I think. Trump's good. Trump good. Ultimate authority. What's a constitution? What's the Constitution? I've never heard of that. Here's some absolute heroes, volunteers helping people collect their belongings in Washington, D.C. as their, Donald Trump wants to say, come to the shelter, come to the shelter. There's no way they have enough capacity. So who knows what you're getting into, and I'm sure they're like, no, you have to leave everything, leave all of your possessions, get on this bus, and then we'll take you to Alligator Alcatraz or who the hell fucking knows, right? Where they're sending these people. I know there isn't enough homeless shelters in D.C. Because neoliberals are fucking terrible. So I know there's not enough homeless shelters, even though we've thrown billions and billions and billions at the problem. How many times have you voted for a Democrat in the United States who said that they're going to do something about homelessness, and then fucking nothing changes? Bunch of money gets spent, but then nothing changes. I know. Every fucking year, I try to find the most progressive Democrats and liberals and lefties to vote for in San Francisco, right? And nothing gets better. Nothing gets better. And then you find out all the waste. You find out certain systems are being funded, other systems are not being funded. You find out there's no communication between these things. There's no communication between the agency or the groups of places that are distributing food, and there's no communication between the people that are distributing beds. And you're like, wow, even now, still in 20 whatever the fuck, with all of our technology, we don't even have a Facebook group. Well, we don't have a group chat. Can't do a fucking Zoom meeting once a month. No. No progress. No, but why? Why? Because all the effort and all the time and all the money. Well, not all the money, but all the effort and time and attention is on the big building projects, the things that the oligarchs want, the Silicon Valley projects, right? The big stuff. This stuff isn't sexy. The threats of crazy policy causing massive issues in agriculture and other industries will cause economic repercussions that haven't been considered. Massive externalities. That coupled with the wonky tariff and rampant cuts are going to cause problems. I'm quite concerned the contagion from the U.S. will cause global instability. It's all about that bond market and also about the Fed. Once the new Fed chair gets in there, that's probably when we'll start to see fuckery on the bond market as well. Because first day one, second one, rates, he's going to take those rates down to zero. Because that's what Donald Trump wants. Take them all the way down. I'm putting you there for a reason. Take them all the way down. Maybe half and half, right? It goes halfway and then another half a month later or something. But once the Fed's replaced and once we see the bond market fuckery, and it's going to be, I don't know what the fuck's going to happen. I don't know what the fuck's going to happen. We're all going to get a check for $10,000 and free blowjobs. That's what's going to happen. Tariffs fucking rule, dog. Yeah, tariffs. Free blowjobs. Look at the tariffs. That's what Canada was taking away from us, man. Can you believe that shit? Unless we redesign the business process, rapido, yeah, it's not happening. Because they want to hold on to the neoliberal fucking fucking globalism. They want to hold on to this shit. Everyone was making money. Even China was making money. No, now we're back to the 1912. Now we're back to 1920s, 1910. We're going to tariff our way out of the problem. Supposedly the Fed will lower 1/4 point in September. That's Jay Powell's Fed. That's Jay Powell's Fed. The new guy's going to go hard. The new guy's going to go hard on the cuts. So LA County judge denounces ICE after immigration agents detained man outside courthouse. So another fish in a barrel. ICE loves to do this. They literally just, because they have the schedule, they can see the schedule, and they're like, okay, we'll just wait for this guy to show up for his court date because he's a criminal, because that's what criminals do. That's what rapists do, right? When they know they're guilty, they show up to court. Oh, going to my rape meeting, going to my rape court meeting. Yep, love doing that. Right? Or maybe this is maybe a technically illegal immigrant, but, that's trying to go through the process, that's trying to show the country that they're living in that they respect the laws, that they respect the process, or maybe that's the case, right? Literally the kind of immigrant that we want, literally the kind of person, that we want here. I respect the laws. I broke the law. I shouldn't have been speeding. I'll show up to my court date, even though I'm not documented. Okay. I know this is puts me at risk, but I respect the law. I respect the country. So I'm going to do that. I'm not going to be a criminal. Give me citizenship and I'll be a happy tax-paying, citizen, right? They're just disgusting. I hate these fucking people so much. It really is like the worst, just like the South Park advertisement, right? Just crazy, the guys that roll coal, you know what I mean? These little mini tyrants in their little small towns with their big fucking jacked up trucks. They were the high school hero and now they're the fucking, local nobody. Sucking oligarch dick, not even knowing why. Just gobbling the fucking propaganda, not having any clue as to why. Their daddies were Republicans, so they're too. They're the ones signing up for ICE. They're like, hell yeah. And I don't blame them. Because if the government had a program to teach children how to play Nintendo games and there was a signing bonus, right? I'd be like, oh my God, that's the perfect job for me, right? So here's the government making the perfect job for these bigoted, ignorant, racist bastards. And they get signing bonuses. So of course they're signing up. It's the perfect. They love it. Perfect job. I am deputized to harass the people that piss me. I used to go to Home Depot and I get all red faced in my big jacked up truck about all the brown people taking up my parking spots. If there wasn't so many brown people, then I wouldn't have to wait in line 5 minutes to buy my screwdriver. Right? Oh, thank you, Donald Trump. Thanks for the gun and badge. Now I get to push these people around and scare them. Perfect job for them. Anyway, here's somebody standing up. We need more of these people, quite frankly. We need people risking their jobs, risking their careers to push back on this. And quite frankly, I see a lot of cowardice, but this person's not being a coward, so props to them.
LA County's top judge is denouncing ICE tonight after agents seized a man who went to court trying to settle a legal case. Legal experts warn that scaring people away from courthouses could impact the justice system. For everyone.
Obviously.
And KCAL News reporter Lori Perez is live in downtown LA tonight with a video of
That's
that
as big as I can make the
tense
subtitles on this video
Lori?
player.
Well, Pat, this is the second time we know of where federal agents have arrested someone outside of the courthouse. And tonight, some legal experts are outraged. The video is intense. A man, clearly desperate, begs for help.
Hey, can you get me, please? Let me go.
As immigration agents pick him up by his arms and legs and carry him to a truck. He called out his name, Stephen Reyes, to witness
and look who it is, right? Look at
to see a warrant or ID.
You know, look who it is, right? These fucking Meal Team 6 little white dumplings. Happy to participate. And let me tell you, this is not unique to America. These individuals exist in every society, chomping at the bit for the government to deputize their ignorance, to deputize their hatred. Happy. They couldn't care. They don't care about geopolitics. They don't care about fascism, democracy, constitution. They don't care about any of that. They just care that they get to hurt people. It's sadistic. It's sadistic, but that's what we're dealing with here.
Can you guys identify yourselves?
It's not
like
so many
badges,
other
nothing.
ICE detentions, but this one happened as Reyes was leaving a courthouse in downtown LA.
Wow.
Reportedly after attending a preliminary hearing on drug
Masked
charges
up.
he's facing after an arrest last month.
Masked up and forced into the back of a civilian vehicle, dude. Clear kidnapping. This is supposed to be law enforcement. Law enforcement. Does this look like law enforcement? It doesn't look like law enforcement because it isn't. It's kidnapping, literally.
We asked ICE why and how he was ID'd and detained, and if staging outside courthouses is an official immigration.
The AI said this guy has a court date. Show up. It's easy pickings. We got to get to that 3,000 a month, or was it 3,000 a week? That's why they're there. Because Palantir said, go here, easy pickings, super easy, a week, 3,000 a week. Got to hit that number, boys, and they're not getting anywhere close. Ironically, Joe Biden was kicking more of these guys out than Donald Trump is. I don't know if that's still true with them ramping up the money and the hiring and whatnot, but they seem to be wildly ineffective, and of course, forcing everybody underground.
Enforcement strategy, but got no response.
Jesus Christ.
What we do know is the legal community does not support it. Defense attorney Lou Shapiro is a former public defender.
Yeah, we're seeing it on the ground level in the courts that people are just not showing up to their court date because they're afraid. They've already completed their case and they have to show like progress on something that they've done. And they're afraid just to come to court to show progress on community service, let's say, because they realize that could result in a trip to Mexico instead. And it's sad because people feel that there's no hope, that there's just nothing good can come of this for them, even if they try to do the right thing.
His comments echoing statements from LA courts today, saying when people are afraid, they won't come to court, no matter.
Your taxpayer dollars directly. They're putting us in debt to pay for this. They cut 14 people off, 14 million people out of was it Medicare, Medicaid? One of them. Should probably know that one. They're cutting away, doging away, and this is what we're paying for.
or if they're charged with a crime or a witness or the victim. LA County's presiding justice saying, I am deeply disturbed. These intimidating and unnecessary displays undermine public trust in the justice system, deter people from seeking justice, and send a dangerous message to immigrant communities.
Do you guys have a warrant?
The alternate public defender's office, which represents Reyes, adding, it shocks the conscience to see any human violently abducted by a gang of mostly masked, unidentified individuals. Such aggressive ICE abductions threaten the integrity of the court system and discourage participation. And District Attorney Nathan Hochman's office says it interferes with their ability to prosecute cases and pursue justice.
You're going to see situations where victims are going to feel like justice has not been served on their part, that their book is not finished. So there's consequences to both sides in this situation.
Oh, interesting. I never even thought about that. You know, like if you get into a car accident with somebody and then they get deported and you're screwed. There's no compensation or nothing. You're just totally fucked. You're fucked over. I never even thought about that scenario. But wow, yeah. Donald Trump, man, he just fucks you. Just fucks you in a million different creative ways, in ways that you can't even fathom until you're being fucked by him. But yeah, imagine that. You get into like a fender bender or something, or maybe something worse, and you got a broken bone or something, and you're like, I want to sue this guy. And he was like, well, you know, he's not a citizen, but he's willing to pay this. But then he just gets scooped up by ICE. And you're like, well, okay, you're fucked. It's like, there's nothing we can do for you now. He was showing up to court. He was showing up to court to get sued by you, and then he got fucking deported. So there you go. What are you going to do? Frightening stuff. Another headline here from Slate. Trump just launched a new assault on D.C.'s home rule. It's brazenly illegal. So this is, once again, that push and pull about who's actually in charge of the D.C. police. What does that mean? What does the day-to-day look like? On Thursday, U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi launched arguably the most lawless assault on the District of Columbia in its 52 years of home rule. Bondi purported to appoint Terry Cole, the current head of the DEA, as D.C.'s new police chief, pushing aside the actual chief, Pamela Smith. So that's what Trump wants. That's what Bondi wants. They want to install their own yes men as the chief of police in D.C., who was appointed pursuant to federal and local statutes. She then claimed to repeal a series of sanctuary policies that limit D.C. cops' ability to enforce federal immigration law. So sanctuary policies, what, racial profiling, probably, right? And she directed officers to, quote-unquote, fully enforce a measure that criminalizes, quote-unquote, unlawful demonstration. So anybody, really, who's speaking up against this, that would be considered unlawful demonstrations, I assume, right? Just assume the most maximalist fascist definition, right? It's probably safe to do, right? At this stage, I mean, look at this fucking woman. Evidently in response to district residents protesting federal enforcement actions. In reaction to this unprecedented seizure of power, D.C. Attorney General Brian Schwab filed a lawsuit Friday morning seeking to restrain Bondi's takeover of the local police. So there's some internal, laugh along with me, right? Using the current established law to push back against this. Yeah, okay. Donald Trump waves it away with his fat hand. This fat, tiny hand, chubby little hand. Woo! Oh, I'm sorry. Is that the law? I'm actually the law. Executive order. It's now gone. I'm the magic man. How you doing, Air Style? Your name makes me think of a PlayStation 2 game. His suit stands a strong chance of success. Oh, really? Really? I wonder what the Supreme Court has to say about that. No one doubts that the federal government has significant authority over the district, far more than it has over any state. And everyone agrees that President Donald Trump may temporarily compel D.C.'s police to provide services for federal purposes. But Congress has not given the president sweeping power to commandeer the district's police, replace its chief, or repeal its policies. So he's just barreling forward. That's a pretty good impression. It's really not, but thank you. You're very kind. So he's just barreling forward. Doesn't matter what is and isn't legal. Like, you know, and like I said, the idea is whatever gets in the way, he'll just make it legal with his magic little hand. He's the magic man. Nor does the Constitution vest any such power in the president or his appointees. Yeah, it does now. The Supreme Court says a president is allowed to do whatever the fuck they want. Right? Literally, the Supreme Court says presidents are Ron Swanson, right? Walking around the park with a sheet that says, I get to do whatever the fuck I want. Boop, boop, boop. There you go. Donald Trump could murder Nancy Pelosi straight up, could send ICE to murder Nancy Pelosi, and nothing would happen. Nothing would happen. It's all on the table, baby. It's all on the table. He just needs to go. If he wants to go, he'll go. ICE is basically a continuation of Trump's green goons from the first admin. Oh, I don't even remember that. Green goons? Oh, that one totally missed me. To the contrary, it assigns ultimate authority over D.C. to Congress. The Trump administration's bid to blow past those limits is patently illegal. Yeah, we'll see. So anyway, this gets into it even more. If you want to read the rest of this Slate article, heavily recommend it. Some good reporting here by Mark Joseph Stern. Make sure you check out this Slate article right here in the chat. Well, shit. She is a known insider trader. Yeah, she's a fascist that supports a fascist dictatorship. And she's happy to be used as a tool against liberty and freedom across the entire nation. She's an incredibly dangerous woman, and she needs to be behind bars. She needs to be arrested for treason. Unsure if you're touching on the 3 U.S. citizen children being deported, one with stage 4 cancer. We've deported, I know I've reported on the stage 4 cancer child. ICE sends 3 U.S. citizen kids, including boy in stage 4 ICE. Sends U.S. 3 cancer. Okay. Yeah. ICE sent 3 U.S. citizen children, including boy with cancer. So this is a boy. So that the other one was a girl. So this is a different child with cancer that we're deporting. Awesome. Yeah, ironically, we might be deporting them into a place that has a better healthcare system than the United States. So, maybe, glass half full here, folks. Probably not, though. Honduras, I don't know. I'm being privileged by it. I don't know. Is Honduras, does they have, are they like Cuba? They have a really good healthcare system? Or are they like Chad? And it's like, good luck. Here's some aspirin. To Honduras with their deported moms. Wow. So these are U.S. citizen children that were born in America. So, constitutionally, and this is Donald Trump. This is Donald Trump challenging that the whole citizenship, whatever they call it. I can't remember I'm so stupid right now. But the citizenship you get when you're born inside the country constitutionally, right? As outlined in the Constitution. So these were citizens, right? Republicans call them anchor babies, right? And derogatorily, of course. Wow. Birthright. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Thank you. I don't know what's coming to me. Birthright citizenship. Okay, so this is, and this, if they really just make this good to go, and if I think this is the Supreme Court. This is one of the things that they're debating now, is the end of birthright citizenship. I think basically the shadow docket has said it's okay to do it for now. It's okay to deny people of their birthright citizenship for now, but we're going to come back to it at a later date in a couple months. We're going to have an actual debate and deliberation. And we know where they're going to go. They're going to end birthright citizenship. They don't care what's in the Constitution. They've never cared. The story is also like moms weren't given access to any information, just told deported, or you stay here and child gets no meds. Wow. The suit alleges that despite the government's own directives, the parents were, quote unquote, never given a choice as to whether their children should be deported with them, and were prohibited from contacting their consul or having meaningful contact with their families to arrange for the care of their children. So they couldn't talk to their lawyers, couldn't talk to their family members to try and make sure that their kids are okay. It's just monstrous. It's just evil. Evil. Tom Hooman. President has ultimate authority. Chunk. I'm Chunk from the Goonies. Fuck your kids. Fuck your kids. You're an evil criminal. You're a criminal. You don't deserve to speak to anybody. You don't have no rights. You're brown and a criminal. I have ultimate authority. That's what Project 2025 said. Woo. Dems should say this is Trump failing to protect children. Yeah, they should say a lot of things. They avoided Jeffrey Epstein last election cycle. Watch them avoid it again. Watch them avoid talking about Epstein again. Even when MSNBC's talking about Epstein. In Honduras, the little kid probably will be covered by a public health ministry, but it's so underfunded and cancer medicines are so rare, the child has probably received a death sentence. Most likely. Most likely. The mothers named in the suit as Rosario and Julia allege they wanted their children to remain in the U.S. Yeah, well, they're citizens. You would think citizens would be allowed to stay in the U.S. This is the country they were born in. It said the families were quote unquote illegally deported without even a semblance of due process, the lawsuit states. So like I was talking about, the ideal process for them is literally kidnapping somebody, driving to the airport, tossing his naked ass on a fucking airplane, and then, throwing him outside the plane, fucking, Players Unknown Battleground style, fucking Fortnite style, throw him out the goddamn battle bus. Here you go. You're lucky you get a parachute surplus from the Vietnam era. Just need to get rid of them. Biden was atrocious, and so was Barack Obama on immigration. No denying it. No denying it. Wasn't nearly as bad as this. Nowhere close to this. Nowhere even remotely close to this. And ironically, more effective. Seemingly, the numbers that I've seen only weeks ago pointed that fucking Biden was arresting and deporting more people than Trump is even now, with these fucking Gestapo tactics that he's using against American citizens. Something Biden, well, he did. We just literally showed an article where Barack Obama and Biden and Trump's previous administrations deported 70 U.S. citizens. So this is what we get. This is what we get when the supposed left-wing party just gives up and just says, okay, we're just going to agree with the right-wingers when it comes to immigration. Maybe Keir Starmer should take a note. Oh, actually, no. Keir Starmer doesn't take notes. He actually doesn't learn anything. He's actually disgustingly terrible at politics, Keir Starmer. He's a fucking failure. Hasn't learned jack shit. Pivots at the last second when it's already too late. Keir Starmer. Interesting article. Thank you for that link. ICE is going to sinister lengths to avoid accountability. So like I said, the whole idea, just a chain, kidnap people, no due process, no documentation. Like, if it was up to them, they wouldn't even confirm the guy's fucking name, dude. They're just like, well, you win some, you lose some. Drop his ass off on an airplane and battle bus his ass over fucking Mogadishu, wherever the fuck. The Trump administration and the aviation companies working for it have been purposely hiding the tail numbers on immigration flights to avoid public scrutiny and accountability, right? Because we have people monitoring these, because this is public data that you're able to access, so they're actually independently monitoring flights, immigration flights, the best they can. So they're trying to hide that ability. And this, of course, this isn't just about citizens as well, because they're trying to basically have no record whatsoever of the flight, which is incredibly dangerous, right? You open that up. What did Stalin do with that kind of power? Did Stalin use that power to his best of ability for the betterment of his people? The ability to completely disappear somebody on a mystery flight, like fucking Noriega, take him up on a helicopter, drop him out of the helicopter. No one knows. There's no record of the flight. Dude just disappears. That's what we're getting here. That's what we're talking about. That's what Tom Hooman wants. He wants to be a Noriega. Anyway, if you want to read the rest of this New Republic, I don't have time, of course, because I'm a hack. I'm an anti-intellectual hack who doesn't read anything. I read a lot of these. I skim them at least. But this one I have not read because I'm a hack. But no, if you want to read it right there, it's in the chat. The New Republic. ICE is going to sinister lengths to avoid accountability. It's just them hiding the identification of the flight. good stuff. The kind of stuff that innocent, well-meaning organizations do, cover up their tracks like Elmer fucking Fudd. So I read through the bill, and it's only in effect for children born after a certain date. The enacting of the bill, meaning that it isn't in effect for children that are older than that date. Ergo, shouldn't affect those children. So it's not going to. You're talking about the end of birthright citizenship. So do we think though that it's going to stop there? You know what I mean? It's not stopping there. It doesn't. It honestly doesn't even matter what the law says. He's going to do whatever the hell he wants. The only people he's putting in charge are people that are going to let him do whatever the hell he wants. But yeah, okay, that is refreshing to hear that it doesn't automatically make tens of millions at least of people illegal, so, in the country they were born in. Could you imagine? You're just citizenship gone, dude. You've been paying taxes your whole life, literally been born and raised in this country. You're more American than fucking howdy doody, right? You just happen to have brown skin, heaven forbid. You mean that that constitutional thing? Yeah, who needs that? Consta what? You mean Consta toilet paper? We don't need that shit. We just need a strong man like Donald Trump. He's so great. Farts smell good. What am I talking about? So Trump over here, I mean, he just full-blown dictatorship. What's ironic is that he is nowhere close to securing his dictatorship. He hasn't even had like a major crisis yet. He's actually been floating pretty casually since the election, right? The Texas floods were tragic. Israel Palestine continues to be tragic. Ukraine Russia continues to be tragic. But there has, the economy has only taken little dips. There's some people that are being temporarily convinced that tariffs might be a good thing, looking at you, Jim Cramer, because shit hasn't gone tits up immediately, because that's how the economy works, right? So he's riding high. He's like, I'm in charge. Everyone loves me. Everyone's trying to make deals with me. I'm getting all the good deals. People showing up, right? My tariffs, they're making them sweat. I'm making him sweat over there. I'm out of the deal. I'm Mr. Deal. What happened between Putin and Trump? Here, let me just find it here. 1 second. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
I can't breathe.
Something like that. Hold on.
Can't breathe. Don't ask me the question.
Please. Some of that going on. He got really into it at one point, kind of did some of that, kind of a sex thing that he does, I guess.
Bye, Bing.
Yeah, he's kind of a freak.
Bum, bum, bum. Boo, boo, boo. Phew, phew. Bing, bing, bing. Boom, boom, boom. Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
Yeah. That's basically a synopsis of what happened between Putin and Trump there. So anyway, riding high. Yeah, sounds about right. Yeah. We did full coverage at the beginning of the stream on Trump and Putin. If you want to check that out, Nate Slayas after the stream. Or if you want to go to YouTube, I have a YouTube channel. You can go there. You can back it up if you want to do that. You can't do that on Twitch because they just they just can't do it, folks. It's just impossible. They can cram in more ads though. Right? You know what I would like? I would like a permanent image of Jeff Bezos somewhere on the screen that's always there. Maybe Jeff Bezos' wife. Could we do that instead? I would like just a permanent image of Jeff Bezos' wife on the stream. Unless you like or Hassan, you make enough money and then you're allowed to click a checkbox and remove her face. But everyone else has to have her face on your screen. Jeff Bezos' wife, the one he ordered off Amazon Basics. 2-day shipping. What a deal. So anyway, Trump is riding high. He's really sitting in his throne. He's gilding the White House in gold. He's bulldozing the Rose Garden. He's building a ballroom like a French dandy. You can do that with OBS. Yeah, but I think it'd be really great if Jeff Bezos mandated it, though. Wouldn't that be awesome? Wouldn't that be great so that we all have a reminder who the real boss is? So anyway, this is what Trump had to say. Trump, Mexico does what we tell them to do. Canada does what we tell them to do. No, they fucking don't, dude. Like you're not like it's like he's speed run all the way to the end of the Hitler Nazi shit, where Hitler was in full blown delusion, like, moving toy soldiers across the map and like, oh yeah, you do this and you do that. Like, dude, you got to secure the empire first. You got to secure the bag. Nothing is secure. It's all up. Like Scheinbaum is not intimidated. Mark Carney is not intimidated. Canadians are ripping pissed. And according to Doug Ford, he's never seen Canadians this patriotic, this angry at another country, period. Right. There was a whole scandal with China, like trying to invade our government, and even like China having their own like police force that was harassing people for the Chinese government in Canada. And people were pissed about that, but they were nowhere close to being pissed off. And so it's like, it's just fantasy. It really is just total delusion, fantasy. Okay, whatever you say, big guy, whatever you say, man. And it's daily. It's just every day he gets in front of the camera, and more and more and more in this. There's no control. It's completely off the chain, wildly out of control. $50 million for Bezos' wedding. The money figure for the divorce yet to be determined. Yo, get what? Wrong button. Get him, Lenny. Get him. Canada says fuck off. Elbows up. 100%, dude. Right into your Cheeto tits. All right, we're almost done with DC and ICE. Justice Department to remove emergency DC police chief and rewrite Bondi order on ICE cooperation. So we already went over this a little bit, but I wanted a video to back it up because, they know what they're talking about sometimes. But I also wanted to make fun of CBS's attempt they like Roganized one of their shows. Okay. And all they did was switch the logo out. Same crusty dude, same crusty talking points. They're interviewing the same fucking pieces of crust. I'm not a sponge. You're a sponge. That's a fucking deep cut for you Simpsons fans. But look at this. They Roganized the fucking show. The CBS over here. I mean, they're just out of ideas, man. If Donald Trump is the death of CBS, I will celebrate. Like you're a sponge. No, I will celebrate. Like society will lose nothing if CBS is demolished and destroyed because of Donald Trump. Like all the bootlicking and bending the knee to Donald Trump, and they just lose so much audience, or they lose so much market capture that the whole thing just kind of dissolves like a Tubi. Right. This storied, because CBS has been around for a really long time, used to be a trusted name in, everyone had a local CBS affiliate, et cetera, and it's just what does it represent now? Cowardice. It's cowardice. It's the fucking cowardice broadcast. Sports. I'm really bad at this. I'm sorry. Look, just go watch Hassan. He's prettier, funnier, and you feel cool when you watch him. You feel like you're hanging out with like the cool kids, right, at the bar, right? Like they don't think you're a freak anymore. So just go watch Service. Oh, Service. You can get serviced. Hi, I'm a streamer who loves connecting with new friends. Let's play together. Oh my god. Ooh baby. Where's my? Oh, there we go.
Emotional damage.
Wait, Mike? What? Mike? His takes? Yeah, no, Meat Shield. No, I'm like, he's doing okay though, because you know what? The clip that I have is him calling out rich fucks in his community who are not participating in activism, not calling out the oligarchy, which is exactly the attitude that I would like to see him have. So, criticisms for Hassan, the from the river to the sea, he loves saying that. He loves defending saying that. He doesn't want to think strategically. Globalize the Antifada. He wants to defend saying that as well instead of thinking strategically. And of course, the embarrassing Houthi pirate interview that, it's just okay. But ultimately, I do think Hassan has his heart in the right place. And most importantly, hey, look, what was I just saying about Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? He's got time, he's got money, he's got clout, he doesn't have an excuse. Same thing with Hassan, but he's out here telling people to engage in activism. He's criticizing fellow millionaires who are not participating in activism and calling out the genocide. So, that's all I ask. And then I'll get off your nutsack. If you're like, get out in the streets. And Hassan is one of the few that does get out in the streets. Hey, and it's like, it's a total, like, he's love bombed, right? It's like 24/7 fans are coming up to slap hands, but that's your, suck it up, dude. That, and that's what Arnold Schwarzenegger needs to deal with. Like, I have to touch regular people. I don't want to touch the regular people. They're so poor. Oh, they didn't work out like me. They weren't in Terminator 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. They weren't in the Terminator movies. So he's not out there slapping hands, but Hassan is. Anyway, it's The Takeout on CBS, the coward broadcasting service. They'll service you all day because they're on their knees 24/7.
Welcome back. The District of Columbia has sued the Trump administration over its federal takeover of D.C. police, arguing that takeover violates federal law. Jake Rosen is here with all of the latest information. And Jake, we have some important developments this afternoon. Walk my audience through what we have learned.
We do. Federal Judge Ana Reyes, who's no stranger of criticism against the Trump administration, she's been very loud about it, encouraged both sides after an hour of argument to take some time and meet together, knowing that any decision she made, A, likely to be appealed almost immediately, and B, for somebody to chime in on such a sensitive issue without some kind of agreement or understanding of maybe rewriting what is at hand here, which is this policy, 5 bullet points from Pam Bondi last night, which essentially stripped away sanctuary city provisions from the Metropolitan Police Department and the officers there, which would have forced them to cooperate with ICE if asked to. In addition to that, essentially stripping the DC police chief out of her role and reinstalling a Trump ally and acting or current DEA head Terry Cole in that role. All of that has now been.
CBS should know a little something about that. Kind of embarrassing. That's literally what's happening to CBS. Trump is installing a fucking Trump-friendly censor into CBS's newsroom to censor every story. So they actually know a little bit about that.
And reinstalling a Trump ally and acting or current DEA head Terry Cole in that role. All of that has now been talked through by the attorneys. They took 2.5 hours after an hour of argument to come to a conclusion here, which is that the DOJ is going to rewrite this memo that the Trump administration made no secret about last night, knowing that Mariel Bowser was out of town, knowing that there was an opportunity to kind of assert further federal control, especially on things like immigration in Washington, D.C., that they can put in a new police commissioner. That no longer is the case. The D.C. Police Commissioner, Pamela Smith, is going to go back in. Terry Smith is going to be a designee to work between the Metropolitan Police Department and the White House to coordinate what the next 25 days looks like. And that's kind of where
So to summarize,
so that's where we're at.
The judge said 2 parties, the District of Columbia and the Trump administration, talk. Stop issuing decrees in one direction or another. Work this out. See if you can collaborate, possibly, and some collaboration has thus emerged. Some of it will be rewritten. Some of the people appointed will be changed, and the district will emerge with some of its legitimacy reasserted.
And the big thing is, who do these Metropolitan Police Department employees and officers report to?
Definitely.
Is it a Trump appointee, or is it the person who's been in charge for the last 5 days of this federal takeover and who's agreed to cooperate in large part with the White House with almost no pushback?
Interesting. Jake Rosen.
Interesting.
I appreciate all the
Well, CBS knows all about that. Permanently on your fucking knees over there at the coward broadcast service. Moving on. So, this tweet over here, CJ Pearson, who appears to give Elon Musk $5 a month. Not very cool, CJ. Reporting on what's happening in D.C. This is pretty disgusting stuff. Homeless encampments are being bulldozed in Washington. I'm sorry. This is why professionals don't snack when they broadcast. Homeless encampments are being bulldozed in Washington, D.C. near the Kennedy Center and Lincoln Memorial. Turns out you can just end squalor in our cities, according to CJ here, who I guess he's a right winger and he enjoys giving the multi-billionaire Elon Musk money. Good for you, CJ. You're one of the good ones. Seneca, thank you for that amazing image. I love seeing those two on my screen. But no, here you go. Look at that. Look, all you had to do was hit delete. Who cares about human beings? They're like rats. They'll scramble away into a new hole. Yeah, and that's the problem. I saw this in San Francisco as well. They didn't do it nearly as brutally with the fucking bulldozer and shit like this. They would do it in, they would do it pretending to have to clean the streets, right? And they would give people enough time to get their shit out of there, okay? But if someone like abandoned their tent and they were out, gallivanting around the city, or who knows, sometimes they're arrested and their tent is left there. The city would just pick up the tent and everything that's inside it and just put it right into a garbage truck. Just take everything that's in there and take it right to a garbage, and it's dumped in a landfill. From back in 2020, White House, Trump's little green men. Oh, okay. I'll put that in the Discord. I got enough queued up this time, you're tubing, but we'll check that one out next stream, okay? We'll put that in the Discord. Little green men. I don't remember that at all. Interesting. Thank you for that. So, yeah, this is what conservatives think. This is what they think the answer is. If Trump does a takeover NYC, it will be before the mayoral election. You think so, Lenny? That would be a pretty big move. Brutal stuff. I mean, they're just literally sending in the bulldozers. So I was actually lucky enough to get footage of this happening right up close. Like the camera person got like right up next to the bulldozers, and you can actually see what's happening here. So let me just play that for you.
For the secret of Soylent Green. You will find out why Soylent Green means life. You will find out why Soylent Green means...
Oh. Yeah, I don't know why the footage cuts off there, but yeah, isn't that pretty crazy stuff? That was right there in D.C.
For the secret of Soylent Green.
Wow.
You will find out why Soylent Green...
Crazy stuff happening over there in D.C., folks. This woman on Fox News, I guess she was risking... I don't know what happened. What happens when you say something contradictory on Fox News? Do they hiss at you like vampires, like like cats? So Marie Harf ridicules charging a guy who threw a sandwich at cops with felony. So yeah, we're talking about Sandwichgate. I'm calling it that. It's Sandwichgate. I'm clever. I coined that. No one else is calling it Sandwichgate, so I'm going to call it Sandwichgate. Everyone else gets a gate. Yeah, I get a gate. I get a gate. I get a gate too. It's Sandwichgate. We're doing this. So we're update on Sandwichgate here. The breadening. It's toasted. It's toasted. Saying if Trump cared about protecting cops, he wouldn't have pardoned 1,500 January 6th thugs. They used tasers and flagpoles, not ham and cheese. Get 'em. Yeah, but Hamas. Oh, wait, wrong argument. Sorry. I got my notes all mixed up here. Yeah, but authority, criminal. If you disagree with a cop, you deserve death. That's obviously how things should work. A whole bunch of January 6ers got caught with child porn. No, Simply Steve. No, that's not the Republican Party I know. Funniest one I've heard was assault with a deli weapon. Get him! Get him! It's Sandwichgate. Assault with a deli weapon. Ah! We all thought it was ketchup. So let's see here. Let's see what this. I don't know. She's putting her life at risk and sitting over here, man. Steve Doocy gonna fucking garrote your ass.
It is very rich to say we are going to charge the sandwich thrower.
Oh, I see why she's there. Okay, that makes sense now. Okay, I see what's going on. God damn. How about you? What are you wearing over here, you little fart? What the hell is it? Bro, get them. I want to see them calves, baby. What the fuck is this? Look, she's looking great, sensible. Okay, ladies got their legs out. What's this dump wearing? Where'd you get that from? A J.C. Penney? Got penny loafers on. Hey, you better style your ass up, man. Look at these, you got all these sexy ass ladies, and then look at this pile of dumb. Guys over here making a sandwich over here. Look at them. Making sandwich ass motherfucker. Look at you. Looking like you're making a sandwich. Careful how you cover this. You don't want to get slapped with aiding and abetting. Whoa! Whoa, slow down. Slow down over here, okay? We can only be so funny.
The sandwich thrower with a felony. When I was there on January 6th, and all of those people that assaulted police officers...
Well, January 6th doesn't count. Donald Trump won, so shut up.
Officers got pardoned. Not just the nonviolent ones, not just the ones that went into the Capitol. Everyone, including the ones that went after police officers, got pardoned.
And maybe a couple pedophiles.
So don't tell me we care, that this administration cares about protecting police officers when they did not care about those on January 6th.
Respectfully, can we just stay?
But they got pardoned.
No,
those were police officers, Emily, and they got
I want to talk about D.C. for a second.
But that was in D.C. That was in D.C. Those were D.C. police officers.
Can I just start with the fact checking?
It does not count. Let me just fact check this. Let me just fact check this. It just says here on FoxNews.com, fuck you. You're wrong. You're woke. Cut to commercial. How do my legs look? Are my legs lit well? Cheese Whiz Girl. Imagine Paul Revere riding along yelling at Cheese Whiz Girl. I love that as an insult. Imagine Paul Revere riding along yelling to sandwiches to sandwiches. Sandwichgate will go down in history as the most important gate, even more important than Watergate, okay? Mark my words. Congrats on our last appearance on Fox. Maybe. They like to have token liberals once in a while, especially if they're good looking, right? It's peanut butter jelly time. All right, so apparently this guy, the best part of Washington Post, this was a strategy member, was letting me know about this. I don't know if you're on the chat there. Welcome back, strategy member. I think I forgot to say it if you are here. But apparently the best part of the Washington Post's media team is leaving. The whole thing, I guess, I don't know if it's still a thing, but he's doing his own thing now. Very funny. His sketches are always on point, informative. I thought I'd show you one. Strategy member put this in the chat, so let's show it. Gentlemen, load your corned beef on rise. What is that hilarious news joke about corned beef? Does anyone remember that? It was not the 10 o'clock news or not the 9 o'clock news, whatever that show was called. And it was this woman who she was a news anchor, and her whole thing was like eating a big sloppy fucking, it was like a roast corned beef, or it was like pastrami sandwich. Anyone remember that? Okay. Welcome back, female eunuchs. We've talked about Jeff Bezos several times, and I've desperately missed you. So anyway, this guy's really funny, and he sums it up really well. Let's watch. This is Sandwichgate, folks. This is the most important. Like, your kids are going to ask you, Mama, Dada, where were you during Sandwichgate? Okay, they're going to ask you. So make sure you have a little information about this, all right? You got to have a story to tell.
Listen up, everybody. This is our suspect. He's an employee at the Justice Department. Right. And he doesn't like President Trump's policies.
What's he doing in the video?
Throwing a sandwich at law enforcement in Washington,
There he is.
A sandwich?
Dude, he was literally on top of the TV perfectly. Jeff's AI is amazing. The AI sees Jeff's face, and they make sure to put it on the screen correctly, right? They don't want to make Jeff look stupid.
He could have killed someone.
He could have actually killed someone. He could that person could have some kind of allergy to Subway sandwiches. They could just personally find Subway disgusting, like most human beings, and have some kind of a reaction to having that disgusting food thrown at you. Yeah, exactly, Lenny. He's a fucking American hero.
That's not all. It was a sub sandwich with salami.
That's fucked up.
So
that's fucked up.
What's our plan?
Well,
that's basically like, asking the guy out on a date. That's like, it's like sexual harassment, right? When you throw salami at another man, that basically says, obviously, penis, right?
Already arrested Sunday night, then released.
But today, Wednesday, a federal warrant has been issued.
He's volunteered to surrender to authorities. So he's going to turn himself in.
Rookie. That's too easy. He'll see us coming.
Exactly. I recommend we send around 20 officers to his place at midnight.
Good. Yes.
And then we post a video of it on social media.
Bingo. This
is perfect. So no, I was interrupting this. So they legitimately did this. The guy was like, okay, I'll turn myself in. And they instead, this is what they did. They sent the fucking goon squad in the middle of the night, 20 dudes to scoop his ass up and arrest him. By the way, he's already out. He's already out.
We post a video of it on social media.
Bingo! This won't backfire at all.
And they did a promo video. They did an IDF-style promo video, you know, with the guns and everything. How dare you throw a Subway sandwich at me, dude? I'm not sensitive. You're the one that's sensitive. Get on the fucking floor, you fucking liberal. I'm going to shoot you to death. How dare you? How dare you throw that sandwich at me with salami? I'm not gay. I'm super not gay.
Listen up, everybody.
Jesus. And that's how the fucking White House wants to be seen. That's how the White House wants to be viewed. Like a shock trooper, you know, fucking this looks like some Al Qaeda would put together, dude. Right? Where's the beheading? It's some gross ass shit. And they're like, yeah, this is cool. Yeah, Tom Hooman's like, yeah, full authority. Yeah. Drag him out of his house. Yeah. They love it. They fucking love it. They're dangerous fascists. This is wild shit. A slurring Trump just gave a bizarre, rambling address about hosting the Kennedy Center honors. So I had an image of this, but wait till you see the video. And he goes, he demanded he receive a Performing Arts Award himself. He says, I said, to hell with it. I'll become chairman. I'll give myself an honor. This guy has a huge megalomania. That's according to this used T user here. So here's the video. You know, I'm super stoked that this guy is in charge of everything. That's really great.
I've been asked to host. I said, I'm the president of the United States. Are you fools asking me to do that? Sir, you'll get much higher ratings. I said, I don't care. I'm president of the United States. I won't do it.
I didn't want to do it.
They said, please.
Who?
And then Susie Wells said to me, sir.
Who, man? Who? He just makes conversations up. He said this. She said that. He said this. Conversation he made up 20 minutes ago while taking a deuce.
Won't do it. They said, please.
They, who?
And then Susie Wells said to me, sir, I'd like you to host. I said, okay, Susie, I'll do it.
What?
That's the power she's got. But I just, so I have agreed to host. Do you believe what I have to do? And I didn't want to do it, okay? They're going to say, he insisted. I did not insist. But I think it will be quite successful, actually.
It's actually going to
be
the worst.
a long time. I used to host the Apprentice finales, and we did rather well with that. So I think we're going to do very well because we have some great
and
honorees.
Now we're bragging about
really great ones. Since
our stupid TV
1978,
show from 20
the Kennedy
years ago.
Center honors have been among the most prestigious awards in the.
And now we're back to script. Now we're back to the fucking script. I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it. Everyone was saying you should do it. I don't have time to do it. I'm ruining the country. Okay. By the way, if you don't know about Donald Trump, he's a big queen, literally. He's a big queen. He loves theater, theatrics, drama. He's building a ballroom. Didn't want to do it. And then this woman that I hired, and she's a yes man, does anything I say. She said, why don't you do it? I said, okay, I'll do it. I don't know how to do it. I feel like Melania. I feel like the whole country is Melania. Come on, let me come on. Let me touch it. I'm the president of the United States. You'd be foolish not to let me touch it. I'm sorry, that's disgusting. That's the fresh dick of Bel Air. Yo! What the? Okay, I deserve that. I take it back. I deserve that. Trump was rarely ever on The Apprentice. My dad watched it a lot ages ago. Really? So he was just kind of a bit player on his own TV show? That's probably because he was, he had diaper problems. He couldn't do a full 8-hour filming schedule. He legitimately stank. People were like, this guy stinks. And there was apparently one incident where he was getting really angry, slammed on the desk, and evacuated his bowels into his diaper right there, and on the desk, right there, sitting there, not on the desk, obviously. I'm gonna do it. I'll poop on your desk. It's the Donald Trump way. It's the art of the deal. Chapter 13, how to poop on their desk to show them dominance. So, no, this is what he said. Trump, trillions of dollars coming in from tariffs all over the world. No, they're fucking not, dude. Always at the wrong time, and it's because of woke liberals. But no, the tariffs, it's a tax on you and me, on American businesses. Tariffs from all over the world, no, they're not. They're coming out of your pocket if you're an American. It's like a sales tax. Tariffs are a tool. You normally use tariffs if you want to slow down economic activity in a certain sector. Just your daily reminder that this motherfucker still does not acknowledge the reality, does not actually understand how his flagpole policy even works. That's how deep we are in this idiot swamp. We're in there. We're in it deep. This is a PSA from TikTok. This is where children apparently congregate and make content for themselves. This is some kind of public service announcement from the children of TikTok.
If you make minimum wage, you should steal from your job to compensate.
Oh, interesting.
Toilet paper, office supplies, anything you can take.
Okay, thank you so much, TikTok. Thank you so much, the children on TikTok. This child is named Bungalow Jonathan, the Whitney Houston fan. Thank you so much for your time and that public service announcement from Bungalow Jonathan, one of the children on TikTok. It's hard to know if he knows, but it's feigning ignorance if he actually doesn't know. He doesn't know. He legitimately thinks this shit's the bomb. He thinks everyone's an idiot except him, and this is the big win, right? This is the reason why we're losing, according to him. Are you banned on Reddit? I am banned on Reddit. Reminding people what happened to fascists during World War II gets people all uppity. Hey, remember what we did to the fascists during World War II? We gave them hugs and kisses. Vanessa Carlson, not Whitney Houston. No, the shirt is Whitney. The song was a homage to Vanessa Carlson, because that's clever. That's a good way to make a PSA. The shirt is all Whitney, baby. That's all Whitney. Thank you, though. Thank you. Yes. Oh, I'm a big fan of Vanessa Carlson. Okay, I'm a big fan of Vanessa Carlson. Okay. I listen to her all the time. I'm actually a big fan. This is like normal on the playlist. This is constantly on my playlist.
Making my way through the hood, sipping this yak. Niggas about to get blown with the Mac. Riding around the block with a Glock. Yo ass finna get shot. That's the silencer. That's the grenade launcher. I'm finna kill you. I'm finna drill you. And now you bleeding. They play They play When I shoot you in your neck, the noise gon' play You know I will shoot you in your eye just so I can hear they play. Making my way.
I'm a big fan of Vanessa Carlton from The Fresh Prince. Carlson 10. You guys want to see something funny? Check this out. No, check this shit out. So you know how sick ass fucking fat ass beat? Why is that so loud? So you know how like the federal government is now like literally hiring any right-wing Nick Fuentes groiper to be part of the fascist dictatorship? Well, here's what happens when you do that. As if this week were not bizarre enough, according to Alex Coma here in D.C., apparently. Mount Pleasant residents tell me a group of federal agents gathered for a photo op near a pro-immigrant banner pictured below, then tore it down. In its place, they left a dildo. A neighbor's Ring camera captured the whole thing. So, federal agents, okay, with literally nothing to do, they take an ironic selfie in front of a pro-immigrant banner, tear it down, and in its place, they leave a dildo. I can't show that on camera, I guess. I'm going to get in trouble. But they do, like, because the WNBA, the new way to show women dominance is to throw a dildo into the court because you're a badass. So that's what your tax dollars are paying for. That's that $30,000 sign-up bonus is paying for unironic selfies and insulting dildos when they callously rip down images of support, or signs of support. I do stream on YouTube. I'm on YouTube right now, literally. I have 16 subscribers on YouTube because I'm a politics streamer. They censor me. Here's my YouTube channel. Go ahead and subscribe. But they censor me on YouTube. The algorithm suppresses my content. Everyone else gets hundreds of subs and hundreds of views. Even the, like No Justice MTG and some of the other content creators, like they get 10,000 views, 20,000 views, and they deserve 20 million views. No Justice does for sure. But like the algorithm suppresses some people, then the algorithm looks at me and says, "No, dude, you don't. I hate your guts. I hate your whole gut. I hate your family. I hate your guts." 16. I've been stuck at 16 subscribers, I think, for months. Yeah, I guess it is the News Underground on YouTube, so maybe it's all my fault. This man, and I think we should be doing more of this, what this man was doing here, and this man's a true hero. But here he is, Ford Fisher, who gives Elon Musk money, but he's reporting on this. This man right here was yelling inside these Humvees, "Don't let them do this to you." A man just now yelled at National Guard troops patrolling Washington, D.C. Quote, "These are your own citizens. These are homeless people." Quote, "You have an obligation to refuse unlawful orders," he told them. They drove by saying nothing. And that's, we need to remind them, hey guys, you swore an oath to the Constitution, not to President Trump. You do have an obligation to refuse fascistic authoritarian orders. You're not here to be police. You're here to be soldiers to protect the nation in a foreign army, in a foreign, conflict. Oh, that's very true. I have to take a bathroom break. I'm sorry. I've tried to hold it in as long as I can. I don't know. I think I'm hiding it really well. But if I don't go to the bathroom in the next 5 seconds, we're going to have a very embarrassing... I'm going to be on Twitch. My career will finally take off when live stream fails features this clip. So I have more stuff to report on when it comes to ICE, but this video should entertain you in the meantime. This is a very, very important video about what the Supreme Court is doing to our constitutional rights. BTC over here doing great coverage, quite frankly, of this very important thing that mainstream media is not covering at all. I'll be back. It's a 14-minute video. I think I'll be back in 5, possibly 10 minutes if this gets out of control. Okay, I don't want to get gross on you. 10 minutes at the most, but please enjoy this BTC video. And thank you, BTC, for totally agreeing and letting me steal your content, because I totally arranged this with you. And, you know, we're such good friends. And we hang out and we're news buddies, and you're going to get me connected to all your news friends. And thank you so much, BTC. Thank you, Meat Shield.
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have an update here on a case that I have been watching closer than any other case that's coming out of the U.S. Supreme Court. Can you explain what that update is?
Yeah, this is a very, very big update, and I need everyone to do me a favor. You got to watch this video to the end, because there's a lot that's going to be packed in here, okay? And then I need you to share this with your friends. The U.S. Supreme Court has scheduled for oral argument on October 15th. This is like the first 2 weeks that they are back. The rehearing in the Louisiana redistricting case. This is an enormous deal. It looks like the U.S. Supreme Court may be trying to not only undermine the Voting Rights Act, potentially going so far as to overturn Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, but they are trying to do it on an expedited schedule, presumably because they know the 2026 midterms stand in front of all of us.
Okay, so can you give a brief update here in terms of why this case in particular is so important? We've spoken about this in other videos, but look, we have spoken about Supreme Court cases. We've spoken about appeals court cases, district court cases. This one is hands down the most important case that we've focused on over the last few years.
That's absolutely right, which again is why I need people to watch this video all the way to the end and get all of this information, and also why it's important that you share this information with your friends. This Supreme Court case has the potential to undo Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. We all know about Shelby County. We all know that the Supreme Court in 2013 undid and gutted Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act. That provision said that if you were in a jurisdiction in a state with a history of discriminating against minority voters, before you could change your voting rules, you had to get pre-clearance from the Department of Justice or a court in Washington, D.C. The thing that is oftentimes not as focused on is the remaining key provision of the Voting Rights Act, Section 2. What does that do? That applies nationwide. And it says that if you engage in voting discrimination against minority voters, those laws, those actions can be undone. And it has become the central tool that is used to prevent Republican gerrymandering, to screw over and discriminate against minority voters. If this goes away, then states like Alabama, Louisiana, Florida, Georgia, Texas, they will be able to enact new maps that just run roughshod over minority voters in ways that are unimaginable to us today. So everybody needs to be paying attention to this case. Everybody needs to be following it on Democracy Doc at the website I created, and everybody needs to be watching these videos and really educating themselves and their friends.
So this case is going to be heard on October 15th. Does that offer any insight? Can you read anything from the tea leaves here in terms of what that means for the Supreme Court? Is that early? Is that late? Is that completely normal and doesn't give any insight at all into how the Supreme Court might look at this?
Look, it doesn't tell us what the outcome will be, and no one can go all like the courts don't matter and it's all rigged business on me, okay? Like, we got to fight till the bitter end. We got to expect the Supreme Court's going to do the right thing. We've got to have trust in the lawyers who are arguing this case. My law firm has been involved in representing one of the groups of black voters who brought the original case in Louisiana. So no giving up on me here, right? Okay, so everyone's got to stick with us. But what it means is that the Supreme Court term, which doesn't begin until the beginning of October, this case has been put at the very beginning. Like, this case could have been scheduled in October, could have been scheduled in November, December, or even January. The Supreme Court is having this be one of the very first cases that it hears this term. And one of the reasons that may be is because they want a decision to be able to be issued early in the term, early in 2026, because there will be midterm elections. And if they were to strike down the Voting Rights Act, you could see Republican states all across the Deep South and potentially elsewhere decide to redraw their maps and draw out of existence existing black and Hispanic opportunity districts that right now, if they tried to do, would violate the Voting Rights Act. Again, not a prediction. I believe that we have to win this case, and that we will win this case. We have won previous cases before. We won the Alabama case a couple of years ago, which was the last time that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was in danger. So again, no giving up on it, everybody. You cannot get fatalistic here. We have to hold the Supreme Court to the law, to its precedent, and to what Congress intended when they enacted this.
Mark, does the fact that this Supreme Court has upheld Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act numerous times in numerous states, including Louisiana, including Florida, including Alabama, does that offer any insight into whether or not they would be more or less willing to uphold Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act when that issue, as a standalone issue, comes in front of the court?
Look, the fact is this has come up before the court, as you point out. Like, you listed some of the states that the current composition of the Supreme Court has decided. But honestly, the amendments to Section 2 that sort of have set the basic framework that we all operate under were put in place in 1982 under Ronald Reagan.
Yeah.
And conservative Supreme Courts ever since, and yes, we have had conservative Supreme Courts ever since, they have all, in one form or another, reaffirmed Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, applied Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, struck down actions that violate Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. I mean, this is as close as you get to well-settled law that has not just existed, but has been over and over and over again applied to a variety of districting and district maps over the course of decades. And for the U.S. Supreme Court to decide now, somehow, that, it no longer is necessary because times have changed, there's no longer a need for it, or whatever excuse they would have, is simply inexcusable. And we cannot allow that to happen. We cannot give in to that as an inevitability. We have to hold the Supreme Court to those precedent and assume that in the end they will, as they did in Alabama, they will do the right thing and Section 2 will survive.
But does the fact that they're bringing this up to hear these arguments in the first place, does that suggest that, at least among one justice, there's some openness to striking this down?
Oh, it's more than one justice. I mean, look, we have seen at least 3 justices of the Supreme Court cast serious doubt on the Voting Rights Act or more. I mean, we've seen individual justices say that they believe it should be Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act either is unconstitutional or doesn't apply to redistricting at all. So let's be eyes open. I mean, I'm not here to sell, fairy tales. There is a contingent of the Supreme Court that is hostile to the Voting Rights Act, and that is something that is a tragedy for democracy and is something that we have to worry about. It is also the case, to make matters worse, that this Louisiana case was heard last term. The Supreme Court had an opportunity to put this to bed, and instead they ordered it re-argued. And they ordered it re-argued on a question that looks an awful lot like what you would do if you were a court looking to strike down the Voting Rights Act, right? Yeah. There is a reason why this case is being reheard this term, and it is not for any good reason. It is for a very concerning reason, and that suggests that it's not just one justice or 2 justices or even just 3 justices, right? We need, in order for the Voting Rights Act to survive, we need to win 2 of the following 3 in this rehearing. Ready? Chief Justice Roberts, Justice Kavanaugh, and Justice Barrett. Now, each of them, you can say, has good reason to believe that they should be in favor of holding Section 2 based on their past votes, but each of them have said things or written things that suggest that maybe they don't think Section 2 should remain good law. So this is very much an open question. It is very much of deep concern to me and to you and to everyone who cares about the pro-democracy movement. But again, the reason why I wanted everyone to watch through the end of this video is because I need everyone to listen and not give up on democracy. The cynics want you to believe that Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act is going to be struck down. Donald Trump wants you to think that the Supreme Court is rigged against voting rights. That is the game that the right wing is playing.
My cousin once told me something very wise. He went, both sides. I don't even vote. And I was like, man, you're right. Who needs the right to vote? Who cares? Who cares? None of it matters. Both sides. And it was great. It was like, I no longer had to pay attention to this like thing that I thought I had to pay attention to, you know, because I thought I was an adult. But no, I could just rescend into, you know, juvenile thinking, and I could just be like a baby again and just not have to worry about anything in my life. Right? Just let Jeff Bezos figure it out. He's my daddy.
The best thing you can do right now to support voting rights, the best, most important thing you
National
can do right
Guard,
now
no, they're for
to ensure that
immigration
Section 2
enforcement.
remains strong is to believe that it is constitutional, to insist that the Supreme Court follow the law. And
no, but what if the Supreme Court changes what the Constitution means? Then doesn't that mean that it's okay for them to do things that are completely counter to the Constitution? It's legal. It's legal. Everything every fascist government does is legal. I mean, pay attention to the weather and walk out into hurricanes. Yeah, well, that shit's woke anyway, dude. Hurricanes? Oh, yeah, okay. That's the kind of shit that happens to, like, poor people and stuff, right? Not Americans. Be nice if we didn't have to choose between fascism or capitulation, though. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure what he was talking about, so I'm not sure what capitulation you're describing, Rebel Phoenix. Because like we actually have quite a task at hand for us. Those that are progressive, those that are socialist. Because not only do we have to defeat the fascistic right, we have to destroy the corporate, capitulating, milquetoast, neoliberal so-called left. So Amazing John BTC there. I didn't know, but I know he did a great job because he always does a great job. I have my criticisms for BTC, but you know what? He's a nice guy. Seems like a nice guy. Seems like a pretty genuine guy. I just wanted to push a little harder on some of the mainstream politicians that he's interviewing. And he pushes them a little bit, but he doesn't really, you know, because it's like he wants the interview. He wants the interview over the credibility, right? So you have to bend. You have to bend to get like a Chuck Grassley or a who did he have? Fucking. Oh, what the fuck was this fucking name? He had an establishment Democrat that he was interviewing. Palpatine. I'll make it legal. Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, that's how tyrants work. They're going to make all this legal. We have to design a perfect system before we do anything. Yeah, exactly. Meat Shield. Yeah, that's one of the great ways that the left has been dividing and conquering itself is waiting for this, perfect solution. That's not the case with everybody, and that's not the case with every leftist movement. But there does seem to be some, truth to that, right? We'll say that. Seems like BTC just stumbled into super popularity among the normies. No, it was very targeted. He's been very, very careful about cultivating his image. He's very, very careful about that. And he's been rewarded with access to some people in the mainstream. New system needs Tron. The new system needs Tron. Anyway, this is pretty funny. That deportation depot merch no one asked for just dropped. So I literally while I was doing something upstairs, I discovered, because I knew I was going to be reporting on this. So get this. So these fucking monsters, they think it's so cute, right? That they're tackling, hardworking people who would love to be hardworking Americans in these Home Depot parking lots. So the Republican Party of Florida, this is the logo here, put out this cute little line of merchandise, right? And they just assumed that Home Depot would be down with it because the owner of Home Depot is a hardcore Trump supporter, right-winger. He's a piece of shit. But it's like, yeah, that's not good for business. Hey, come to Home Depot and watch somebody get kidnapped, screaming for somebody, here, please take my cell phone, call my family, tell them I've been kidnapped by the U.S. government. Come to Home Depot. So apparently this was like hot off the presses. This has just been announced. But congratulations to Home Depot. They don't even want to be associated with this crap. Home Depot told the Florida GOP, you can't infringe on our trademark or logos. Florida once again trying to monetize concentration camps. Deport Depot. So, I mean, let's not take it too far here, okay? Because this is probably just more standard copyright protection than it is pushing back against fascism, because the owner of Home Depot, totally down for the fascism. He's totally cool with this. But, you know, he's still, you know, he's not going to want to see this. But also this is just, it's literally just stone cold blatant copyright infringement. So the lawyers need to come in regardless. I know a lot of who won't shop with him anymore, and I don't pay the higher prices at my local. Yeah, I mean, the prices are higher, though. I got to say that. Like, I hate going to Home Depot myself, but I'm a broke-ass motherfucker, and sometimes I got to fix something. And your local hardware store, you know, it sucks. It sucks that Home Depot is sometimes the better option. That isn't an excuse to go there. They only care because it looks bad PR-wise. Exactly, Promethean. I don't even think they care about that, though. I think it's literally just copyright infringement. Menards. Say big money at Menards. Hell yeah. Menard, I think the owner of Menards Empire is a right-winger, though, as well. You can't win. You just can't fucking win, dude. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like I read that somewhere, though, that Menards is totally right-wing conservative. So it's happened. Like, this was only a matter of time, this kind of situation. Local hardware store gave me a snow shovel recommendation, and that shovel's the best ever. I believe it. I believe it. Definitely hit up. I've done that intentionally. Hit up the local hardware store first. All right. Do they got what I'm looking for? You know, but only if I have time. You know what I mean? And my time, dude, I don't have fucking time too often. But one should do that, because like it is pernicious. Like Home Depot is like, will take over your whole fucking hardware store needs, everything. And the quality of their products is garbage sometimes. You have to really watch out buying some stuff. Like if the price is like, why is this so low? This drill shouldn't be this low. It's like, well, there's a good reason, dude. That's because it's been a re-logoed, you know, Chinese manufactured plastic gear. You know, it's got no life, no industrial life. Anyway, so this was a long. This doesn't surprise me. Quote unquote, it just breaks my heart. Death of a man fleeing immigration raid at Home Depot sparks anger and grief. So, guy was running for his life, didn't want to be kidnapped that day, wasn't really feeling that cool to be kidnapped and dumped into a country where he doesn't know anybody, right? Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't, right? Some scenarios are easier for others. I've even seen videos of guys being like, yo, I just got deported, and then they do a TikTok video of them sneaking back into the United States, and they're like, yo, I'm back. So some folks, it's harder than others, right? So it just depends on the person's situation. But this guy was running for his life from the kidnappers who were, you know, dressed in a mask, running this guy down, and the guy runs in fucking traffic, gets hit by a car. The man is identified as Carlos Roberto Montoya, a Guatemalan national, per the Vice Guatemalan consulate in Los Angeles. So this is interesting. In an emailed statement to the Times, the Department of Homeland Security said that the individual is not being pursued by any DHS law enforcement, and that the agency was not aware of his death on the freeway until hours after operations in the area concluded. Well, that's all the reason. Like, that's just another great reason why this organization shouldn't exist. So this guy, he was, you know, these people were kidnapping other people, and he got the hell out of there. You're scaring people. You know, you're frightening people, and they're intentionally doing it. So this guy was scared out of his fucking mind. Ace is the place. Ace is another big right-wing conglomerate, I'm pretty sure. You just can't win. But no, they're like, well, it's not even our fault. We were kidnapping other people. We weren't trying to kidnap this guy. He shouldn't even been running for his life. We had no plans to kidnap him that day. He was on the list for next week. He had a whole other week of being here illegally before he had to worry about it. This guy shouldn't have even ran into traffic. What a dum-dum. It's his own fault, is basically what they're saying. Well, we should honestly expect these kind of tragedies to continue to happen. Biorhythm gets the better of me again. Thanks for voicing the injustice. See you later. Hey, Seneca Athena, thank you once again for coming in. And I love your comments. Hope to see you again real soon. Take care of yourself. So here's what Alabama farmer has to say about Trump's tariffs. You know? Who'd you vote for, buddy? Gee, I wonder.
In my area, experience that I've had, they ain't too good at what they do.
Keith Smith says most immigration workers left after the law took effect. So this potato farmer hired Americans. Problem is, he says,
Promethean
most
Rebellion,
show
you
up
might be
late,
correct.
work slower, and are ready to head home after lunch.
Jeff Bezos is chomping at the bit for the next economic collapse, right? Because he's got all the money. So as soon as there's another big economic collapse, just like with COVID, you're going to see all these little fucking cockroaches with all their big pots of money buying up everything, It's going to be just a disgusting display of absorption, right, of capitalism.
Some even quit after just one day out in the field.
There's a Hispanic man that works for us, and I say, he's 52, and he'll make anywhere from $70 to $100 a day. I said, if you can keep up with him and do a good job, you can make that. But they're not physically in shape to do it, and, probably not mentally tough enough to do it some of it.
What do you think? What do we think in the chat? Do we think this motherfucker is physically fit enough? Yeah, I underpay him pennies on the dollar, work him like a slave, give him about $100 a day. They deserve way more. They don't complain. They don't complain. I work them like a mule. I work them like an animal for 10 hours a day in the blazing sun. I give them $100, and I do that every single day because I hate humanity. I hate to see people doing well. Yeah, and so I tried to hire these white guys. They're all lazy. They're all lazy, fat, white, scraggly beard white guys. I hired these guys. They can't even do it. They don't have the mental fortitude. Do we think this good old boy is going to be able to do it? Well, I can't exist unless I can work people pennies on the dollar, work them like slaves, and I don't even have a business.
Over on this tomato farm, the story's not much different. Brent Smith may be the only exception.
The bending over, and if you're not used to working and kneeling down and bending over and constantly up and down all day long, is the grueling part of it. It really is. I mean, other than that, it's not any harder than anything else.
With a 9.9 unemployment rate, Alabama is on.
See, there you go. There you go, folks. No problem. Oh, they're bitching. Yeah, I mean, the hardest part is the incredibly grueling and backbreaking labor. That's really once you get over the absolutely horrific condition your back is going to be in after just 1 hour of this work. Once you get over that, rest of the job is pretty easy, right? Rest of the job consists of screaming in pain, sitting down because you have no other choice, hauling hundreds of pounds of tomatoes various places. Rest of the job is really easy, as long as you get over the just the incredible amount of pain and physical damage you do to yourself. Get over that part, and you're good to go. If you got the fortuity, you can do it.
Ain't harder than anything else.
With a 9.9 unemployment rate, Alabama is almost 1% higher than the national average. Tomato farmers say skilled workers can make anywhere from $200 to $300 a day, but unskilled workers make much less. And farmers say many Americans.
No, these guys get paid. In some cases, they get paid by the bushel. So they got to fill a whole basket, and then they get like $1 or like maybe $2 or whatever per bushel. So that encourages them to go as fast as possible. All right, depends on the fruit, et cetera, et cetera. But it basically equals out to about $100 a day. It's highway robbery. It's how things have been going for decades. Lefty liberals like me have been talking about this problem for quite some time. What's the matter with Kansas? We've been talking about like, hey, like what what the day without the immigrant, that book as well. We've been talking about how like this isn't good. This isn't sustainable. We should make these people citizens. We should pay them enough. If farms don't have enough money to, because we need food. Last time I checked, we like food. I don't know if you eat food in the chat. I personally eat food. Maybe you don't. But it's a very popular thing. So right, like if farms are going to go out of business, paying people a human wage. Oh, Lenny eats food. Okay, all right, that's a little weird, but anyway, if farms are incapable of paying people a living wage, well then we should the government should subsidize and make sure everyone's getting at least a living wage, doing back-breaking work, and I'm talking back-breaking. Hashtag more Lenny. Get more Lenny in your life, folks. Hit follow on that Lenny.
They're not physically fit and simply don't work fast enough.
It's just going to take body conditioning, mental conditioning.
Yeah, we're just going to have to condition the poors to be treated like third world workers. It's going to take some time. Ease into it. Ease into it, and eventually we'll be able to just whip them all day. Just whip. Crack. We gotta crack in. We gotta break in this eager American workforce that just can't wait to get in the strawberry fields. That's the solution. Thank you, Donald Trump, for forcing people to do this. This is truly making America great.
In order to earn enough money to make it worth a day's work.
Yeah, $14 an hour. I mean, those guys are getting like those are the popular jobs, and the guys that are getting higher wages are getting worked like slaves. 12, 14-hour grueling work days. These guys are worked until collapse. And that's how it's been for a long ass time. Homie over here, this guy is funny. This guy's got a career. I predict a Netflix special for this guy. This comedian's very funny. He's talking about Texas. Let's see what he has to say here. I hope you enjoy him as much as I do. I think he's pretty good.
Texas, freedom, the freedom state, yes. Unless you want to get an abortion, smoke weed, be trans, or learn about slavery in middle school. Freedom, though. Freedom. It is embarrassing you can't smoke weed. You should be embarrassed. That's like, you know where you can't smoke weed? North Korea.
I didn't know this was true.
You've been able to light up in Pyongyang since 1993, and you can't smoke weed. There's people dying in a re-education camp in North Korea like, at least we're not in Austin, brother. This is better than Amarillo, isn't it?
That's the all right. Look, lefties can make those kind of jokes. They got to be funny though, Joe Rogan. It's we're not canceling you because we're woke and we hate you. We're canceling you because your comedy is not funny, and you're actually just spreading a lot of hatred and ignorance. But did you catch the Amarillo? That was clever. See, it's not about wokeness. It's about actually being funny. Okay? No one's offended by this. It's pretty clever. Right? Because he's speaking from a North Korean perspective, so he mispronounces Amarillo. It's very funny stuff. Okay? This is how you do it. Jonathan Schwab, you fucking embarrassment to comedy. Joe Rogan, you roided up fucking dumbbell. You have no right. Take the fucking George Carlin and Bill Hicks pictures off the fucking wall at your gobsmackingly expensive comedy shack. Okay? And have some real fucking comedians with some real nutsack on your stage instead of Kill Tony, the fucking blowjob queen. Moving on. Alan Raymond here saying, you should realize the 54th wants more than a Trump glory hole representing them in Congress. Well, Representative Jack Kimball, I assume from the 54th. No, they don't. Thanks, Jack. No. The Residence is right-wing comedy easier. Well, it's, I don't know. It's harder to say the same 5-6 jokes over and over and over again. And then like not get laughs and then just kind of like barrel through it. So that is kind of difficult, like to bomb. And you can only go to audiences that are like racist and bigots and kind of dumb. You know, like the people that still go to the fucking Rednecks of Comedy tour, you know, fucking Get Her Done, that guy, fucking the plumber guy. Elephant Graveyard is a comedian that did a video on Rogan's career. I probably have seen it. I don't know. I don't recognize Elephant Graveyard, though. That's what I'm saying. The Glory Hole joke is good. The Hot Wheel governor is lame. Hot Wheel? Is he the Hot... What, does he own Hot Wheels? Is he the son of the Hot Wheels empire or something? No, they don't. I mean, this is wild stuff. No, they don't. No, my constituents want a glory hole for Donald Trump. Does he know what a glory hole is? Does he think it's like a God thing? Oh, that's what my priest used to do with me. We used to go to the glory hole all the time. I had so many wonderful memories at the glory hole with my priest. Right? Does he just not know what a glory hole is? He thinks it's a God thing, right? That's where you pray, right? Yeah, we're all praying over in the glory hole, you bet. Anyway, moving on. So, fascists, I love these theocratic fascists like the quartering here. The tree let us down when it comes to Abbott. Okay. We can make fun of Abbott without making fun of disability. But here's the quartering. You don't have to be Christian. Just be cool living under its guidance. So that's so American. That's so fucking American. No, actually, as a red-blooded, liberty-loving American, I don't have to live under your fucking theocracy, you fascist. This is the whole fucking reason we left the fucking kingdom and created this country, was for religious liberty, so that we didn't have to live under any religious guidance if we so choose. So you can take this attitude, shove it square up your fash hole, buddy, where it fucking belongs. You need to go back into the closet. You need to be ashamed to say shit like this again. You make me fucking sick. Take your Bible, shove it up your fucking quartering. Elevated Dave had this to say. I say this as a Christian. The problem with enforcing Christianity is that most Christians disagree wildly on basic doctrines. How can we force anything when we can't agree on what should be forced? Totally agree. Yeah, get back in the fucking hole. Get back in the closet. You should be ashamed of yourself. Right? Because I bet this joker calls himself a fucking patriot. Talking about free speech and shit. Living under Christian guidance. I don't diddle kids. Moving on. Thought you guys might enjoy some Schadenfreude. Over here from Cringe TikToks, consequences. MAGA couple who threatened a young mom and kids with shooting and ice, so they thought they were badasses, thought they would probably brown people, threatened them with shooting them and calling ICE on them. So this has probably become a very popular thing. So, update. One of them's been kicked out of their house or apartment or something, I assume. And one has been fired from their job. Because even though a company or corporation tacitly supports a fascist dictatorship, and likely this person was working for, right, a company that supports Trump and supports fascism and all that, they still don't want Jabba the Hutt cosplayers who are openly racist to be like, yeah, I work over at the Five and Dime. They love having me over there. I Elon salute after every transaction. Right? They're still like, yeah, okay, look, we're trying to sell to everybody. Get out of here. It's an easy decision for them, right? Because they were probably making like $6 an hour. It's really bad in the rural neighborhoods in America. You wouldn't believe the wages some of these businesses pay people in some of these rural neighborhoods. I'm talking $6, $7 an hour wages, poverty wages, not even subsistence, poverty. So anyway, this is what she had to say. I didn't deserve it. And I didn't even. Donald Trump, save me, Donald Trump. I love you. I'm so sorry.
So, yep, this is April. I'm making this video as an apology to the woman at Dairy Queen in Arvada. I am very sorry.
Yeah, Simply Steve. I mean, maybe
this has all been blown way out of proportion.
Way out of proportion. I just tried to threaten a bunch of brown people I didn't like by killing them or sending ICE after them, ruining their lives. It's blown completely out of proportion. What about me? Wow, look at that frown. Holy shit. It's the whole, wow. That is something else. That is quite a frown. That is comical.
My end, because of two people parking way too close to each other.
Oh.
And for that, I am sorry.
Oh, no.
To be clear, the gentleman that was in the video is no longer with me. I am not a racist.
Oh, wow. So they even broke up, too. This is, oh, man. Wow. When keeping it real goes wrong, folks. When keeping it real goes way wrong. She lost her boyfriend. She lost her apartment. The guy lost his job.
I have successfully been fired from my job.
Oh, it was her fired. Okay.
So everybody was successful with that. I need everybody to know that there was no gun in the vehicle. I don't even own a gun. It was a knife. And the only reason he had the knife out was because she said she had her gun when I was getting out of the vehicle. If you notice on the video, I never cussed at her. I don't want to fucking hear it. Like that. Just asked her what she was doing. You know, and yeah, I'm fat. And I know it. And I mean, I'm okay with that. You know.
Okay, all right. You get the fucking point. I can't take another second of this. Woe is me. But you know, here's the thing: is that Trump is building a society where these people will no longer be punished, no longer be shamed. You know that their disgusting bigotry will, be normalized. That's the idea. That's what the goal of this fascist movement is, to. And not just normalize, racism and bigotry, but pedophilia, like the worst of the worst, the worst crimes you can imagine. They want to be able to commit them, and they kind of get a kinky thrill at doing them in plain view, in the public's eye. Fuck you, Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan over here. I'm centrist. I'm a centrist that fully, wholeheartedly supports right-wing talking points. Couldn't be a bigger boomer if you tried. But this is what Joe Rogan had to say. America is everything. It's all the things, It's just we're so tribalized, and we have to get over that. Yeah, gee, Joe. Why are we so tribalized, huh? What could it be? Could it be lunkheads repeating right-wing propaganda? Shit lifted directly off of Facebook. Hey, Jamie, is this bullshit that I just read correct? No, Joe, sorry, it's total bullshit. Oh, well, what if though, right? What if though, right? What if the Democrats were trying to force kids to have sex in the litter boxes? That'd be crazy, right? Yeah, Joe, that'd be really crazy. Airstyle. You really want to do this? You really want to do this? Over here say, oh, both sides. Both sides. Really, Airstyle? We're both sidesing? Your party is made up of pedophiles. No joke. Legit. We're going to hit the brakes right now. We're going to go right to our pedophile section just for Airstyle. Airstyle, I want you to put down your sex doll or whatever the fuck you're doing right now and watch this video, okay? Can you do that? Do me that favor? Put down your fucking fleshlight and watch this video. We're not both sides in this at all. Watch this video. Yeah, Clutch Cargo, I played it on stream.
Back, we covered this story here. This article was in The Guardian. Former Trump spiritual advisor faces charges of lewd acts with a child. Texas megachurch founder Robert Morris indicted in Oklahoma on 5 counts.
It's just a one-off. Don't worry. There's a couple more in the story. Stick around.
Over alleged misconduct in 1982. So they go on to explain that at the time he was 21 years old and he diddled a 12-year-old.
Oh, well.
Trump spiritual advisor.
That's pretty gross.
Guys, this is only one.
Trump's spiritual advisor, guys. Well, I mean, that's like, he was 21 and she looked 14. Okay. And if he had kidnapped her and taken her to a different state, no one would have been complaining.
Of countless stories with the same goddamn theme. And the theme I'm talking about is hardcore MAGA ends up being a child sex pest. Hardcore MAGA. Or conservative Christian.
No. Well, Airstyle _1 says both sides, though. Counterpoint.
Religious, evangelical, and they get caught in the same predicament, right? It happens time and time again. So now, this was one we did a few months back.
Okay.
We just got this one the other day.
No.
South Carolina Representative R.J. May has been charged with distributing sexual abuse material involving children. He allegedly used the screen name Joe Biden with a bunch of N's, 69, to exchange 220
Hilarious.
Different files.
He was trolling. He was trolling. He was clearly distributing child pornography on this child pornography website under the name Joe Biden as a troll. No, Airstyle. No, Airstyle. Please, no more. Please, no more of this. A little bit more of this, okay?
Toddlers and young children involved in sex acts.
He was just trolling, guys.
What the fuck?
No, it's a funny haha.
What the fuck? Let me tell you something, y'all.
You just don't know how to
You
troll.
don't have to dig deep to start seeing the laundry list of these types of people being caught red-handed. In fact, here's one for you. This is what you're seeing here is just a bunch of different headlines over time that talk about, okay, one says, QAnon follower and former MAGA congressional candidate Ben Gibson arrested for possession of child sex abuse material.
That's just
left. One headline.
That's just top
If we zoom in a
left.
little bit here, Oklahoma College Republicans chairman charged with sex crimes against minor.
Okay. Yeah.
Right? We don't need to read all these, but you guys get the gist of it. These are all examples of hard.
I'll give you a break on this guy, okay, right-wingers? You get a break. This guy, okay, I'll give you a break on this guy, okay? Everybody else, though, yikes. And that doesn't to say that there isn't, pedophilia in, there aren't left-wingers that are into that stuff. Obviously, there are. Famously, they get called out. We won't get into it. But there's a trend. That's what I'm getting at. It's not both sides. There is an inordinate amount of pedophiles in right-wing conservatism.
A little bit here. Oklahoma College Republicans chairman charged with sex crimes against minor.
The president is a pedophile.
Right? We don't need to read all these, but you guys get the gist of it. These are all examples of hardcore MAGA types or conservative Christians who also, I repeat myself, they're also MAGA types. And they always get caught like this. Why does this keep happening? Originally when I first heard of pedocon theory, I thought it was liberals and leftists joking around, having a good time, poking.
So this is why this is for you, Airstyle. Listen to Kyle Kulinski, because he was like, oh, that's kind of stupid, right? This lefties being hyperbolic, Come on, it can't be this egregious. All right.
Types, and they always get caught like this. Why does this keep happening?
Airstyle, you're a goddamn fool. You're a goddamn fool. Don't you dare hit me with that both sides cynical political nihilism bullshit. Pick a fucking side. Have some sack. Have some fucking sack.
You know, originally when I first heard of pedocon theory, I thought it was liberals and leftists joking around, having a good time, poking fun at the right, being like, you know, sort of tongue-in-cheek, like, yeah, look at this. This is a thing.
You don't even know how to spell extremist. You know what? It's fucking timeout time. We're doing a half flush. Go, go finish your masturbation session with your fucking fleshlight and get back to me in 10 minutes, big boy. Okay, the adults are talking. You don't even know how to spell extremist. You know what's interesting about people like Airstyle? They say centrist, both sides. But who's the one that calls leftist, socialist extremists? Right-wingers. Every single fucking time with these, I don't believe both sides. They always come at you with the right-wing talking points. Why is that? Oh, both sides. But I basically believe fully in right-wing dogma and repeat that constantly. Why is that? Why? You know why? Because they're cowards. And they know their ideology is repugnant. So they gussy it up. In this. Oh, both sides. But I basically agree with the right wing and everything that they say and do. But both sides. When they do stuff that I don't like, I just go both sides. By the way, those motherfuckers, I shouldn't even be wasting my goddamn time. You know why? Because they don't fucking vote. They don't vote. They don't participate. You know what they do? They're anchors. They slow down. They divide and conquer. They don't even know they're doing it, right? Injecting doubt into every conversation, whatabouting shit that they don't know what they're talking about. And you know what's interesting? They know your source is bad. Whatever your source is, it's bad and fake news. They know that for sure. But they couldn't tell you where they get their fucking news. I don't know, Facebook. I don't know. Saw this, like, Hannity did something that was kind of funny. He was, like, triggering a liberal. But I'm both sides. I just think Hannity is funny, and I think Greg Gutfeld's kind of funny, too, sometimes. But I'm not right-winger.
But shit, I'll be damned. This is a fucking thing.
This is a real thing.
How many examples do we need before, people wake up to the fact that something's fucking off here, bro? Something is absolutely positively off here. Dennis Hastert was Speaker of the House, ended up being a pedophile, Republican pedophile, caught. Mark Foley,
Nancy Pelosi
Roy Moore,
protected him.
Matt Gaetz was alleged, Rick Rober, Mike Hintz, Stephen White, Beverly Russell. These are all Republican politicians caught red fucking handed. So, of course, I got to bring this up. This is the old school pedocon theory video. I don't know how many of you have seen it. I don't know how many of you haven't seen it. We played it a couple times on this show. But tell me that this shit is not as convincing can be. It keeps fucking happening. And all you got to do is sit down and start counting them up. Start reading the details of each one. And you go, holy shit, is it a self-report? For somebody to be hardcore MAGA or hardcore evangelical, is that a self-report? Are they self-reporting like, hey, dog, I'm fucked up. I'm into things that nobody should be into. Here we go. Watch.
It is. If someone's a hardcore MAGA, there's a very real likelihood that they're into some of this shit.
Stunning political scandal that is rocking Capitol Hill. Republican Congressman Mark Foley abruptly resigned Friday after questionable emails he sent to a teenage boy.
Dennis Hastert convicted of a financial crime, part of a scheme to mask something more egregious, his molestation of children.
Hush money used to pay a man who says Hastert sexually abused him when he was 14 years old.
There are now 5 former Ohio State wrestlers accusing Republican Congressman Jim Jordan of knowing about a team doctor's alleged sexual misconduct.
43 men who say they were sexually assaulted, abused, molested, or harassed by Dr. Richard Strauss.
George Nader. His criminal history included multiple convictions for child pornography and child molestation.
This morning, a judge sentenced Ralph Shorty to 15 years in prison. Police caught Shorty in a hotel room with a then 17-year-old boy.
Roy more defiant as more accusers step forward alleging sexual misconduct.
This is the shopping mall where some say it was common knowledge.
Sorry, muted. These are the same guys lowering the age of consent, making it legal to marry 16 or younger, making it legal to work children in dangerous scenarios, 8-hour normal adult shifts. They're deviants. They're deviants. They're the ultimate criminals doing the ultimate crimes to the most innocent amongst us. This is who they are. This is why I get so passionate about fighting these people, because they are monsters. When Elon Musk does a full-blown Sieg Heil in front of everybody twice, it's because when the cameras are turned off, this guy is like, he's into Nazi shit. They're monsters.
College, and not a big secret that Roy Moore would flirt with teenage girls when he was in his 30s.
One accuser says that Moore initiated a sexual encounter back in 1979 when she was just 14 years old.
The new charges against Joel Greenberg:
sex trafficking of a minor and stalking a political opponent.
Florida Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz allegedly having a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old girl.
Investigators examining whether he, quote, violated federal sex trafficking laws.
Ghislaine Maxwell is accused of helping Epstein sexually abuse underage girls.
I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well.
Wait till he gets to the chart. Wait till he gets to this fucking chart.
Yeah, well, as people have pointed out, Pedocon is a theory like gravity is a theory at this point.
Oh, he doesn't have the chart.
I hesitated for a while before I decided to bring this up on air, but when every day, story after story after story after story, I swear to God, I can't go a full week without hearing about some either MAGA lawmaker at the state level or some evangelical Christian right-winger,
at least once a
where
month.
You learn, oh, okay, yeah, they got caught diddling a kid, doing the most heinous crimes you could ever imagine. Every single week.
They got some shit on their computers. They got, they're soliciting minors at least once a month. At least once a month. So might as well finish our pedo section here. Thank you, Kyle Kulinski. But here's the rest of the pedo news. This is wild. I don't even know what to say about this, so just listen to this. Meta explicitly enabled its chatbots to engage in sexually explicit chats with young children. That is not the Netflix description of an episode of Black Mirror. Alejandro Caraballo saying this company is fundamentally evil. So this is from the document. This is from the Ars Technica article here. I'm going to read both paragraphs. After reviewing an internal document that Meta verified as authentic, Reuters revealed that by design, Meta allowed its chatbots to engage kids in quote-unquote sensual chat. Spanning more than 200 pages, the document entitled quote-unquote Gen AI Content Risk Standards dictates what Meta AI and its chatbots can and cannot do. The document covers more than just child safety, and Reuters breaks down several alarming portions that Meta is not challenging. That Meta is not changing. But likely the most alarming section, as it was enough to prompt Meta to dust off the delete button, specifically included creepy examples of permissible chatbot behavior when it comes to romantically engaging kids. Now, someone remind me, was Mark Zuckerberg 3 or 4 feet away from Donald Trump when he started his fascist dictatorship on Inauguration Day? So here we have fabulously wealthy oligarch who has made frightening statements in the past when it comes to authoritarianism, privacy, creating this, spending hundreds of billions of dollars creating this incredibly impressive technology. And somewhere, somehow, some way, this incredibly impressive technology that interacts directly with children is told to be sensual. romantically engaging. Who put that there? Why'd they put that there? Okay? I don't know. I don't know. I do know the president's a pedophile. So, sky's the limit, maybe? A little bit? Sky's the limit? Are you sitting down? You sitting down? Your boy BTC with another one. Incredibly frightening AI photo here. Stuart Adams, the Republican president of the Utah Senate. I don't know what that means. I don't think he's elected. I think he's selected. I don't think he's elected by the people to be in this position. I don't know what that means. Maybe he is. Just intervened to loosen the age of consent laws after an adult was charged with having sex with a 13-year-old child. The adult is a relative of Adams. It's like a brother or a cousin or something. So dude gets caught, grown adult, having sex with a 13-year-old. Okay? And if you're a grown-ass adult standing next to a 13-year-old, it feels like you're standing next to a fucking toddler. Okay? And what is this guy doing? He's using all of the power vested in him to make it legal to rape 13-year-old children instead of having his family member receive even a slight, modicum of justice or, retribution or punishment for these heinous crimes. Okay? Look, if you're a 15-year-old and you don't think a 13-year-old, you're trying to make some right-wing libertarian argument, I'm just going to call you an idiot. If you're a grown-ass adult, and I assume in your 40s, 50s, who knows how old, if you're related to this guy, and you're, having sex, not even seeking out, but finding a 13-year-old, grooming them, getting them alone, full predator, Chris Hansen, full predator, and this guy's trying to make it legal. That's who we're dealing with. That's who we're dealing with. True deviants, deviants, the worst of the worst. Utah Senate leader pushes teen sex law change while his relative faces child rape. Defund, deport Elon, buy silver. Quote unquote, the timing and substance of this law are deeply troubling. It sends a chilling message that powerful lawmakers can bend the rules when their own are in trouble and children pay the price. The victim's mother told the Tribune she felt blindsided by the law change and believes her child was, quote-unquote, an afterthought. Prosecutor Tamara Basquez said the family felt, quote-unquote, defeated through this entire process, while Cornish underscored that a 13-year-old is legally incapable of consent, period, full stop. Well, maybe, I don't know. Donald Trump says it's cool. You gonna disagree with Trumpy Dumpy? Oh my God, I gotta clean my shit up, dude. I should have spent that extra 5 minutes in the bathroom cleaning my fucking beard up. Jesus Christ, look at me. Got any change? Where's Chris Hansen when you really need him? I actually have an answer to that question, Simply Steve. Are you sitting down? I have a fucking answer to your question, sir. Check this out. Chris Hansen's planning a documentary on Roblox. About fucking time. About time. If you know, you either know what I'm talking about or you don't. Okay, if you're into video games, you know what's going on over there in Roblox land. Okay, it's a hive. Look, there's a lot of legitimate kids just having fun, making cool stuff and interacting with each other and just having a good old time. It's also the #1 place for pedophiles to interact with children. Not kidding. Not kidding. Kind of well known in the gaming community for creepy behavior. Why is this 45-year-old man spending all his time on Roblox Trout with the Clout is also pointing out that there's also kind of a child labor issue as well. Roblox basically monetizing creations that kids make. That's problematic in its own way. But no, there's a stone cold, straight up, we're talking Habbo Hotel situation happening on Roblox. And your boy, Chris Hansen, rumored to be planning a documentary on Roblox. We're going to get some Chris Hansen action in Roblox. Please tell me Chris Hansen is going to make an avatar. He's going to open up inside the game South Park style. He's going to run around in his avatar in the game busting pedophiles. Chris Hansen has reached out to Real Schlep, planning an upcoming documentary investigating Roblox's handling of child safety issues. All right. Go, Chris. This guy was straight up stabbed by a pedophile. That is so wild to me. That is so wild. Tells guys to take a seat in the game, but he like he's given admin privileges. He could just teleport people to seats that they can't leave. Existential Comics here with an absolute banger. Like and subscribe. This guy's a fucking genius. Yeah, and lure the avatars to a room. Exactly. Whoever little avatars the police bust in. One can only hope. I mean, one can only hope. Meat Shield. It goes full machinima. Full machine, because that's the only way to do it justice. That's, you know, if I was in charge of the project, that's exactly how we would do it. I would give Chris Hansen admin teleport powers. He just zap people to a chair they can't leave. Bunch of police bust in, and you could break the building, you could break the windows because it's Roblox, right? So it's like a destructible building. They bust in. That's literally the only way to do it properly. They're not going to do it that way because they're pussies. It happens IRL all this at the same time. Yeah, that's now you're going to the next level, dude. You're a, you know, that would be something. He's like on Roblox. He's like, look, Chris Hansen, let me go, and he gets arrested. He's like in his underwear trying to molest kids on Roblox. Okay. No, Existential Comics here with an absolute banger. Remember when the Panama Papers revealed that the ultra-rich had a secret tax evasion island where they hid their assets and nothing happened? I remember that, the Panama Papers. Kind of just like, well, both sides. You heard a lot of the both sides during the Panama Papers discussions. Oh, both sides. They're both sides, man. What can you do, man? They're all corrupt. It's all corrupt. It's so bad. Can't do nothing about it, though. Anyway, moving on. Sure hope they don't take over the government in a fascist coup. Well, you'd think the ultra-rich having a secret rape island would be taken a little more seriously, but it's not looking good. Thank you, Existential Comics, for the nightmares. All right. That is a good idea. Hansen has the rep and Schlep did the work. It's all the inclusive libs. Ban me again, though. The question. Keep fucking crying. Keep fucking. I'll slurp your tears eternally. My thirst can never be sated. Oh, fill my cup. Let's go ahead and end our pedo coverage with an update on Jeffrey Epstein. Get your boy CoffeeZilla. Let's get CoffeeZilla to talk about it. I only had this queued up because I wanted to criticize CNN for now deciding to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. Johnny-come-latelys over here. Fucking Johnny-come-latelys over here. Could have been talking about this since 2016. We knew all this shit since then. Stone cold fact. There's very few things that's actually new news. We've gotten a few nuggets of actual new stuff. Grand majority, shit that we knew in 2016 when he was floating down the escalator, telling people Mexicans are rapists. How's that going for us? So thank you, CNN, Johnny-come-lately, to report on this now. And by the way, do we think they're going to talk about Epstein during the next election? Are they going to do the DNC Hakeem Jeffries recommended and button right up? So we're going to listen to CoffeeZilla because This guy, dude, this guy's going. Look at the thumbnail. It's so good. So he did a video, came out I think today. Top 5 lies in the Epstein footage. Nobody's going to be able to cover Epstein better than CoffeeZilla. So just take it away. He made a 3D model. It's so he's so good. He's really good. Okay, he's really funny, clever. Please mention my name, CoffeeZilla. It would literally change my career. But no, he is really fucking awesome, and I think he's great. You know, he's doing it for all the right reasons. He's going after fraud. He's going after fraudsters and thieves and celebrities that think they can rip people off. And I love that he's digging deep on the Epstein stuff, because we need somebody to be digging deep. We need a progressive liberal. I assume he's progressive liberal because his stance against corruption. It's hard to be a libertarian against corruption, right? So I think this guy's progressive. I don't know what his politics are, but I'm hoping against hope. Please be a socialist. Please be a proud socialist, for God's sakes. Wouldn't that be nice to see? Yeah, I'm a democratic socialist. Get over it. Zoran Mamdani kicks fucking ass. Right? Zoran Mamdani's making it cool. And this is how we do it. This is how we win. CoffeeZilla, I love you. Please call me. Please call me. Restraining order doesn't mean anything, man. You know, we're brothers. We're brothers. You just got to get to know me, dude.
We recreated Epstein's prison in 3D to show you the top 5 lies hidden in the government's footage. And you can get the raw file on Patreon to explore it yourself.
This motherfucker over here making a fucking Counter-Strike map out of the Epstein files. God, I love the internet.
And let's jump into it. Lie number 5, you're going to get a video of the cell.
And you're going to get the video of the cell. And you're going to see for yourself.
You're going to get the video.
Kash Patel, the FBI director, told us that this footage was of Jeffrey Epstein's cell, but it's not. Let's fly over to where Epstein's cell actually is. I marked it with a green door. Down the hall, we actually see a camera marked in red that wasn't recording the night of Epstein's death, which brings us to our next lie. There was only one camera.
There's a video of him.
No, not the actual act, but the entire MCC Bay. There was only one camera.
Deputy Director Dan Bongino of the FBI told us there was only one camera in the special housing unit. But that's not true. There were at least 2 cameras recording and 9 other cameras that were working but not recording due to a malfunction only days earlier. Now, the official report says that recordings should have been made for about half of the cameras, but in Epstein's block, only 2 out of 11 cameras were recording. Really bad luck, I guess. Now, I should say all the cameras were working.
I'm sure this has happened to you as well. Like, this, you know how likely this is? This has happened to everybody. You're driving along the freeway, and at the exact same time, 3 of your 4 tires pop at the exact same time, just randomly. Like, there's no objects in the road, right? They just fail at the exact same time. It's happened to you. It's happened to me. You know, similar incidents, right? You're riding a bike, and both wheels and your steering at the exact same time have individual, separate total mechanical failures. Happens all the time, right? Cruising along, and at the exact same time, both your wheels and your bike go flat, just like that. Whoop! Same thing happened here. At the exact precise time that Jeffrey Epstein was getting murdered, a bunch of cameras just shut off magically. What a fucking coinkydink, man. That shit happens all the time. What's a flight log? What is that, like a log you'd burn? Like a Yule log? Is that a Yule log? Is that a flight log? Is that like a log with some like little pair of wings? I don't know what a flight log is.
Before that, at a time when Epstein accused his cellmate of trying to kill him. And this was contradicted by his cellmate, who said Epstein tried to commit. Epstein later got
put on. If it was a bank robbery, they'd be like,
should have been able to get that footage, except the prison failed to save the correct file. Prosecutors claim the footage contained on the preserved video was for the correct date and time, but captured a different tier than the one where Jeffrey Epstein was located.
There was only one camera.
So our deputy director...
You know who? Frank. That one's on Frank. I'm sorry. We had all the evidence right there, but we got the wrong file. Oh, what a bonehead. We'll get him next time. We'll get him next time. Frank is a new guy. He was training. Yeah. We just put one of the most important political scandals. We just, Frank, you can handle this one, just kind of putting the rookie through his paces, Wrong file. Whoops.
Lied when he said there was only one camera. There were actually 11. At least 2 were recording. Only 1 got released. And according to our own government's report, 5 or 6 should have been recording, but weren't. When the cameras were working properly, they didn't save the right files. Incredibly unlucky. But lie number 3, there's nothing unlucky about it because we were told directly that the footage we were going to get showed there was no one there but Epstein.
You're going to see there's no one there but him. Right. There's just nobody there. So I say to people all the time, if you have a tip, let us know.
My name's
But there's no
Bingo.
DNA, there's no audio, there's no fingerprints, there's no suspects, there's no accomplices, there's no tips, there is nothing.
The footage just directly debunks this. There are several people who appear in the footage the FBI released, and actually one even appears after lockdown walking up the stairs. The government's report at first called this laundry, but independent experts agreed, according to one analysis by CBS.
At 10:38 p.m., the report says someone, probably Noel, carries a bundle of bedding or clothing up the stairs. It's a rare instance the video does catch movement on the stairs, but barely. Let's see that zoomed in and in slow motion again. Several of the video forensic experts we spoke with were skeptical about the report's conclusion and thought that the video could be showing an inmate walking up the stairs. Authorities say this was the last time anyone approached his cell block until his body was discovered the next morning. Again, while the video does not contradict that, experts who viewed the video say the limited field of view makes it impossible to definitively conclude that no one used those stairs in that time period.
Yeah, we don't know who that is. The government's not clear. And there are also several people who are housed in the same cell block as Jeffrey Epstein, which, as we've shown, isn't visible to the camera footage we were given. So that raises questions, and so do the 2 prison guards who were on staff that night and had a view of Epstein's cell. Both were charged with falsifying records on the night Epstein died, specifically with them lying about completing mandatory rounds to check on Jeffrey Epstein the night of his death, despite a posted warning that read mandatory rounds must be conducted every 30 minutes on Epstein as per God, but they did not do that. Instead, they appeared to fall asleep, according to the OIG report, and occasionally browse the internet, where one guard, quote, read a news article about Jeffrey Epstein. So it's just a total lie to say there was no one there but Epstein and no possible suspects. You have several inmates shown on the camera the night of his death. You have one walking up the stairs after lockdown, and you also have guards that just falsified records. But this all brings us to lie number 2, the second biggest Pinocchio, and that's where they told us we're going to get the raw footage so we know there aren't shenanigans.
We are working on cleaning it up to make sure you have an enhanced, and we're going to give the original.
Would this man lie to you? Look at Bingo Boingo. Look at the suit. Would this man lie to you? I wouldn't trust this man if he told me water was wet. But some people maybe might find this trustworthy in like a used car salesman kind of way.
So you don't think there were any shenanigans?
So yeah, I don't think I need to explain why this is one of the most brazen lies. We were told we'd be given a modified and the original footage. Instead, what we got are 2 modified videos because both were edited in Premiere Pro. Now, it isn't clear exactly what was edited, but expert forensic analysts who spoke to Wired said the footage wouldn't stand up in court, had 1 minute, no wait, actually 3 minutes missing, and now there are reports that the DOJ has the full footage, but just hasn't released it.
And a government source is alleged to CBS News the FBI and other agencies are in possession of the full, unedited footage.
And that brings us to the final point.
Yeah, guys, both sides. Remind me what president this happened under? It's like Barack Obama, right? Right?
Final, biggest lie of all, and that's a direct quote from the DOJ memo about what the footage even shows. And it says this, quote, anyone entering or attempting to enter the tier where Epstein's cell was located from the SHU common area would have been captured by this footage. The government's entire case is built on this lie, and that's why it's the biggest, because their whole case for saying no one could have reached him is the idea that this one camera angle shows everything. But let's put Maxwell in our 3D twin and have him walk up the stairs. First, we'll put him on the left side of the staircase, and as you can see, you can barely make him out. However, if we put him on the right side of the staircase, you'll find that you can't see him at all. He's invisible from our view. So there's just obviously a blind spot here, which, by the way, the government already knew because they already admitted in a previous Epstein report, saying that this camera angle specifically was a, quote, partial view of the L-tier stairway. So It's not a full view. You can't see everything. And as you can see in this excellent CBS investigation, you could actually access this stairway and Epstein's cell from a doorway invisible to the camera.
But with the primary entrance here, the pathway from the entrance to the stairs is completely out of view of the camera.
Yeah, that's right. You could access Epstein's cell. Our replication of the prison shows the same conclusion. If we have Maxwell walking from the shoe entrance to Epstein's cell, we can't see him from this camera angle, even though if we make the walls transparent, obviously we can see him.
Right.
But in the raw footage, we'd have no...
Wow. Another big fat irony, guys. So ironic. How did this happen? The only camera active is one that is guaranteed to not see what's going on. You know, they think we're stupid. That we can feel confident in, right? They think we're really stupid. It's really up to us at this point, right? The ball's kind of in our court when it comes to this pedo stuff, right? Are we going to do something about this or not? Are we going to get mad at this or not?
Way of knowing if somebody walked this direction. This painstaking recreation of the special housing unit can put to bed the top 5 lies from our government about Jeffrey Epstein. 1, we didn't get a video of Jeffrey Epstein's cell. We got a camera that can't see it.
Quiet.
2, there wasn't just one camera, there were 11. 3, the footage shows way more than just Epstein. 4, we didn't get raw footage, we got modified footage. And lastly, there are blind spots on this camera. I mean, it's just perfectly clear, and the government has previously admitted it. This, of course, doesn't mean, I have to say, that Epstein definitively himself, but the government is only adding fuel to the fire when they put out statements that are directly contradicted by their own video. Yeah. The best you can say is this is either extreme levels of negligence or deliberate incompetence to cover things up. The most honest thing you
I'm
can
actually not sure, by the way, on that. Yeah, Airstyle, I'll send you an invite, Gaius. Airstyle, who are you going to be voting for in the next election? Yeah, Airstyle, who are you going to be voting for in the next election?
At this point is that we don't have definitive evidence for the night Epstein died one way or the other that has been released. The evidence we do have has been modified, does not say what they say it says, and all of this makes it impossible to know 100% what has happened. That is not a conspiracy.
So you're not sure if you're probably going to vote all ticket Republican, right? You're going to vote mostly Republican, right? You're still not sure whether you should drop support for the Republican Party, right? Yeah, I know exactly who the fuck you are, dude.
That's what the government's own evidence actually shows.
Who's my guy? Zoran Mamdani. Politicians like that, you know, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, you know, I have a lot of problems with them. Bernie Sanders, sure, but he's not running. Democratic Socialists, right? You're still on the fence about supporting overt fascism, right? I gotta keep that window open to maybe vote more Republicans. That might fix it. You know, that might fix it. When your arm is getting chopped off, it's probably just better to just like send that chainsaw all the way through the rest of the flesh, right? I mean, why? You don't want to just have your arm just dangling on there like with some muscle and bone, you know? Might as well just cut all the way through, right? You know, you never know. It could work. Keep chopping.
Now, as I said, we'll make the 3D version of Epstein's housing unit available on Patreon. It's a...
Speaking of Mamdani, this comedian had a funny thing about Andrew Cuomo. Let's listen to what she had to say.
I love New York. I love that we had an election for mayor. We had a primary.
Airstyle, you're so fucking predictable. Are you gonna try to pull this shit out like you've had some fucking new thought, some profound new thought? You're gonna bust out this bog standard white moderate centrist gobbledygook. Meanwhile, you support and vote for right wing bullshit. Right. There's only one party dismantling the Constitution. I'm no fan of Joe Biden. Okay. But he did not actively try to dismantle the Constitution and rule of law. The exact opposite, actually. He held firm on keeping these institutions what they were. He didn't try to challenge the independence of the Fed, et cetera, et cetera. There's a clear difference between even the most corrupt neoliberal like Joe Manchin versus your average MAGA right-wing fascist, who is just that. That is not hyperbole. Okay? They are fascists. So as much as I don't like Joe Manchin and Joe Biden, I wouldn't be so foolish or politically naive as to compare a bog standard corporate neoliberal to a stone cold, naked, overt fascist, which is what we're dealing with on the right. So take your both sidesism and shove it into both sides of your fucking earlobes. I don't want to hear it. It's not clever. Okay? You're not giving us insights that we haven't heard before. Okay? Come correct. Please. Please. Back to the comedian.
I love New York. I love that we had an election for mayor. We had a primary, and then we picked a guy, and then everybody just kept running, I guess. It got so...
Airstyle, go ahead and say your goodbyes. Everyone, please say goodbye to Airstyle. I'm going to go ahead and flush this turd for the last time. No timeouts. We're going full ban. There we go. Flushing that turd. And I'm just going to go ahead and hit this flush button one more time. There we go. Bye-bye. Say your goodbyes. I don't often say goodbye to poop in the toilet, but here we are. Anyway, comedian time.
I love New York. I love that we had an election for mayor. We had a primary, and then we picked a guy, and then everybody just kept running, I guess.
No, I thought that is really clever and really funny, because that's so true. Because it's like, if this was a normal primary, we wouldn't be talking about Eric Adams and all these other Cuomo and all this. It'd just be like, okay, he's been picked. Okay, this is going to be the guy, but no, we're still running the election basically, because like, oh well, he's a democratic socialist. Ah. Okay, you know, saying it doesn't make it true, right? Do you know what the latest stats out of Russia are? 1 million fucking casualties on Russia's side. They haven't even cracked, and on Ukraine's side, haven't even cracked 500,000. Casualties. Casualties include dead and wounded. So, once again, I get to hit the flush button. It's a flushy day, folks. Fake numbers, yeah, fake news. Enjoy this fake ban, you fake piece of shit. While I press this fake flush button one more time. Fake numbers. Fake numbers, folks. Fake numbers. The fields absolutely littered with Russian corpses say otherwise. Moving on, back to the comedian. Very funny.
It got so heated. It's still heated. I was walking through Midtown, and I heard this guy behind me say, if Andrew Cuomo wins, I'll move to New York. And I was like, wait, who's that guy? So I turned around. It was Andrew Cuomo.
See, Rogan, jokes can be funny, actually. That's the problem, Kill Tony, is that your jokes actually aren't funny. You're not funny people. You don't know how to set up a joke. You don't know how to fucking deliver a punchline. You just know how to punch down like fucking Donkey Kong in Donkey Kong Country. Punch down on the ground. Get yourself a bunch of bananas. Ooh, 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 ooh. Trans people. People who want freedom from government. I couldn't come up with a good second one. All right, fuck Joe Rogan. You get the point. He's a piece of shit. Still trying to call himself. Yeah, lefties are mean. You're mean trying to cancel me. Cancel culture. Comedy is legal again. All right, he's a pussy-ass rich bitch, and he's not politically in the center. Guy is firmly on the right. The real question is, does he understand that and he's lying and grifting, or is he just literally a lunkhead? I think he's a fucking lunkhead. Yeah, am I missing something here? Let's see here. Rent free. Holy shit. Oh, wait. Oh, he's back on Kick. Shut the fuck up. Get the hell out of it. Ban. Oh, man, I love hitting the flush button, folks. I don't think they understand this. You know, I don't know. Do they think they're making me angry? I love hitting the flush button and banning people, okay? It's a big problem. I do it way too quickly. So when they come in here, I get all giddy. I'm like, oh, here comes another one. Here's your weekly update that RFK Jr. is a very, very dangerous. I'm enjoying it here. This is the News Underground. I'm abandoned nihilism. I just so happen to be the realest motherfucker on political Twitch. Right here. You found it. The bottom of the goddamn barrel. Congratulations. Keeping it real is a goddamn religion around here. The fuck is this? No thanks. RFK Jr.'s cancellation of mRNA vaccine research is even worse than first seemed. So this man's dangerous. This man's going to get us in a lot of trouble. I like spice. I like Ice Spice. On first glance, the data that Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy cited to justify canceling some $500 million. Oh, nice. You got one for her, too. Canceling $500 million. That's $500 million towards the technology that saved billions of lives during COVID. So canceling $500 million in federal grants for mRNA vaccine research looked impressive. Oh, yeah, well, he's got the numbers. The data, according to the agency, were embodied in some 400 research papers listed in a compilation that ran to 181 pages. The document was headlined, COVID-19 mRNA Vaccine Harms Research Collection New World Order. Buy my supplements. Quote unquote, after reviewing the science and consulting top experts at NIH and FDA, Kennedy said on a video posted on X, referring to the National Institutes of Health and the Food and Drug Administration, quote, HHS, I'm sorry, I got to say that like RFK here. HHS has determined that the mRNA technology poses more risk than benefits. For respiratory viruses such as COVID-19 and flu, we've reviewed the science, listened to the experts, and acted, he wrote in an accompanying post. Is that so? A close look at the so-called data reveals that the vast majority of the cited papers, all about 40, have little or nothing to do with the vaccine. So usual claptrap, right? A bunch of documents, a bunch of shit, unrelated. This is how they work. This is how these grifters operate. This is a classic Alex Jones thing. I got the documents. And it's a bunch of nothing. Yeah, Lenny. What's his qualifications? Well, some people call him Bobby. They concern the consequences of COVID-19 infection, not the shots. Big difference. Many of the papers that do reference the vaccines are studies not of human subjects, but laboratory mice. In some of these studies, the mice receive the vaccines via injections directly into the brain or intravenously. So here they are. I got the data. I got the facts. COVID-19 vaccines are dangerous. Yeah, anything is dangerous if you put a fucking needle in your brain and inject that shit. What? Joe Rogan's latest health life hack. Yeah, just stick a beef tallow directly into my lunkhead brain. Gee, I can't believe I died after I injected beef tallow directly into my brain. How come the left doesn't want to make comedy legal? I'm just trying to put beef juice into my brain head. So anyway, there's your weekly reminder that this motherfucker is straight up dangerous, putting us in danger. People are going to get killed because of this freak with a capital F, freak. Moving on. You know, sometimes it's the little things, isn't it? That make you go, make it stop. Okay, it's like the big things like Epstein. It's like, okay, right, this needs to be a big thing, but this, it's like, it's just a little thing. It's just the straw on the camel's back. So what are we looking at? Trump's PBS replacement refers to slavery as no big deal. So they're canceling PBS, canceling NPR, but don't worry, folks, they got a replacement. Little known, but it's well known, infamous university, PragerU. Here's what PragerU's version of Christopher Columbus sounds like when talking about slavery to children.
Slavery is as old as time and has taken place in every corner of the world, even amongst the people I just left.
Right. I feel a butt coming on. A very scary butt.
Being taken as a slave is better than being killed, no?
No. I thought it was liberty or death, PragerU, so-called Americans. Wouldn't you rather be a slave than dead?
No. Before you judge, you must ask yourself, what did the culture and society of the time treat as no big deal?
So this is that Make America Great Again stuff. This is that great again that they were talking about. Let's return to a time where slavery culturally was no big deal. This is what they want to teach. They're currently doing it. This is programming designed for children. Delete PBS, delete NPR, and replace it with this ungodly slop. And it's like scientifically designed to take real things and spin them in such a way to be inaccurate, right? For a political purpose. It's political propaganda in the classrooms. It's indoctrination. It's grooming of young minds. Because you have to deprogram, right? You get out of this, your fucking brain is marbles, dude. You're like, yeah, 9/11 happened because Arab people hate us and Israel's justified in doing what it did to Palestine and slavery was a choice. And it's just, your brain is fucking marbles. You need to be completely deprogrammed like a cult member when you get out of this education system. Right? Is it any wonder that, I showed you last week, Gen Alpha teachers from, maybe I didn't show this, maybe I saw it just myself and I didn't have a chance to show it now that I'm thinking about it. But there's a video of teachers who have to teach Gen Alpha, and they're like, no, I think I did show it and talked about cultural nihilism, but they're like, these kids are fucking crazy. They're wildly disrespectful. They have zero respect for any authority. They don't want to learn. They swear, they cuss. They have no attention span. And they say freaky shit. They say like freaky shit, like it's The Purge or something. Like these, like it's like a fucking music video for Another Brick in the Wall. This is kind of out of order, but this is just some footage I had of, I think this is more homeless people getting violently removed from their, this is what we see. This is actually a pretty common, you see this quite a bit in San Francisco, by the way. Fully liberal city, you see this kind of stuff right here. Right, so they just pick up the whole thing. Yeah, all your possessions. Oh, sorry you weren't there, because they give you like 5 minutes warning. They give you like 5 minutes to pick up your shit. So if you're not there, maybe you're trying to get food, you're probably trying to score some drugs, but that's your business. Right? Maybe you're trying to get a job. Who knows? Wanted to speak briefly on the Jordan Peterson situation. I don't know if anybody heard about this, but he's got some weird disease now. So Jordan Peterson, this merit person here saying Jordan Peterson getting into having unrecognized diseases is so baby girl coded of him. I hope he becomes a chronic Lyme influencer. I'm not a Zoomer, so I don't know all of these words. But it is kind of interesting that the more Jordan Peterson follows his own advice with mental health or with his own diet, the worse his health seems to get. Anyone else notice that? The more he listens to himself, the more insane and unhealthy he tends to get. Maybe that's just me. Moving on. The government is now at the level of, they're now, pretty soon, it's basically already happened, but, there's been like kind of vapors in the tank in terms of like, can you trust what the government is saying about any one thing, right? Can you trust what the government is saying about climate? Can you trust what the government is saying about the economy? It's like, no, not really. They're going to be fudging the jobs numbers, talking about maybe not even releasing the jobs numbers on a monthly basis. Can't trust the government when it comes to, their own success. Donald Trump talking about, I did this, I did that. Can't trust any of it. So now when it comes to climate here, you should think twice about what the government's going to say. Because what are they going to say? It's all good. Pollution is great. The ducks love oil. They love to drink the oil. They love to swim in the oil. Ducks and fish love oil waste. It's good for them, actually. Eat the oil. It's fine. Not going to hurt yourself. That kind of shit. I'm not sure. Am I banned? What happened? Am I still streaming? I don't know. I know. Hello? 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 Oh, Lenny's here. Okay. As long as Lenny's here, I will continue. So anyway, just to let you know, I'm not going to bore you with this whole thing, but the basic gist is that Donald Trump put another sycophant in charge. He's fired a bunch of actual scientists, and he's putting a bunch of bootlickers in charge. So now when the energy secretary, when the EPA is saying something, we can't trust it anymore. And a lot of people are just used to like, oh, the EPA said this, we should, follow their advice. The EPA said that, we should follow their advice. A lot of people are just used to taking these institutions seriously. We should stop doing that because they're now in the process of actively lying to us about everything, about the economy, jobs numbers. We can't trust anything, climate, anything. When it comes to the amount of illegal people in the country, they're going to completely mess with the census. So we're not going to know, what the population makeup actually is. This one's for Woke Patriot and me. Self-indulgent. Some Chris Hitchens. We had to do it. Christopher Hitchens over here. Talk about the goat. Okay. Talk about goated. And other barnyard animals. This guy's an absolute legend. Listen to what he had to say about the likelihood of a populist revolt and what he was worried about if that were to happen. This guy was a stone cold genius. Listen to this.
The number of people earning more than an average of about $1 million who are already in the legislature is extremely high and growing. It's increasingly a profession attracting either those who have money or those who want to speak the language. Very easy to learn of those who have got it. I think that there will and should be a populist revolt against that. I hope it will not be led by fascists.
So I don't know if you heard that part. He basically said, I predict that, if we continue to have an oligarchy, growing and growing and growing with all these new millionaires and billionaires, we'll have a populist revolt. Personally, I hope that populist revolt isn't led by fascists. Exactly what happened. Exactly. Like the guy has a crystal ball. And the reason why he was correct, it's not because he had a crystal ball, it's because he knew his history. He's a very smart man, but most importantly, he was well read, and he understood history, and he understood how these authoritarian movements form and can take control inside a country. I really wish he was here. Because we need as many, no offense to, Hassan, but, we need more Christopher Hitchens and not exactly as many sexy celebrities that agree with us on politics, which is really good. No offense. I probably should have used a different person. Stop picking on Hassan so much. But we need less commentators like me, like guys copying Hassan like me. And we need more Christopher Hitchens. We need real academics with SAC who are willing to call people out. It's template time. It's template time, folks. What, you think we're not going to talk about the template? Your boy, Zoran Mamdani, the mother effing template, the goddamn template. Why is he the template? This is how democratic socialists win in the United States. This is how we get votes. This is how we push back on the right wing, but also the neoliberal left. And we carve out our own identity. We show people that there's a different way. Okay? We're informed and we're ready to answer these questions, the gotcha questions. How are you going to pay for it? We're ready to answer those questions, just like Zoran. We're patriotic and we love where we're from. We're American, we're New York, wherever, Californian, right? We love where we're from. And most importantly, number 3, we're principled. We're principled. People in Palestine deserve human rights. What's happening in Gaza is a genocide. Oh, are you sure rich people are going to leave and Jewish people won't vote for you? We stick to our guns. We stick to our guns because people respect that authenticity. That's the Zoran template. And this is how democratic socialists win. Zoran Mamdani, the template.
4 years ago, Andrew Cuomo resigned in disgrace, and you probably know why.
The governor's office kept the nursing home death data secret.
Cuomo aggressively groped an aide.
Inappropriately touched a female state trooper. Use of state resources.
He inappropriately touched a cop? Damn.
A COVID-19 memoir.
Less well known is what he spent the last 4 years doing, besides getting trounced in the Democratic primary. In 2022, Cuomo started Innovation Strategies LLC to represent individuals and corporations in a variety of matters. Definitely not vague. Last year, it raked in more than $500,000. Who paid for Cuomo's services? He refuses to say. But what journalists have been able to piece together is troubling. In April, Bloomberg revealed that Cuomo advised a cryptocurrency exchange based in the Seychelles as it faced federal investigations. Then in May, Politico reported that Cuomo failed to disclose $2.6 million in stock options to the New York City Conflicts of Interest Board. His excuse? The stocks were technically owned by Innovation Strategies LLC, of which he's the sole proprietor.
Yeah.
Finally, in June, the New York Times uncovered that Cuomo had worked with his longtime friend Andrew Farkas on a luxury marina project.
Farts.
Farkas' previous partner on luxury marinas in the Caribbean, Jeffrey Epstein.
Whoa!
That's the thing about Andrew Cuomo. Once you think you found out about all of his scandals, you find out about another, and then another, and then probably another. But if my friend, the disgraced former governor of the state of New York, feels that's unfair, Habibi, release your client list.
I'm sorry, wrong button. The template. Okay, that's what going for the jugular looks like. Okay, could you imagine the Democratic Party doing that? Maybe Cuomo might have been associated with somebody. Maybe, we're gonna hint at it, and we won't say it directly. That would be rude. That would be rude. We don't want to be rude to our political opponent. We see him at the same cocktail parties. That's what going for the jugular looks like. Here's a long list of straight-up crimes, including sexual assault by Andrew Cuomo. Oh, and by the way, good friends with a guy directly associated with Epstein. You know that story that everybody's talking about, that the Democratic Party's too afraid to bring up? Even now, you see Nancy Pelosi. I brought it up a couple weeks ago in the Discord. Even now, you see Nancy Pelosi biting her tongue, not bringing up Epstein directly, tiptoeing around the issue like it's 1997. Like her party isn't getting fucking annihilated. No, Nancy Pelosi thinks she's like, oh, this next election, we're going to be right back on top. Next election, we're going to vote the fascist out. Meanwhile, Donald Trump and the rest of them are doing literally everything they can to ensure that a fair election does not happen. And Nancy Pelosi's too afraid to say Jeffrey Epstein. So I thought this was pretty funny. You see a lot of pro-Chinese propaganda on social media, and this one was too tempting not to bring up. So Jason Smith over here, you know, there was this viral video of this Chinese billionaire, Jack Ma. He's the guy who owns Alibaba, which is the Amazon in China. A lot of cheap crap, right? But anyway, he was just riding his bike. He was just cruising around, riding his bike, you know, didn't have any bodyguards or anything. And it's kind of novel, right? It's kind of this guy, this like richest of the rich. He's like right up there with like Bill Gates and stuff. Just cruising around on his bike. Kind of interesting. So anyway, Jason Smith here said, China is so safe. Billionaire Jack Ma rides his bike in public with no security. This is China. Reality check. Bad Hombre, who gives Elon Musk $5 a month. But anyway, Bad Hombre said, just to remind you, you know, he was abducted by the CCP, sent to a re-education camp for 5 years, stripped of his wealth, and forced to cede most of his assets to the state for criticizing government regulation. That happened like what, around 10 years ago or something. I remember this story in the news. So that's, you know, that's what, you know, because people talk up China, you know, it's the land of the free. It's actually, you know, where you can, the real American dream. Look at how many people in China own homes and et cetera, a lot of cherry picked stats. But this is the reality of a tyrannical government like China, which is in no way communist. Okay, if you're a person who supports communism and you point to China as your example as like a working communist system, yeah, I'm out. There's nothing, you know, there's nothing like workers taking control of the means of production over there in China. It's like Mao never left. It's Mao 2.0 without all the fucking starvation. Straight top down leader of China is a dictator. No other way to put it. There's no elections. He's president for life or whatever the fuck. He's there for life. And what is he? He's not going to put a family member. It's another North Korea over there in China, basically, with the government. So this is something else. This came across my radar here, and I was like, wow, I can't believe this. Here's Christopher Reeves, stand-up guy, if anyone remembers Christopher Reeves. Good dude in Hollywood, okay? And this is what he had to say about Donald Trump when, you know, during the 80s, basically, when Donald Trump was being a playboy, getting into lots of trouble with real estate and the mafia and all that other shit. And he was a celebrity in his own right, Donald Trump, because of his, you know, art of the deal and all that, you know. He was... hilariously, I guess it's even funny even now, but he was seen back then as a successful businessman. I know, laugh along with me. So anyway, here's Christopher Reeves and what his opinion on Donald Trump is. And I hope you find this as interesting as I did.
The American dream gone berserk, really, is what it is. I mean, you're allowed to dream as big as you want, but if your dreams step on the lives of ordinary people and ruin the quality of their life and their neighborhood, you have to be stopped. He's moving ahead full steam with the project, trying to win approval for the plan. As a matter of fact, he's filed what's called an environmental impact statement.
I can show you to the ceiling. Is this correct? To the ceiling in EIS. It goes to the ceiling.
This is a 4-volume, 2,000-page technical document which is supposed to project the impact of the plan. Well, you can claim all sorts of things if no one bothers to question you.
I don't know who the hell's going to read it.
So he buries the critical data in a bunch of fucking junk data. This is classic Trump. This goes all the way back, after Roy Cohen, however you say his name, trained Donald Trump, right? This has been how he's operated ever since.
I don't know who the hell's going to read it. I don't know how it's even possible to read.
West Pride has a team of professionals, top experts in environmental engineering, law, urban design, and economics, who are going through this whole thing with a fine-tooth comb.
I mean, he's got a problem. He's got to have the biggest. It's like the kid who has to have the biggest and best toy.
So it's kind of hard to decipher. Probably should have found a better clip. And I'm sorry about the incredibly loud TikTok sound because I had to turn it up as a very quiet one. But even in the early 90s here, late 80s, early 90s, is always the same guy. Crook, liar, thief, the quintessential American, I guess. So Jennifer Welsh over here has been killing it. I love this. I've featured these ladies before. Tough talking, no bullshit, but also like coming from a female perspective, coming from a mother's perspective in some cases. But just, coming from this perspective, this kind of rhetoric, I think is really important. And I think one of the reasons why she's been blowing up and been so successful is that there's an avenue. There's a lot of MSNBC wine drinking moms that are disillusioned with, supporting this neoliberal establishment and getting nothing in return. In fact, losing rights. While you're getting your abortion rights stripped, you got Nancy Pelosi sending you an email for more money, and you're like, what the hell is even going on? So there's a lot of disillusioned, women who would normally vote, straight D, right down the ticket, that are questioning whether they should continue to participate. And I think commentators like this are essential in regaining their attention, right? Because like The View is sanitized, and we all know it's sanitized. Rachel Maddow, it's sanitized, and it feels that way. And it also feels like infantile, right? It feels like they're infantilizing the discussion by sugarcoating it as much as they do, right? She doesn't infantilize anything, gets right to the point. She's well-sourced. She knows her shit. She's plugged in. It's obvious. And she's really funny as well, charismatic. She's the whole package, folks. And I hope nothing but big success, because this is the kind of person that should be primetime MSNBC, not Jen Psaki. Okay? Put Jen Psaki back in the Psaki drawer, because we need more women like Jennifer Welsh here. You'll see why.
White people that triple trumped, that have the nerve and the audacity to walk into a Mexican restaurant, a Chinese restaurant, an Indian restaurant, go to perhaps their gay hairdresser. I don't think you should be able to enjoy anything but Cracker Barrel. And if you want to triple Trump, and you want to browbeat DEI, and you want to browbeat gay people, and you want to browbeat black people, as you've been doing for 400 years, and you want to browbeat this generation of immigrants that come over here and open up businesses earnestly, pay their taxes, you want to demonize them and call them rapists and felons and all this shit, when the felon is the teeny weeny mushroom cock piece of shit, Kankles McTaco tits at the top of the ticket. I have fucking had it from top to bottom. White people that triple Trump should be banned, boycotted from enjoying the best thing that America has to offer, which is multiculturalism. Get your fat asses out of the Mexican restaurant. Get your fat asses over to Cracker Barrel, because nobody wants to see your fucking smug ass, teeny weeny, pink arm, big gut around. Nobody wants to see that shit. No one.
I think I'm in love. She is really something else, huh? Right? am I wrong? She needs to be primetime MSNBC, right? Am I wrong? That's what we need to hear. You turn on Fox News, Jesse Waters is like calling Michelle Obama a man, and Kamala Harris a fucking, Antifa communist. Okay, we need a counterbalance. The left. More people that are moral, people that disagree with pedophilia. Okay, and yeah, is she being a little, out of pocket, right? Is she being a little, silly, whatever, whatever. We need this. The reason why we don't see it on our TV is that it's artificially suppressed by the right-wing billionaires who own all the media. That's right. A right-winger owns MSNBC. Right-winger owns ABC, CBS, obviously. The reason why they sell the MSNBC product is, they're like Mark Cuban rich people, okay? They mainly lean conservative, but they have gay family members or something, and, maybe they don't want to see the middle class completely eliminated and enslaved, right? Really low standards, but they're basically still right-wingers. So they would never let this rhetoric on their network. Chris Hayes is good enough. Chris Hayes is extreme enough for them. Right? Tapper Jake. Tapper Jake knows the limits. He's not allowed to criticize this. He's not allowed to call anyone taco tits. Tapper Jake would never. Got to talk about this. I think Stickers for Cookers actually posted this, pointing out that TYT has yet again taken on kind of a fucked up sponsor with some shady-ass connections. And look, I've seen Cenk and Anna just recently last week. I was watching some TYT, and they were bringing up how they can take money but not be influenced. And they were like, it's a sponsorship. It's not a, donation or something. Like they were picking hairs, basically. They're very strong against Peter Thiel. I don't even understand why this company connected to Peter Thiel would sponsor TYT. It might just be straight capitalism, because it's like, well, TYT gets the views, and we're an up-and-coming company, and we need outlets that get the news. We don't care what it is politically, even though we are being funded by Peter Thiel. That might be the case. But I don't know. I wouldn't want to take money from anybody associated with Peter Thiel, knowing what I know about Peter Thiel. And I know Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian know damn well who Peter Thiel is. They constantly talk about Palantir and how dangerous it is and how it's picking targets in Israel. It's killing Palestinians as we speak, Peter Thiel and his Palantir AI. So this is definitely troubling, and I think they should just come out and say, we didn't know, we're canceling the sponsorship, and we're going to, refund the money. I think that's what they should do, but they often don't. They often just say, no, we're not, we take money from a bunch of different places, but we don't let that affect our politics. But in the same breath, they'll then, criticize mainstream media, rightfully so, for being funded by Lockheed Martin and, another, pharmaceutical and Palantir and directly, Wolf Blitzer will take money directly from Palantir. He's got no problem with that. Pretty sure she's a TMR Discord or something. Sorry, I'm a creep. Okay, no problem. I don't know what you're talking about. So anyway, thank you, Stickers, for this information here. Chapter A, Peter Thiel-backed startup that helps older people enroll in Medicare just raised $17 million. Adam Mockler's running ads for Chapter 2. So disappointing. I mean, look, it's one thing not to know the connection and just, take some money initially and then be like, whoa, I didn't know. I'm canceling the subscription. And I would even be cool with you canceling the subscription, but keeping the money they've already given you, right? Because well, I didn't know. Fuck off. I need money. Right, I wouldn't even have too much problem with that. But taking the sponsorship and then it comes out that they have connections to Peter Thiel and then you keep the sponsorship, that's an L. That's a big fat L, dog. That's L, right? That's not cool. We shouldn't be. I personally, I wouldn't want anything that I was doing to be one associated with Peter Thiel, but two, presumably helping Peter Thiel in any way. Anything connected to them, any of his investments, anything, unless the guy has bought everything, which is a possibility. That's what they want. But anyway, I'm disappointed in TYT, and I do continue to watch TYT, and I'll let you know if it's all of a sudden like, hey, Peter Thiel's all right. I will say it's like it's hard to watch TYT as a leftist sometimes, because sometimes TYT knocks it out of the park with their coverage. Other times it's like, I don't know. I just heard a lot of gaslighting and straw manning from Cenk Uygur. I don't know if that's really what's happening here. I don't know. Grain of salt with TYT, for sure. But we need more TYTs. We don't need to, like, destroy TYT. We need to make TYT better, hold it to a higher standard, criticize them where they deserve it, and make more TYTs, more Democracy Nows, you know? We need more, not less. The Governor Newsom over here, Gavin Newsom, just kind of slamming it out of the fucking park. I mean, this is a home run right here. So Carl DeMaio, he goes right-winger guy, politician. I'm looking forward to November 4th when California voters hand Gavin Newsom a humiliating defeat by rejecting his corrupt and dishonest redistricting scheme. In one fell swoop, they will 1, defend fair elections, and 2, end his political career. Right. No mention, of course, that his party is engaging in egregious and wildly racist gerrymandering, and that's, of course, what started all this. We'll just ignore all of that. Here's what Gavin Newsom's response was. You won't be, quote unquote, handing us anything, Carl. And look at this shit that he posted, dude. Scorched earth. So apparently this guy was masturbating in City Hall. Former San Diego Councilman Carl DeMaio, who is considering running for mayor to replace Bob Filner, is accused of masturbating at City Hall. Okay, bro. I mean, look, we've all been there. You know, your wife sends you something steamy. That doesn't happen to me, but let's just pretend that happens to me. And you're like, I got to go bang one out. But, bro, you're at City Hall, man. What are you doing? Fapping it out in the fucking bathroom? What are you doing, dude? Fucking porno addict? Yeah, isn't it weird, Lenny? Politics seems to attract deviant sex fiends and pedophiles. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. Mostly honest, go lucky, want to help people join politics. It's so weird that it seems to now be attracting sex pests and pedophiles. It's bizarre. I thought these guys were the good guys. Gavin Newsom sniping back again. And honestly, you know, where have these comments been, right? Why has this taken so long to be, like, you know, becoming the normal? Hopefully this is becoming the normal. Like, I don't know if it is. I don't know if it is or isn't. But this is what Gavin Newsom had to say when right-wingers were trying to weaponize the language of, you know, disability and social justice here. Listen, they do this constantly, right? Arroyo. Greg Abbott, who's in a wheelchair, and Newsom said he rolled over for Trump. It's the left. It's the left that hates disabled people. It's the left that's cutting disabled services. The left is making fun of disabled people. Look at this. Look at Gavin Newsom saying Abbott rolled over for Trump. He must hate. Oh no. Oh, it's so they. Oh, we're such good people. We love the disabled. That's why we take care of them. I'm a right winger and I love disabled people. So we asked for a statement. So this is part of the news report here. We asked for a statement, and Newsom's office said something flippant like, "Oh, you're so woke, he'll get over it." And it's like, yes, thank you. Because all too often, right? You know, if this was Jen Psaki, right? She'd open up her show with a special announcement to specifically apologize to the Republicans for any misstatements about Greg. When I said rolled over for Trump, I would never mean to denigrate or make fun of people in a wheelchair, right? Just handing over all the power to the Republicans. I'm so sorry if I ever misspoke, right? That's how Jen Psaki and the bog standard status quo Democrats would normally handle that. So thank you, Gavin Newsom, for having a fucking modicum of sack. I apologize for the AI, but this was too good not to show you. This is what it feels like for Gen Z and millennials who want to buy a home in 2025. This is extremely accurate. Okay, this is extremely accurate. Arby's needs to capture this moment, rebrand horsey sauce and MGT roast. Yuck, dude. That's incredibly sexist, by the way, to describe vaginas as roast beef. Like, it really shows, like, I'm a virgin, basically. Do you have a shirt that says I've never touched a tit? My dick is eternally dry. Is that what your fucking shirt says? Don't describe women's genitalia as roast beef. That shit is fucking incel pilled. Okay? It makes you look like a fucking idiot. Anyway, this video's funny. Let's watch it.
If you can't pay me $600,000 over asking price, I'm selling to BlackRock.
If you didn't buy Starbucks last year, you could have bought my asbestos-ridden condo for $1.6 million.
Please, I work 3 jobs. Is there any way I make enough to buy a home?
I told you, get the out of my office.
Nobody wants to hustle anymore. Back in my day, I babysat twice and bought a lakefront cabin, 2 jet skis, and a riding lawnmower, all cash.
I'm taking your home and making my 9th Airbnb rental.
Truth.
I'm going to squeeze this new family for every penny.
It's true. It's so fucking true, though, isn't it? It's like right up, shoot those rental rates right up to the max. Absolute max and maybe a little bit more. $100 on top of that. Every fucking penny, man. Squeezing us. Right? And look, I'm not going to blame the mom and pop that has a couple houses. Okay? The real problem are the Blackwaters, the BlackRocks, the $1 trillion companies buying up thousands of homes, buying up whole neighborhoods and jacking those prices up because they found some sick system, some sick way to make artificial scarcity, to make them more money, right? But of course, no one gets a house, and we're all supposed to be okay with that. So once again, sorry for the AI, but there was a lot of truth in this one, so that's why I wanted to show it. Moving on. This is frightening shit. So we were talking about AI earlier, watching an AI video. We should be afraid because, I already showed you... welcome to the future. No one has a job. Everyone will be miserable. The rich will have robots fold their laundry. We won't even let you touch our clothes anymore. Okay. But no, I mean, I already showed you the autonomous cabs, startups in San Francisco, Waymo, growing companies, cab driving a cab is obsolete. Okay. In 5 to 10 years, like I said, it's going to be novel. It's going to be novel in 10 years to hop in a cab and have a human being driving you somewhere. And here we have, this is frightening stuff too. I mean, this is the end of housekeeping. Okay. A very, something poor people have been doing for rich people for hundreds of years. We've been cleaning their toilets and folding their clothes, and we're a couple years away, maybe 5 years away, because this thing is still, very early days. And obviously it's still, but look at it already. The articulation. They showed in a different video, they showed the table moving up and down, so changing the stimulus, changing the environment that it's in. This thing is learning and adapting. It gets better and better. It makes mistakes, but it doesn't fixate on those mistakes. It just keeps going with the job. And it's like, I don't want to stop this. Okay? I don't want to say no robots, only human beings are allowed to fold a towel. Okay? I don't want to be a Luddite. But what are we going to do about the millions and millions of people without a job? Okay, you want to say UBI? Okay, how much? Because if you want to tell me, oh, I'll give you $200 a month, you know, well, okay, we're all screwed. We're all going to live in the gutter. We're all going to live in our cars. Employment will only be for the already wealthy, brilliant people who are incredibly smart or incredibly talented people. If you're just a regular average Joe like me, you're screwed. You can't even get a job folding a fucking towel anymore. So it's great. These robots are great. This technology is really great. But what the hell are we going to do about the millions of people who are going to be unemployed? Because it doesn't stop at housekeeping. Automotive, construction, all robots for everything. Oh, isn't that going to be great? What a utopia. No, it's going to be millions of people in the streets. It's going to be Soylent Green. That's the current trajectory, right? If nothing changes, if the support structure doesn't change, and the only thing that happens is this incredible technology gets better and better, the end result will be tens of millions of people without jobs and no support structure to help them out except for like a Medicare system or, you know, a welfare system wildly inaccurate, wildly incapable of, you know, helping that many people at that, you know, tens of millions of people, just brand new unemployed tens of millions of people, right? Sorry. It's frightening to me because it's like, this is the future. People, yeah. Well, that's not going to stop them though. Like, people got to live somewhere. They're gonna what? We're gonna go to the woods and live in a commune and start growing corn. We might have to. It's like, well, we literally got teched out of our entire society. We no longer have the capacity to sell our labor for money. So now we have to live like fucking, you know, Smokey Robinson in the motherfucking mountains. Shut the fuck up. What are you, 12? What is your mom? Did your mom leave the room or something? This is like your second day on Twitch? Man, don't you have some like Minecraft videos to go watch? 11. Okay. Well, my bad. Didn't mean to offend. The last little bit about AI. AI industry horrified to face largest copyright class action lawsuit ever certified. So I don't know what'll come of this. I'm pretty sure Donald Trump is going to save the AI industry and just say, it's okay to commit copyright if you're an AI company. I know we had problems and we sued people to oblivion for downloading one Metallica song. And we go after people with DMCAs, you know, with a terrible DMCA system that fucks people over on a daily basis. That's all going to stay in place. Poor people, they have to worry about copyright. Disruptive multi-billion-dollar AI organizations, steal away, go crazy. Pretty sure that's what's going to happen. But I'll keep you tuned. I'm not going to read the article. If you want to read it, it's right here. But I'll keep you updated. As to what happens with this, because if this somehow does go through and somehow the Supreme Court and Donald Trump doesn't get in the way, this could absolutely destroy the AI market as we know it, because all of their models are, you wouldn't believe the amount of stolen data, stolen books, stolen movies, stolen TV shows, stolen education materials, college level education, you know, textbooks and things like that. Like the AI model, they just, whatever they could throw into it, right? Whatever they could find. Student debt, you know, just a little bit. The Kamala Harris's strategy was almost going to work, guys. She just needed to copy Hillary just a little bit more. Student debt. Kamala just needed a little bit more of that Hillary magic, and she could have taken it home. Last little thing from our boy Gavin Newsom here. So this happened this week, and look, I think I'll take it, okay? Because like the neoliberals are obviously going to pick someone to carry this torch to continue to destroy the democratic socialist movement, to continue to stomp them, you know, making them irrelevant while they continue to claim to be the only progressive option. So that is going to continue to happen. And, you know, regardless of what we want, they're going to pick some fucking oiled up plastic ass schmuck. Okay? Do we want it to be Schiff? Right? Do we want it to be Schiff? No. Do we want it to be like a Pete Buttigieg? Right? Who's that woman that they trotted out to do a response to Donald Trump that was like she's ex-CIA? Slotkin? Right? It's not going to be Slotkin. No. Right? Like if I have to choose somebody that the neoliberal corporate establishment is going to pick, it would be Gavin Newsom over all the other establishment schmucks. Obviously, I'm not a fan. Obviously, I don't want this guy, et cetera, et cetera. I'm a Zoran guy. I'm a Bernie guy. I don't think his slicked oil back, and like I lived in California, okay? I got to live under this guy's governance. He's a fucking corrupt, slick grease ball who took single payer off the table for more ching ching. He had a golden opportunity to make single payer a thing in California, took it off the table for the donation ching chings. So he's actively made Californians' lives worse because of his governance, right? So let's not get it twisted who the fuck this piece of shit is. But if I got to go with anybody, if I got no choice, right, you know, and often we don't have any choice, I would prefer the Democratic Party to make a smart decision with Gavin Newsom instead of a safe decision with like a Pete Buttigieg. Ron Paul 3035. He's literally just a golden robot. He's just a golden robot with Ron Paul AI. Buy more gold, buy more gold.
On November 4th, you have the power on November 4th to stand up for people that are being bullied. You have the power to stand up for people that are being intimidated. You have the power to stand up to the rule of law. We're giving the people of this state the power to save democracy, not just in California, but all across the United States of America. I hope we are waking.
The save democracy angle was the angle that helped the Democrats lose. Because instead of going populist like Zoran Mamdani, they went down this generic save democracy angle, and people didn't know what it means. It didn't sound like higher wages. It didn't sound like lower taxes for the middle class. It's just some kind of vague thing. It's like, yeah, democracy is important, but so is food in my belly and education for my kids. What are we going to do about that? Well, we'll see. We'll get back to you on that one, Slick. Right? So I need to point that out, that this defend democracy is the exact strategy that lost Joe Biden the election.
Waking up to this reality. Wake up, America. Wake up to what Donald Trump is doing. Wake up to his assaults.
I agree.
Wake up to the assault on institutions and knowledge and history. Wake up to his war on science and public health. In his war against the American people. This is a guy who lays claim to want to get a Nobel Prize, sitting there and bending his knee to Mr. Putin.
He had a brain fart just like I have brain farts. Oh, he's just like me.
You have the power.
All right, so, you know, okay, right? Kind of like, okay, all right, kind of like a half-inflated tire flopping around on some jalopy, right? Like, okay, all right, I'll take it. Yeah, a physician will agree on that one. I think this is the last thing I have. Yeah, this is the last thing I have from Gavin. He's been trolling Donald Trump on Twitter, emulating Donald Trump's style. Even the thank you for your attention to this matter. I don't know, man. I mean, I one part of me is like, yes, finally push back, you know, in this space on Donald Trump and his lunacy, because he's far too long. For years, he goes unchallenged. He farts out a fucking classic, and there's no pushback. Or if there is, it's like, oh, yeah, I know what you are, but what am I? You know, from the Democrats. So it's good to see them, you know, coming out here, talking about the gerrymandering and whatnot. But I don't know. I don't know if it's going to win. I mean, anything right now, people are going to be so miserable after these 4 years of Trump. You know, any strategy will probably win. But it's like, I don't know. I want to see this guy. AOC should be here. AOC should be doing this. But the mainstream is going to pick the mainstream, and that's, you know, they're not going to pick AOC. They're never going to pick an AOC. So we're going to have to deal with this. And if Gavin Newsom is the mainstream corporate fuck that we have to deal with, then I think I'd rather prefer that than over Pete Buttigieg. Physician, yeah, that is, yeah. That's the classic. I didn't do it. Well, if I did, then it was their fault. Classic, you know. Narcissist prayer, sure. So here's the leader of the current Democratic Party, the leader. Here's his big idea. Here we go. You ready? Hope you're sitting down. Ken Klippenstein over here, who gives Elon Musk $5. I thought Ken Klippenstein was a smart guy anyway. Asked about Trump's deployment of military and other federal authorities to D.C., Hakeem Jeffries touts the quote-unquote strong letter issued by the D.C. Attorney General. Got him. Strong letter, not strongly worded, strong letter. So that means it's a weak the text was weak and limp-wristed and maybe you could maybe not be goo goo gaga. So that's what the text was. But the letter was strong. They used cardboard instead of paper. You could fold it up. You could put your cup on it. You could turn it into a little house. Okay, a little doll house for your little dollies. It was a strong letter, okay? Put a whole cup of liquid on there. The text was basically, maybe you could maybe not be so mean to me, and I don't know about this. That's basically what it was. So, hey, congratulations to Hakeem Jeffries. He's killing it. Really bold leader for an uncertain future, Hakeem Jeffries. Am I right? I'd follow this man into an Arby's and leave immediately. I'd follow this man into a Walmart. I'd follow this man into a garden, but then I don't really want to walk with him, so I'm going to ignore him and just let him walk. I'm going to go the other direction, like it's a sitcom. Arby's, we have edible food. Hakeem Jeffries is here. He sits in the seats. We ask him if he wants something to eat. He says, no, thank you very much. I'm here devising Democratic strategy. And the last one is another Zoran video. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You can thank me all day. The last thing that we're going to watch today is a Zoran video. The template. The dreamboat. Unfortunately, can never be president. But you know what? Who cares? Like, what? Right? Donald Trump's breaking all the Constitution. We can't now we're going to respect the Constitution with this badass. We could be running for president. They were trying to get Ted Cruz. Was it Ted Cruz or was the other one? Marco Rubio. That's who it was. Marco Rubio running for president. He was like, bro, you weren't born in this country. It's literally impossible for you to be president. Well, maybe. So the right's allowed to be delusional with Marco Rubio, but we can't be delusional with Zoran Mamdani. Oh, we got to live in a world of reality and objective fact. Me. Fucking liberals. All right, let's watch this Zoran video. Sounds like something from Zelda games. It does. Sounds like something awesome from Zelda games.
A candidate, now a president, who ran on a message of cheaper groceries, on making for an easier cost of living, on delivering that which seemed out of reach. And yet, we know him to not only be insincere, ridiculous, and horrific,
this fucking guy,
but to prey upon
that's his official photo, by the way. This photo is the official presidential portrait for Donald Trump. He looked at this and he said, print it. That's it. That's the one. That's the one. The one that makes me look like a scary Sith leader. Yeah, I know. The one that makes me look like a 2-bit mafia leader. Yep, that's the one. How about that one that makes it look like I just smelled a nasty fart? And I know it was you. I knew it was you that did it. Looking right at you. I can smell that. What a winner.
Ridiculous and horrific, but to prey upon a very real sense of despair in the lives of New Yorkers and Americans across the country.
Photo.
And so we've seen that despite that campaign of cheaper groceries, he has instead cut SNAP benefits.
Yeah.
And what we're seeing as I stand next to the chair of the Health Committee in the New York State Senate is this has been accompanied by a decision and an act through legislation that Donald Trump has ushered through Washington to throw millions of Americans off of their health insurance. One that has a direct impact on New Yorkers right here across the state. And this is being done all in the name of the largest wealth transfer from Americans who have the least to those who have more than they know what to do with.
Just put it in my veins, okay? All right? I need you to liquefy this man and put him directly in my veins. Okay? I'm addicted. I'm a junkie. I'm a Zoran junkie. Okay? My man, Mom Donnie. Mom goddamn Donnie, huh? How about your boy Zoran, huh? Coming out of here from space. Zoran, the savior, came from a spaceship. Thank you, Lenny. Lovely to see Lenny here at the end. Sorry, all I have time for is 6.5 hours of news. Sorry, folks. So I know you want more. You're just craving it. You want more pain and suffering. And boy, do I have more pain and suffering. If I didn't have a family, I'd do 12-hour streams. And by the end of the stream, everyone would be crying. And I'd have like okay, here's your local therapist. Here's how to get a hold of a local therapist in your area. You did it. 6.5 hours. Here we are. Big props to your boy Lenny. Hashtag more Lenny, except for bathroom breaks. Unacceptable. Okay, cell phones are portable, Lenny. Okay? I know it's disgusting, but only true fans take me into the bathroom with them. I'm just saying. No, please don't do that. Please leave me out of your bathroom. Welcome back, Lenny. No, welcome back. No, thank you, Lenny. Big props, Lenny. And, of course, hashtag more Lenny. Hope to see you again. And I'm going to watch that whole video that you sent me there of your Yomega interview. I can't wait to hear some clips. Hopefully I can get some good clips. Show the stream. But I love seeing Lenny succeed, you know? Love to see it. So thanks again for coming in. Your boy, Your Tubing. Big props to Your Tubing. Student Debt, thank you for coming in. Zeta Physician, you seem all right. Maybe you can stick around. Your boy Rebel Phoenix in this mother chucker. Big props to Rebel Phoenix. Big props to Stickers. Thank you for Stickers for coming in. Pistol, thank you for coming in and giving me that lurk. Thank you, Pistol. Your boy Woke Patriot, bitch. Where the hell was Davey? Too busy watching that Nick Fuentes. So thank you, Davey. Thank you, Female Eunuchs. Thank you, Chem Goblin. Thank you, Zeo Duke. Strategy member, Ribbons. OG Ribbon. Regulator Ribbons over here. True Lurk Master Ribbons. Thank you for the lurk. Folks, call your mother. Tell her you love her. Tell the Trump flag guy that who's scared of Vladdy Poo. Excellent. Shame them. We're bringing shame back. Okay? I'm sorry, you should, like, it's that famous Seinfeld line. Like, no, you should be ashamed. That guy was like, I'm not ashamed of how I live. Seinfeld was like, you should be. So we're bringing that shit back. Try not to get any fist fights, okay? Protect yourself, protect your family. Number one. But no, folks. You might be wondering, how the hell do we fix any of this? Seems like some pretty big problems. It's actually pretty easy. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3. Step 1, we inform ourselves. That's what we did today. That's what we do. We try to do it every day. Step 2, we sign up or show up. We go to the BLOP if we must. We do a Google search if we have to. Whatever it takes. We use this massive, incredible incredibly important technological tool called the internet to find an organization, to find a group that's doing a protest, that's doing resistance work against this fascism, and we donate our time and we donate our money. Because step 3, we got to put in the work. This is a lifestyle choice, okay? You're either, you know, against tyranny and on the side of democracy and liberty, or you're helping, okay? It really is that simple. If you're not resisting this fascism, you're helping it. You don't get to be on the sidelines on this one. So for your kids' sake and your kids' kids' sake, nut up, sack up. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to Ukrainian democracy. Sorry we couldn't cover it more, but we did get some Ukrainian time in. Fuck Putin. Fuck Trump. You know, I don't see light at the end of the tunnel yet, but I'm going to keep walking through this dark tunnel until I see light. Okay? I'm not going to lie to you and say I see light. But I'm going to keep trudging through this dark fucking tunnel of nihilism until I finally see light at the other end. And if I don't, I'm going to die trying. I hope you feel the same. Quick double tap, big props. When going through hell, you keep going. And I'm going to die trying. I hope to see you on the other side. Thank you, everybody. See you on the next episode of the News Underground. Be rebel scum. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Thank you, Lenny. Thank you, Lenny. Simply Steve, you're the man. Simply Steve, represent. News Underground. Have a good day.